Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Is this guy going to challenge naval hero Garp? Califa grabbed Luke's arm and said worriedly, "Luke, that is Marine's legendary strongman. Don't mess around." "Don't worry, I know it well." Luke touched her pretty face, smiled and comforted. "In the sea, if I want to leave, no one can stop me." He couldn't wait to fully verify his strength. It's such a rare opportunity, how could he give it up? Naval hero. Just right. Califa. Kaku, Lucci. Why are they together if they don't go to work early in the morning? Wait, he is. Luke? The great pirate with a bounty of 777 million belly. Hobask Luke. Gulu. That CP9 traitor who killed Vice Admiral, fought with Admiral Aokiji, and escaped unharmed? Galley Law Company. Looking at Luke, who showed up without any disguise at all while Califa, Lucci, and Kaku were following him. The shipwrights present were a little surprised. After recognizing Luke, they couldn't help but panic. The expression of the leader of Galley Law Company, Iceberg, changed slightly. He knew very well that Obask Luke was an agent of CP9 before he left the world government. Califa, Lucci, and Kaku, who had just came to work at Galley Law Company, suddenly came together with him, and it doesn't look like it was forced. It's really a bit suspicious. Kaku, Lucci, and Califa, why are you so late today? Among the crowd, Iceberg took a deep breath, came to Luke, and asked Lucci, Kaku, and Califa while pretending to be calm. "I'm sorry, Mr. Iceberg, they are here to resign." Luke shook hands with Iceberg and said with a smile, "But you have to thank me properly, I will take them all away today. I think you should know what to say and what not to say." Clear. Guessing the identities of these people, Iceberg glanced at Califa and the others and nodded as if nothing had happened. "However, I came here today because I have another thing to do." Luke took out an order form from his pocket and handed it to Iceberg with a smile. "It turns out that you were the one who ordered that ship." Looking at the order, Iceberg's pupils shrank sharply, and with a solemn face, he was immediately relieved. 3 months ago, a mysterious man came here directly with a large amount of gold and a design drawing and asked him, the most skilled shipwright and owner of Galley Law Company, to redesign and build a luxurious flying ship. Unexpectedly, it was actually the order placed by Obask Luke. "Please follow me." Kaku, Lucci, and Califa suddenly resigned, which caused quite a stir. Some people also thought that they were threatened by Obask Luke. They wanted to come forward but were stopped by Iceberg. Dock number 1. A huge black cloth was pulled over. A ship with perfect lines and an extremely hazy appearance appeared there. Quite a few parts are made of metal structures, and other wooden structures are made of the strongest and most valuable treasure tree, Atom. The bottom is also equipped with a large number of jet dial collected from Sky Island and said to be extinct. It is extremely luxurious and about 100 meters long and dozens of meters wide. Not counting the bilge, it has a 3-layer structure. The bilge is a complex collection of wires, machinery, and power plants. The first floor is the kitchen, warehouse, ice warehouse, restaurant, aquarium, etc. The second and third floors are the living room, library, and bedrooms. A swimming pool, lawn, training ground, cafe, and other facilities are all also available. Very spacious. Luke and Wiper were obviously very satisfied. "As per your request, this is the charging area." Iceberg pointed to the charging room with 2 metal pillars separated by glass. "As long as the positive and negative power supplies are connected, the ship can be charged." Wiper. "No problem, leave it to me." Wiper nodded. There was a flash of lightning, and he appeared directly in the charging room. Both his hands were pressed on the metal pillars of the positive and negative electrodes. 200 million volts, maximum discharge. Chapter 137, Luke vs. Garp. Dit. Not long after, above the water 7, a huge ship, hundreds of meters long, slowly lifted into the sky. TSK. It's actually flying. Is that guy a devil fruit user? He can actually provide such an exaggerated power source. Galley Law Company. Looking at the huge black ship in midair. The shipwrights present were all a little shocked. Mr. Iceberg, your shipbuilding skills are indeed superb. I am very satisfied with this flying ship. On the bow, Luke smiled directly at the iceberg below and said, then, let's say goodbye. No, it mainly depends on the design drawings brought by you and those magical jet dials. Otherwise, I would not be able to design such a great ship. Iceberg glanced at Lucci, Kaku, and others with complicated eyes and said in a deep voice. Luke-sama, it seems that Marine has received the news that you are here, and that guy is also coming quickly. Wiper reminded in a deep voice. Don't worry, I know. Luke waved his hand. Feeling the powerful aura that is almost overflowing. He looked into the distance and saw a tall figure walking through the air, jumping on the building from time to time as he approached here at an astonishing speed. The corners of his mouth raised, revealing a smile while his eyes were burning full of fighting spirit. Are you coming? Boom. As expected, a moment later, a figure with astonishing momentum rushed through the air. The huge fist wrapped around by dark armament hockey struck hard. Oh Baskluk. You should stay with me. Garp. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Luke was full of fighting spirit and laughed there. Not to be outdone, he rushed out from Arc Maxim like lightning. The fist wrapped around by armament hockey was intertwined with astonishing lightning as it was blasted out unceremoniously. Boom. The moment their fist collided, an astonishing shockwave spread everywhere and destroyed everything around them. The shipwrights who were a little bit close were caught off guard and were violently thrown away. What? With such sudden upheaval, Iceberg and the shipwright were shocked. They fell to a terrible state, then they looked up at the two powerful colliding figures in the sky, and was a little shocked and lost their voice. The next moment, two extremely terrifying conqueror hockey collide fiercely there. It violently attacked in all directions. One after another, figures were foaming at their mouth, then their eyes turned white, and they lost consciousness. Gulu. Is this the conqueror hockey's collision? That guy, Luke, is so powerful. He's so strong, I feel like my body is shaking, and I can't even breathe. On top of the flying ship in the air, everyone still maintained consciousness and witnessed this astonishing scene. Whether it was Wiper, Califa, Kaku and Lucci who were restrained by the power of the shadow fruit and unable to speak, their eyes widened and they feel somewhat inexplicably horrified. He has just passed 70 years old, and although he is no longer at his peak, Garp has not lost much strength because he has been well maintained and has been fighting on the front line all year round. Looking at Luke in front of him, he was a little shocked. Although he didn't use all his strength, the opponent was able to block his iron fist, which was really amazing. No wonder Aokiji couldn't get any advantage. Instead, he suffered a loss. Surprised, aren't you? Luke's eyes were sharp, and his momentum was overwhelming. Without showing any signs of weakness, he looked directly at Garp in front of him. It's true that I'm a little surprised, but that alone isn't enough, kid. Garp bared his teeth and laughed in response. For a while, the two terrifying conqueror hockeys are like two huge hemispheres covering the entire Water 7, where they constantly collide and squeeze each other. The collision of unparalleled aura caused the entire island to shake. Bang! In the town, countless doors and windows were shattered. Some buildings that were not strong enough had shocking cracks as if they were about to collapse at any time. The sea of waves is boiling. Waves of exaggerated huge waves were set off into the depths of the sea. It was indescribably shocking. The fierce and unstoppable wind raged uncontrollably, directly pushing away the Arc Maxim in midair. Kaku, Lucci, Califa, and others almost lost their balance and fell from the battleship. Is this all your strength, Luke? Lucci, who was unable to speak, stared at the two figures in midair while clenching his fists tightly. There was a storm in his heart, and he couldn't calm down. The gap between them is actually so big. For a moment, he was filled with unwillingness, and he couldn't help but blush a little. At the age of 17, he already possessed such strength and was able to face off against the legendary naval hero without losing. Does he really deserve to call Luke his rival? For the first time, Lucci, who was arrogant, felt unprecedented frustration and even a lack of confidence. Because yesterday, Luke saw that he was not convinced and made a special agreement with him. When he joins the Netherworld Pirate in the future, he can accept his challenge at any time and will not use his Devil Fruit ability. But obviously, even if the Devil Fruit ability is not used, the current him is not qualified to challenge Luke at all. Boom. Two violent momentums that were constantly squeezing each other and refusing to give in. In the end, no one could beat the other, and it swept in all directions like a storm. It seems calm all of a sudden. Bang. Bang. However, the real showdown has just begun. Whether it was Garp or Luke, the two of them had just landed on the ground. The next moment, they disappeared in an instant. And the sound of fists hitting the flesh resounded continuously. Chapter 138, Splitting the Sky Apart. Bang. Bang. Galley Law Company. Two violent figures were fighting fiercely there and were constantly colliding. Straight punch, uppercut, jab. Forward kick, side kick, jump kick, leg kick. Elbows, knees, headbutts. The battle between the two was extremely fast and dazzling. There are no taboos, nothing fancy, the punches hit the flesh, and they are so fierce that it is unbelievable. Boom. The moment when the fists collide. The terrifying shockwaves suddenly swept across, tearing apart the messy ground. Worthy of being called Iron Fist. A tough fight with Garp made Luke grin with blazing eyes. Feeling the opponent's unbelievable tough defense, it made him, who had become a copper-skinned and iron-boned, feel a little fiery with his fists. All the cells in his body were jumping for joy, and he started to get excited. Only such an opponent is worthy of his challenge. You're not bad either, kid. You're just a monster in human form. Garp laughed. Looking at the figure in front of him, who was too young but too fierce, he was really surprised. Such age, with such strength and ruthlessness. Luke never looked like a 17-year-old boy. He felt as if he was facing humanoid monsters like Big Mom and Kaido. He can be sure that the strength of Big Mom and Kaido at the same age is definitely not as exaggerated as that of Luke. Obviously, either the opponent was not using all his strength when fighting Aokiji, or he became stronger again in the past few months after fighting against him. No matter which one it is, such a growth rate is really frightening. Bring it on. Luke's figure was like lightning. With one step forward, his whole body suddenly appeared in the air. Tempest kick, dragon cut. He stayed in the air, and his right foot was like lightning, it tore through the air and swept out. Whoosh, a huge and terrifying wind blade struck through the air as fast as lightning. Then, it transformed into a blazing, dazzling dragon with teeth and claws. It charges directly towards Garp fiercely without worrying about damaging this place at all or hurting other people or something. 6 styles? It's really murderous. Garp eyes become sharp. The huge fist was wrapped around by a powerful armament hockey as it flew straight towards Luke. Crash in. Buzz. The next second, a violent shockwave hit the incoming dragon. Boom. The loud explosion shook the sky. The dazzling light glow is extremely dazzling. The terrible shockwave due to the collision directly destroyed the surrounding ground. Hoofafu. The fierce and unparalleled wind pressure rage, making people unable to open their eyes. Whoosh. In an instant, with the powerful observation hockey, Garp dodged the extremely cruel and violent kick. Then, his steel-like fists were intertwined with black and red lightning as he struck out mercilessly. Conqueror hockey's entanglements? Hey! Luke's eyes were stern, his muscles were tense, and his veins were bulging. Also, not to be outdone, he punched out with his fist cover with Conqueror hockey. Boom. The black and red lightning spread everywhere, and the already devastated ground was torn apart and destroyed. What is shocking is that the two fists did not collide head-on at all. It was as if they were separated by some invisible barrier, a distance of 30 or 40 centimeters, but they seemed to be unable to narrow such a gap. There were constant confrontations and no concessions to each other. What? A collision in the air? Watching Luke and Garp fighting there, their fists did not come into direct contact at all and were astonishingly separated by dozens of centimeters. But that kind of exaggerated collision of forces is so frightening and unsettling. This caused Wiper, Califa, Lucci, Kikapupil to shrink their pupils and take deep a breath of air. It's incredible. Bang. Bang. The stalemate didn't last long. The two were instantly separated. They all ejected from each other. The ground was stumped so hard that it cracked. Garp, who stabilized his body for the first time, looked at Luke in surprise, and lost his voice in shock. You're surprised, aren't you? It's just Conqueror hockey's entanglement. Luke's eyes were blazing, and then he grinned while speaking. At this moment, he was full of energy and no longer deliberately restrained or suppressed his strength. The extremely powerful Conqueror hockey was fully released when he faced off against Garp, the legendary naval hero. Although in this sea, the people with Conqueror hockey are extremely rare. Garp's momentum is terrifying. Staring directly at the young figure in front of him. He took a deep breath, his face was solemn, and he said in a deep voice, but there are only a handful of people who can master Conqueror hockey's entanglement. Even though Garp has been traversing the sea for decades and boasts that he is used to seeing all kinds of geniuses and monsters that suddenly emerge, he can't help but feel a little moved and a little awe-inspiring. He never expected that at such a young age, Luke would already have mastered Conqueror hockey's entanglement. And it is so proficient that it is really unbelievable. It would be too dangerous for a guy like you to be let go. His sharp eyes stared straight at Luke. Astonishing black and red lightning constantly entangled and intertwined around him. Garp's momentum started rising as he became completely serious. Bang! In an instant, the ground collapsed under his feet. His figure rushed in front of Luke at an extremely terrifying speed, and he suddenly punched out. If you can do it, then give it a try. Luke was domineering and laughing there. In an instant, an astonishing lightning flashed and jumped around him. The muscles all over his body were pulsing, intertwined with wisps of lightning, stimulating the cells in his body to the greatest extent and raising his own neurological response to the limit. His hair stood on end, and his whole body was full of energy and a murderous aura. Bring it on. Boom. The loud noise shook the sky. The terrifying collision shattered the ground. One after another, tall buildings suddenly collapsed, sending smoke and dust billowing into the air. Bang. Boom. In the blink of an eye, they collided hundreds of times. It was just a collision between fists and feet, no weapons were used, but it produced sounds like a collision between iron. There was no longer any testing of each other like before. The two terrifying figures began to go all out. The two figures are as fast as lightning, making it impossible for people to see clearly. Boom. There were constant loud noises and billowing smoke. Terrifying shockwaves and sharp wind blades poured out from time to time. Huge buildings collapsed one after another after being affected. Just the aftermath of the fierce confrontation between the two people had already overwhelmed the riddled ground, causing it to collapse and crack. Boom. Exaggerated black and red bolts of lightning spread like snakes, completely covering the sky of the Water 7. The already turbulent sea set off waves as high as the sky. It's shocking. Rumble. The next moment, two extremely terrifying and evenly matched momentums collided. It caused unimaginable changes. Boom. The clouds surged, and the darkened sky actually split open. Chapter 139, Shocked Marine Executives at this moment, at the Marine Headquarters, Maniford. The majestic and solemn building stands there, in the Fleet Admiral's office on the highest floor. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Branyu hurried over, just received news that Hobaskluk appeared in the Water 7. What? Sengoku, who was discussing something with Admiral Aokiji, had a change of expression and stood up. That kid has been hiding for so long, he finally dares to show up. Aokiji, on the side, couldn't help but look serious. His eyes became sharp as he looked at Branyu. What is Hobaskluk doing in the Water 7? It's like this. Branyu hasn't finished yet. At the door, Vice Admiral Tsuru's voice came in. Let me tell you. Tsuru. Vice Admiral Tsuru. Sengoku and Aokiji looked over. Although old, Vice Admiral Tsuru walked in with a straight back and a heroic look. Not long ago, CP sent a message saying that Luke the Black Prison appeared in Water 7, and 3 CP9 members, Robluchi, Khalifa, and Kaku, who were originally arranged to be undercover there, have been enticed by him to betray the world government. Vice Admiral Tsuru did not keep the secret and said directly, it just so happened that Garp took some people and transferred from the Anai's lobby to Water 7 by sea train to receive a batch of warships commissioned by Marine Tagali Law Company, so I have already notified him in advance. Garp? Then there's no problem. Sengoku raised his eyebrows and nodded. Vice Admiral Garp is also in Water 7? Aokiji, who was a little solemn, couldn't help but chuckle. Hobaskluk is really unlucky. As Garp's disciple, he is very clear about the strength of his teacher, so he is not worried. But I didn't expect that someone from CP9 would actually be enticed by Hobaskluk. Aokiji continued, moreover, Robluchi is said to be a genius on par with Hobaskluk. Although it says that they are on par, Robluchi is obviously far inferior to Black Prison. Vice Admiral Tsuru said lightly. At this time, Aokiji thought of something, frowned, and said, but that guy's devil fruit ability is a bit weird. I am afraid that even if Vice Admiral Garp takes action, I am afraid that he may not be able to stop him. Then he looked over at Sengoku and asked, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, do you want me to rush over? Boo. Boo before Sengoku could speak. The red den mushi on his desk suddenly rang. Moshi, this is Fleet Admiral Sengoku, what's the matter? Sengoku did not hesitate. He picked up the microphone directly. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I am Vice Admiral Garp's adjutant, Bogard. The other end of the den mushi. Far away in the Water 7, on the rooftop of an inconspicuous high-rise building. A tall and thin man in a suit, wearing a marine justice cloak, stood there, while holding a den mushi in one hand, and observing the fierce battle in the distance through a monocular telescope with the other hand. We have arrived at Water 7. Vice Admiral Garp has blocked Hobaskluk's path, and the two are fighting fiercely. He looked at the area at the top where loud noises kept coming out with a solemn face, with undisguised horror in his eyes. The two extremely terrifying and frightening auras made people breathless, and they didn't dare to get close at all. What's the situation? In the Fleet Admiral's office. Hearing what Bogard said, Sengoku couldn't help but ask directly. Aokiji, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and the adjutant Branyu, who had not yet left, all pricked up their ears. Admiral Aokiji's information seems to be a little inaccurate. Obaskluk's strength is far beyond our expectations. What? Hearing Boggard's report, Sengoku, Aokiji, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and others could not help but have a drastic change of expression. What's the specific situation? Sengoku looked solemn and asked in a deep voice while holding the microphone. I'm very sorry, but I can't get close to the center of the battlefield. The situation is really unexpected. The previous collision between Garp and Obaskluk's Conqueror Haki knocked out all the residents on the whole island. Most of the Marines who just got off the sea train were knocked out too. Boggard's face was full of solemnity, and he reported in a deep voice, I just saw from a distance that their first were not in direct contact at all, and they were colliding in the air. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at the sky with turbulent clouds, as if it had been split open. He took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. He added word by word, and, the sky was torn apart. What? A collision in the air? For a while, in the Fleet Admiral's office at Marine Headquarters, Sengoku, Aokiji, Tsuru, and the others were all unable to sit still. Suddenly, they got up and became a little bit restless. The sky was split open? Could this be? Vice Admiral Tsuru's expression changed. As one of the top brass at Marine Headquarters, when she was young, she fought alongside Garp and Sengoku. Although she does not have Conqueror Hakis, she is still very familiar with the various uses of advanced Conqueror Hakis. After all, whether it is Garp, who has repeatedly refused to be promoted to Admiral, or Sengoku, the Fleet Admiral, both of them have Conqueror Haki's qualifications. Vice Admiral Tsuru naturally knew that there were only a handful of strong men in this sea who could use Conqueror Haki with their attack. Only the collision of two powerful Conqueror Haki can make the sky split apart. It can be said that there are very few strong people in the entire sea who can do this. Like Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido. These big pirates are all monsters that stand on the top of the sea and are incredibly powerful. This means that Obaskluk is truly qualified to challenge those monsters. Conqueror Haki's entanglement? Sengoku clenched his fists and looked solemn as never before. That guy. Has he grown to this strength? When this happens, both must have Conqueror Haki's qualifications, and both have monster-like power. They are evenly matched, and it is impossible to tell the winner in a short time. Regardless of whether Obaskluk is Garp's opponent or not, such a performance undoubtedly shows he already possesses monster-like strength. Hey, is it true? This is incredible. Aokiji's expression changed, and he couldn't sit still. He can be sure that when he fought against Obaskluk a few months ago, the opponent's strength is definitely not so exaggerated. There can be no hidden clumsiness. But how long has it been? Has Luke already mastered Conqueror Haki's entanglement? And he can also compete head-on with Vice Admiral Garp, the naval hero known as Garp the Fist. Is not his speed of progress too exaggerated? On the rooftop of a high-rise building, the strong wind made it difficult to open one's eyes. Boggard looked at the battlefield in the distance through the monocular telescope. Occasionally, he can barely see Obaskluk and Garp's figures, who are fiercely fighting there and then disappearing in the blink of an eye. With a solemn expression on his face, he said in a deep voice to the Den Mushi. With all due respect, I'm afraid Vice Admiral Garp may not be able to defeat the opponent in a short period of time. Chapter 140, Tsuru's worries. I already know the situation. In the Fleet Admiral's office, after listening to Boggard's words, Sengoku said in a deep voice, I will send someone there. Boggard, please pay close attention to the battle and report any change at any time. Sengoku knows Boggard very well. He has been with Garp for decades. He even followed Garp, who had not yet received the title of naval hero, to participate in the God Valley incident more than 30 years ago, chasing down the remnants of the Rocks Pirates and the Roger Pirates. His vision and knowledge definitely exceed those of ordinary Marines. If he hadn't repeatedly refused promotion and followed Garp with all his heart and refused to be transferred, he would have been able to stand alone long ago. At the very least, he would have become a rear admiral or even a vice admiral. With Boggard's understanding of Garp's strength, he still says such a thing. I'm afraid that Obaskluk's strength can really compete with those monsters in New World. Even Garp, who was so powerful but repeatedly refused to be promoted to admiral, was still unable to gain the upper hand. It must be taken seriously. Understood. Click. Obaskluk, he is only 17 years old, right? After hanging up the Den Mushi, Sengoku took a deep breath and looked as solemn as he had never been before. It's really scary to have grown to such an extent. He has such strength at a young age. Even though he, as Fleet Admiral, had seen countless geniuses, he couldn't believe such growth. Compared with Big Mom and Kaido of the same age in the past, they are probably far less exaggerated. If Obaskluk escapes, he is afraid the consequences will be disastrous. If they give him more time, He is afraid even the monsters in New World will be surpassed by him. At that time, there will be another lawless villain on the sea, and Marine will have another unprecedented enemy. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I'll rush over now. Aokiji volunteered. After all, Garp was not only his idol but also his mentor. It's not that he doesn't trust Garp's strength, but that Obaskluk's strength exceeds everyone's expectations, and there is really no need to take risks. Judging from Boggard's words, even if Garp can defeat Luke, it will probably be a miserable defeat. After all, this Garp is already in his early 70s. He didn't want the two of them to fight so hard that both sides would be injured or something. Maybe that dangerous guy, Obaskluk, might escape again. Sengoku nodded. Then I'll trouble you to take a trip. He and Garp were friends who fought side by side when they were young. Sengoku naturally knows Garp's strength very well. He is definitely a real monster. But now Garp is old, after all, and is no longer young. Even if he properly maintains his health, all aspects of his body's functions will inevitably decline. Boggard's report. As Fleet Admiral, Sengoku had to be cautious. If Garp could win with an absolute advantage and capture Obaskluk, that would be easy to say. However, he has not been able to gain the upper hand for a long time, and he is afraid of encountering a tough challenge. If it falls into a protracted and bitter battle, it will obviously be extremely detrimental to Garp. In particular, if Garp was really defeated. Maybe Marine will lose a strong man, Marine headquarters' prestige will be damaged, and it will be in disgrace. The blow to Marine's morale is unprecedented and may even lead to unimaginable bad consequences, making those pirates who burn, kill, and loot everywhere and commit all kinds of evil become even more rampant. Maybe the situation in the sea, which has been suppressed and gradually stabilized since the beginning of the Great Pirate Age, will become turbulent again. Taking a step back, if Garp loses miserably or even loses both sides and is seriously injured by Obaskluk, missing arms and legs, etc., it is totally not worth it. There is no need to take risks at all. The big pirates in the New World, such as Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, etc., have huge powers. They can be said to be the rulers of the New World. It is undeniable that they do have monster-like power. In a one-on-one situation, it is hard to say whether even Admiral, who represent the highest combat power of Marine headquarters, can compete. But the Marine has always been the undisputed overlord of the sea. The reason why their Marine headquarters is strong is not just because of one person, but because of the strength of numbers. No one can face the two admirals alone, not even Whitebeard, who is recognized as the strongest man in the world. Since you can directly use your number to suppress others, what morals can you tell these vicious pirates? The Grand Line is the cruelest battlefield in the sea, and it is not just a game of house. Fighting alone? That's what stupid young people do. As Aokiji leaves, both Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru could not help but fall silent. Everyone's heart can't calm down. I hope I can keep that brat here, Sengoku said quietly, otherwise, Marine will have another terrible enemy. With such a talent, he is definitely the strongest genius in the CP9 in the past 800 years. Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded. She can't help but feel inexplicable. It's a pity that such a person has betrayed the world government. It is really a huge loss that such talents cannot stay in the world government. At the same time, she was subconsciously worried about Marine's future. Because, since the golden generation that Marine has spared no effort to cultivate people, such as Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji, has grown up, Marine can be said to have grown in strength over the years. But Vice Admiral Tsuru knows it very well. This is just a temporary boom. Today's Marine seems to be getting stronger and stronger, but in fact, it is still on the decline. Because there has been no talent among the new generation that can take on their own role and is worth focusing on training. However, the younger generation Marines, such as Smoker and Hina, do have some potential. But at best, being a Vice Admiral is the end of it. Still too far behind. So far. Among the younger generation of Marines, there is no one who stands out at all and can become an Admiral seed. When the three Admirals, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, all retire in the future, Jian and Tokikake, who are listed as Admiral candidates, will no longer be young. By then, who will be the new generation of Admiral to succeed them? This made her a little worried. Where does the future of Marine go? Chapter 141, Terrifying Speed Boom. The City of Water. At Water 7, the ground cracked, the tall buildings collapsed, and the entire area became a mess and completely reduced to ruins. The battle between Garp and Luke has become increasingly fierce and intense. Fire King's make. Luke's eyes turn sharp. His whole body shimmers with lightning and terrifying momentum. Ha. Hot breath rushed towards his face. The fists intertwined with black and red lightning were burning with blazing flames as they violently rubbed against the air and blasted out like lightning. The fire was overwhelming and dense. Meteor Fist. Garp was not to be outdone. The marine coat and the black suit jacket have long been thrown away. The black shirt on his body was somewhat torn and scorched. The bulging muscles all over his body made the clothes tight as if they were about to burst at any time. But Garp didn't care. His expression was unprecedentedly solemn and serious. The fists were like a meteor shower, wrapped around by the extremely powerful Conqueror Hakis as he swung wildly. The air is constantly being crushed there as they go all out and confront each other head-on. Bang! 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 There were afterimages and loud noises. The confrontation between the two was as fast as lightning, and it was completely impossible to see clearly at all. With his monster-like physique and lightning ability that continuously stimulated his cells and strengthened his muscle and nerve response capabilities, Luke's speed has reached an incredible level. Even Garp almost failed to react, and at one point, he was almost suppressed. Tempest Kick, Victory Bird. Luke's speed is very fast. Like a ghost, he disappeared directly on the spot and appeared above Garp in an instant. The right foot is like lightning, tearing apart the air as it kicks downwards. Q, a loud roar broke through the air. The huge light green wind blade turned into a ferocious giant bird that fluttered its wings as it swooped down as fast as lightning. Garp's eyes flashed, and relying on observation Haki's prediction, he stepped down. Boom. The moment the ground cracked, he immediately retreated and dodged the fierce attack. There was a loud bang. Smoke and dust billowed into the air. The entire land was ruthlessly cut open. A huge ravine with a length of hundreds of meters and a bottomless depth just appeared there. The incision was smooth, and a large amount of seawater kept pouring in. It's shocking. A flash of red flashed in Luke's eyes. With the extremely powerful observation Haki, he could vaguely foresee something, and then, without any hesitation, he stomped his feet. Boom. As expected, almost at the same time, a black shadow flashed as Garp rushed into the air. This old and strong naval hero was as fast as lightning, and his violent iron fists were intertwined with black and red lightning as it slammed toward Luke. Meteor Fist. Brush. But it's a pity. In an instant, Luke's entire body suddenly disappeared on the spot so fast that he could not react, letting Garp's fierce attack miss. However, this is not the ability of the Shadow Fruit, but just pure speed. So fast. Garp's pupils shrank sharply. But that ferocious offensive was no longer possible. Boom. The air was crushed, and the terrifying shockwave continued unabated, blasting straight out. The buildings in front of them were torn apart one after another. The shockwaves are billowing, and the smoke is filling the air. Boom. High in the air. One after another, the jet dial sprays out with strong air currents. The huge propeller kept spinning there, blowing fierce wind airflow. The colossal flying arc, which was hundreds of meters long, was stuck there without any tendency of falling. Gulu. Luke's strength is so powerful. Califa clung to the guardrail and barely opened her eyes while paying attention to the battle between Luke and Garp. She raised her head blankly again, looking at the sky that seemed to be really cracked. The two streams of clouds are clearly distinct, they squeeze and constantly impact each other. Swallowing her saliva, Califa was a little frightened and inexplicable. She knew Luke was very powerful, but she didn't expect him to be so powerful. Being able to compete head-on with the famous naval hero, and even making him fail to gain the upper hand. Luke. For a moment, she held onto the guardrail tightly. A blush appeared on her beautiful face, and she subconsciously tightened her legs. While she was paying close attention to this battle with great nervousness, she couldn't help but feel deeply proud. Looking at that young and stalwart figure, the blazing eyes under the glasses revealed unspeakable fascination and admiration. Too strong. Wiper clenched his fists. Apart from being shocked, he was also filled with unspeakable excitement and fanaticism. Is this the real peak of the sea? Last time in Combelt, he followed Luke to the floating sky island together with Lafitte and others. But in order to avoid being affected by the battle, they all had to hide and were too far away to see the battle on the main island. But now, he has truly witnessed the entire process of Luke and Garp's powerful collision at close range. It can be said that his view has undergone an unprecedented baptism. He is even more eager and yearning for such power. Kaku and Lucci were restrained by the ability of the Shadow Fruit and could not move. But they were shocked beyond measure. Is this really the Luke they know? That arrogance and violence. There is also the power that is as strong as a monster and exaggerated beyond belief. It is completely different from the memories they had in the past. Even the legendary strongest marine, Garp, is not even able to defeat him or gain the upper hand. It's just unimaginable. Chapter 142, Falling to the Bottom of the Sea. Boom. In the messy ruins, black and red lightning intertwined like dragons and snakes dancing. The fists collided, and the two powerful figures struck a blow through the air again. Exaggerated cracks crisscrossed on the ground and keep expanding and spreading. The incomparably powerful Haki collided in the air, producing an astonishing shockwave that directly tore the earth apart. Boom! The violent shock waves, carrying countless gravel and rubble, continued to sweep and ripple. The sea is boiling, and the waves are raging. Death Razor. Without warning. With a sharp step of his feet in midair, like a ghost, Luke launched an extremely fierce attack. Whoosh! An extremely sharp, cold, light-carrying Haki suddenly passed through the air with lightning speed. At this moment, Luke completely disappeared. He has become the perfect warrior, transformed by the lineage factor. With that powerful body, the already astonishing speed can be said to be taken to a higher level. Under the stimulation of that amazing electric current, it has reached an unimaginable level. His whole body seemed to be directly invisible, making it completely impossible to capture his figure with the naked eye. There is only a sharp trajectory that is as fast as lightning. It keeps turning and changing there. Whoosh! Suddenly left and now right, east and now west, up and now down, forward and now back. Like an invisible sickle, the ground and buildings in all directions were cut open one after another without mercy. It is unpredictable, extremely terrifying, and impossible to guard against. It's chilling. Is it an extended technique of the 6 superhuman fighting skills? Notice this scene. Garp's eyes were filled with doubts, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. At such an age, he has actually practiced the 6 superhuman fighting skills to this extent. He has to say that Luke's speed is indeed too fast. His observation Haki was actually unable to lock onto his aura at all. Just as he predicted it, the other party had already disappeared. This monster is too fast. For a while, Garp didn't dare to be careless at all and was full of vigilance. The hair on his whole body stood up as he narrowly escaped the fatal blow. But before he could catch Luke's figure, his scalp felt cold. On the right. Relying on observation Haki's prediction, he suddenly retreated again. At the same time, he shook his fist brazenly. Boom. The next moment, a sharp, cold light collided with Garp's fist. It went on, and it was unclear how many times the two of them had fought. The clothes on Garp's body were torn apart as fights went on. In fact, Garp's body seemed to have a few more hideous bloodstains that were neither deep nor shallow. Several times, if this experienced naval hero hadn't reacted in time, his chest would have been cut open, or even the head would have already fallen to the ground. Boom. Suddenly, a sharp, cold light flashed across the sky. Although Garp tried his best to dodge, he was caught off guard, and a bloody gash was cut open in his left abdomen. I caught you. Garp looked sharply. This naval hero, who has experienced hundreds of battles and is extremely experienced, did not miss the fleeting opportunity at all. The big hand that looked like it was made of steel wrapped around by the dark armament Haki grabbed Luke's arm like lightning. Without giving Luke any time to react and break away, he shook his arm and slammed him hard towards the ground, fall to the bottom of the sea. However, almost the moment he was caught, Luke's eyes turned fierce. The moment he was thrown out, his right foot was intertwined with lightning, and he kicked out without mercy and kicked Garp hard. Tempest kick, thunder acts. Boom. The loud noise shook the sky. The ground collapsed, and smoke flew into the sky. The whole island seemed to be shaking violently. Swoosh. A large amount of gravel was scattered. Amazing shock waves kept surging. The sea kept boiling, and huge waves rolled there. The whole area seemed to have completely exploded. A bottomless hole appeared there. Luke's entire body was completely embedded in the ground, making anyone unable to see the specific situation clearly. However, Garp also flew out. He crashed into the building behind him in embarrassment. Hiss. In the air, on the Arc Maxim, witnessing this fierce fight, Wiper, Lucci, and Kuku couldn't help but have a drastic change of expression in shock, and their scalps felt numb. Luke. And Khalifa's face turned pale. She held onto the guardrail tightly, fearing that something would happen to Luke. Due to excessive worry, she subconsciously screamed out loud. After a long time, the large swaths of smoke and dust gradually dispersed. Wiper, Khalifa, and others' pupils could not help but shrink. Bang! Luke rushed out of the big hole in embarrassment. He bled from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes turned sharp as he looked ahead. You are worthy of being called a naval hero, but you're already old. Luke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a sneer, if your strength only remains to this level, I'm afraid you won't be able to get out of here alive. If he hadn't undergone the lineage factor transformation, maybe Garp's blow would really seriously injure him, and he might even have had several bones broken. But now, with his monster-like physique and amazing self-healing ability, it is just a minor injury and will not affect his combat power at all. Even if his bones are broken, they can be back to their original state in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the injuries in his body are constantly recovering at an alarming speed. Boom. Hundreds of meters away, in that dilapidated building, a tall figure walked out of it in embarrassment. It is Garp himself, and on his chest, there are bloody wounds that show his bone, which is shocking. Vaguely, there were wisps of electricity flowing there, charring his flesh black. Hiss. This scene. Lucci, Khalifa, and others couldn't help but take a breath of air and couldn't believe their eyes. They never expected that Luke would actually hurt Garp like this. Ahem, what a terrifying monster. He can still fight back in that situation. That nerve responsibility is really fast. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, then looking down at his bloody chest, Garp's face was filled with unprecedented solemnity. Then, looking straight ahead, it seemed that Luke was fine. His injuries were far less serious than he expected, making him a little confused, and it's simply harder than steel. It's the same as Big Mom's iron balloon. What's going on? Although he heard that the other party was born with awakened observation haki. But he had never heard that Obask Luke was born a monster like Big Mom. If such a situation really exists, it stands to reason that the world government can't know about it. This is not something that can be concealed by clumsiness. During the fight, he had already felt strange. Although Luke's Conqueror Haki is indeed incredibly powerful. And his Conqueror Haki's entanglement skills are not inferior to his own at all. But the opponent's armament Haki is definitely not as powerful as himself. Compared with a strong person like himself, after all, it is not condensed enough and is much inferior. But his fist is as hard as steel, and it wasn't just the fists. During the fight, he also discovered that the opponent's legs, knees, elbows, shoulders, almost every part of his body was like this, and he didn't appear like a normal human being. After training with himself again and again for many years, he was proud of my iron fist, but Luke didn't lose to him at all. Moreover, the iron body in the 6 superhuman fighting skills is not used at all. It's really incredible. Is it devil fruit ability? If Aokiji were here, Garp would definitely slap that guy in the face. It can release powerful currents and can also control high-temperature flames. This fucking thing is called Paramsha, gum fruit? Chapter 143, Unstoppable. Can you still fight? In ruins, Luke's eyes narrowed, then he pulled off his tattered and somewhat obstructive shirt, revealing a body filled with strong muscles. Bang! He pressed his feet on the ground. The moment the ground collapsed, his figure disappeared directly from the spot. Like lightning, he appeared in front of Garp, who was covered in blood. His huge fists were wrapped around by Conqueror and Armament Haki as he blasted them toward Garp, full of ego and arrogance. Keep entertaining me. Garp. It's not even close, kid. Garp is not to be outdone. Black and red lightning intertwined around his fist as he attacked. When I was fighting those pirates on this sea, you were not even born yet. Boom. A terrifying collision. It caused a violent shock wave. The whole island seemed to be shaking violently. The light is dazzling, and it's impossible to look straight at. The terrible shock wave produced by the collision between the two spreads out everywhere. The already devastated and disfigured earth was torn apart again. There are extremely exaggerated horizontal and vertical cracks that keep expanding and spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Woo-hoo-hoo. Whoosh. Shocking waves of air swept through countless rebels, where madness was raging. The sea was boiling, rolling up huge waves that spread in all directions. And on the cracked sky, the 2 huge cloud currents were rumbling and surging under the terrifying momentum of these 2 men, who were as strong as monsters. They kept squeezing and colliding with each other. It was indescribably shocking. Bang. Boom. Time keeps passing. 2 powerful figures clashed fiercely there. Like needles facing each other, they do not give in and fight each other madly. There were constant loud noises and billowing smoke. Towering buildings collapsed one after another. A considerable part of this town has already been destroyed beyond recognition. The battlefield between the 2 people moved from the highlands of Water 7 to the abandoned scrap island in the south. Although Garp's intentions have already been discovered. In order for him to completely let go and fight with all his strength without any scruples, Luke had no intention of stopping it. Boom. As expected. As the battlefield moves to Scrap Island, Garp no longer had any scruples and began to go all out. The fighting became more intense, and the 2 fought while risking their lives. Time passes bit by bit, from the scorching sun to the setting sun, but there's still no winner in the battle. Boom. In the Scrap Island. With Garp's iron fist, an astonishing shockwave swept away countless gravel and spattered them. On the sea, the waves are rough and surging. Luke-sama, it's getting late, we can't delay it any longer. At this time, on the Ark Maxim, which was following from the air and watching the battle from a distance, Wiper suddenly reminded loudly, another troublesome guy is coming. Yeah? Hearing Wiper's words, Luke took the initiative to retreat violently. Naturally, he would not doubt Wiper's powerful observation haki. Huh. He's a monster. Isn't his guy tired at all? Garp, on the opposite side, did not continue to pursue but fell backward. His temples were frosty white, and he was already sweating profusely and breathing heavily. After all, he was getting older. Faced with an incredibly powerful monster like Luke, who was in his prime, his physical strength is somewhat unable to keep up. In particular, the more he fought with Luke, the more frightened he felt. The opponent is like a monster that never gets tired. After fighting continuously at high intensity for so long, his physical energy is still abundant and has not declined much at all. I finally had some fun. It's really troublesome. After taking a breath, Luke frowned slightly. With Garp's status in the Marine, it was impossible not to send someone to support him after receiving the news. What, boy, do you want to run away now? It was obvious that Luke wanted to end the fight. Shaking the sweat off his head, Garp bared his teeth and said, I just finished warming up. Humphrey, just finished warming up? What a tough-talking old guy. Looking at Garp, who was in embarrassment, Luke smiled slightly, then his gaze turned sharp and was filled with murderous intent. Then, you have to be more serious and don't die easily. Then, in Garp's doubtful eyes, Luke's right hand turns into the shape of a palm knife and aims straight ahead at Garp. Buzz. Luke's whole body was crisscrossed with astonishing lightning, and his hair stood on end. The lightning that was about to materialize and the unparalleled hockey directly covered his hand. At this moment, his eyes were extremely sharp, and his aura was extremely shocking, like an extremely sharp blade, which made people feel a little frightened. Hell thrust. Garp's pupils shrank sharply. His eyes were fixed on Luke, and he felt an inexplicable sense of crisis in his heart. His fists were wrapped around by armament hockey, and he did not dare to be careless. In an instant, the lightning flashed and rushed out. The extremely fast figure approaches swiftly, making it completely invisible to the naked eye. In other words, his skin also changed at a speed visible to the naked eye, blending into the surrounding environment and becoming completely invisible like a chameleon. Amazing lightning currents are constantly bursting out from his body, stimulating the muscles and nerves to the greatest extent, coupled with exaggerated high-speed movements. Luke completely disappeared from Garp's sight. Even Garp, a naval hero who has experienced hundreds of battles, and observation hockey, who has long been honed to a powerful level, are unable to predict his movement accurately. All of a sudden, the hair on his body stood up. Oh! Garp looked sternly and shouted loudly, then relying on his fighting instincts honed through countless battles, he punched out directly without hesitation. Boom! The next second, a terrifying figure flashed out in front of him. The huge fist, entwined with powerful armament and conqueror hockeys, collided with the palm knife that shone with astonishing electric light, intertwined with black and red lightning and was as sharp as a blade. What? Looking at Luke's figure, who was blending with the surroundings, Garp's eyes narrowed sharply, and his expression suddenly changed. You actually have the ability to blend with the surroundings. Surprised, aren't you? There are many things you didn't know. Luke was full of fighting spirit and grinning ferociously. So fast I can't see it at all. At the arc maxim above, Wiper, Lucci, and others were shocked. Because just now, it was impossible to see clearly how Luke moved. It was just a blur in front of their eyes, and then there was a loud noise. They only discover their figure after Luke collides with Garp again. Watching Luke actually use his palm knife covered with electric light and entwined with the powerful hockey, to collide with Garp's iron fist that was like made of steel and he doesn't fall behind at all. Everyone couldn't help but be a little shocked. Whoosh! The next moment, he stepped down. There was no further stalemate with Garp there. He disappeared in an instant. The muscles all over his body are tense. Garp, who didn't dare to be careless at all, suddenly stood up. His expression changed, and without hesitation, his whole body moved sideways like lightning. The terrifying flash of light flew past the afterimage left by Garp at a faster speed than before. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to see Luke clearly. In an instant, there was a loud noise from the hills behind. A hill 20 to 30 meters high was penetrated ruthlessly directly, making people feel chill. Chapter 144, Counterattack Hiss. At the messy scrap island. Looking back at the hill that was easily torn apart like tofu, Garp's eyes narrowed sharply, and he took a deep breath of air. But before he could be shocked, his hair stood up again, then he kept retreating violently. Smoke and dust billowed, and gravel flew. In the blink of an eye, whether it is a towering hill, a solid reef, or an abandoned old shipwreck, everything was ruthlessly penetrated one after another. Garp kept dodging awkwardly, narrowly escaping the fatal blow. It's already so fast. Hasn't his speed reached the limit? Looking at his bloody shoulder, which was still scratched despite trying his best to avoid it, Garp's eyes narrowed sharply. He actually accelerated again. This monster. If he hadn't dodged quickly enough just now, He might have been stabbed directly through his heart from his back. Boom. At this time, intense light shines violently. Luke's whole body was intertwined with terrifying lightning, and his figure appeared not far from Garp. But his whole body was blazing with so much light that his figure was a little blurry. Even the surrounding atmosphere is a little distorted. Garp's eyes narrowed. Only then did he discover that Luke's original move had changed at some point. Only the index finger is stretched out, the other fingers are already bent, and the terrifying lightning and powerful hockey cover and wrap around it like an extremely sharp spear. It produced extremely dangerous and murderous intent that made Garp feel danger. Lightning flash. The next moment, Luke disappeared instantly. Like a teleporting, he appeared in front of Garp. Don't underestimate people, I'm Garp the Fist. The hair on his head stood up. With strong fighting instincts and observation hockey, Garp let out a loud shout and punched Luke boldly, who rushed towards him like lightning. However, something horrifying happened. Brush. Without any warning, Luke, who was bathed in blazing light and attacked with lightning speed, seemed to be close at hand and had a scarlet light flash in his eyes. His figure suddenly disappeared in front of Garp like a ghost. What? Garp had a drastic change of expression due to shock. The unprecedented crisis made his hair stand on end. That's it, Garp. Almost the next moment, the terrifying figure, full of murderous intent, attacked at the back of the naval hero at a terrifying speed that made it impossible to dodge. Like lightning, it leaves no time for him to react. You're not even close yet, kid. However, no one expected that Garp, who was originally shocked, suddenly turned around. Relying on his rich combat experience, he deliberately shows a flaw to lure Luke, and then he brazenly waves his fist, which had been wrapped around the powerful hockey for a long time. It completely overwhelmed the air. It hit Luke, who was suddenly attacked from behind. Boom. At the same time, a splash of blood splattered. Luke is also not a fool. Garp's broad chest was stabbed directly by his hand, which was sharper than a spear and penetrated mercilessly. Cough, Garp vomited blood. With his eyes bulging, he looked in disbelief at the figure in front of him whose chest collapsed due to his own blow. He also couldn't help vomiting blood and flew out like a cannonball. You guy. Have you seen the future? Luke, with a distorted face, flew out like a cannonball, but he was laughing there. Garp. Do you think I didn't discover your plan? The ground rumbled, and smoke filled the air. Luke's figure hit the ground hard, sending up sand, gravel, and sawdust all over the sky. Luke-sama. Luke. High in the air at the arc maxim. Wiper and Califa's expressions changed drastically. Even Lucci and Kaku, who were restrained by Luke and unable to move, were no exception. Shocked and inexplicable, they looked down at the smoke-filled area. Then they looked at Garp, who was dripping with blood and had his chest penetrated. Garp held his bloody right chest. There, a shocking, charred, and scalp-numbing bloody hole appeared. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough and dodged at the critical moment, he is afraid that his heart would have been penetrated. He staggered a little and stared at the smoke-covered area in front of him. Has he actually reached this level? In countless previous confrontations, Garp has confirmed that although Luke's innate observation hockey is powerful, he cannot foresee the future. He never expected that the other party had already faintly touched this area. He sensed his intentions immediately and deliberately fell for his trap. If not for foreseeing the future. In such a critical moment, Luke would never be able to hurt himself, making him instinctively avoid and fight back desperately. Trade injury for injury. Boom. In the smoke and dust that had not yet dispersed, Luke's figure slowly walked out. With blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, he covered his collapsed chest, bared his teeth, and said, as expected, this punch is really hard enough. Life returned. He clenched his fists, and then his muscles all turned tense, and his momentum kept rising. Immediately afterward, a horrifying scene happened. In the blink of an eye, his chest, which collapsed due to Garp's punch and had an unknown number of broken ribs, swelled and returned to its original shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the perfect genetically modified warrior, with his super self-healing ability and life return, he can easily do this. Garp's pupils shrank sharply. His eyes widened, and he lost his voice in disbelief. Humphrey, you are getting old after all, Garp. Staring directly at Garp, who was covered in blood, Luke wiped the blood and said calmly, if you were younger and still in your prime, I may not necessarily be your opponent now. Now, Garp can probably give him a 50-50 shot. But in fact, this refers to the situation when he does not use the Shadow Fruit ability. Because from the beginning until now, except for using Shadow Revolution to perform attacks such as Flame King Snake, he has basically never used the ability of the Shadow Fruit. In terms of Conqueror hockeys, Garp is on par with him. As for observation hockey, he can be said to be slightly better, But this naval hero who has experienced many battles is better because of his rich experience. At armament hockey, Garp is undoubtedly slightly better, but with his iron skin and strong self-healing ability, he can make up for this shortcoming and compete with him head-on. But the other party is getting older, after all. As time goes by, it is inevitable that he will lose his physical strength and be at a disadvantage. Chapter 145, Aokiji's arrival. This kind of resilience, as well as the monstrous body as tough as steel, is just like Kaido. Garp took a deep breath. He clenched his fists tightly and controlled his muscles to clothes, barely suppressing his injury. Then he looked directly at Luke, who was seriously injured but far less serious than expected. You are not a Parimsha user at all, are you? He was sure that the other party was definitely not a gum fruit user. It's most likely some kind of weird mythical zone. It's up to you to guess whatever you want. Luke's expression remained unchanged, then light shimmered all over his body, and his momentum started to rise. It's a pity that I couldn't have too much fun. At this moment, his face was cold, his whole body was full of murderous intent, and he was no longer prepared to delay it any longer. Then his powerful observation haki locked on Garp, who was covered with blood and somewhat embarrassed. If you can block the last blow, you will be lucky today. His words had not yet been finished, and lightning burst out from his body. The muscles are pulsing, and veins are popping out. His speed increased to ultimate, and he suddenly rushed out. His fists were wrapped around the unparalleled conqueror and armament haki. The invisible fluctuations directly distorted the air, and the terrifying aura made people tremble with fear. If you want to kill me, you're still far away. Garp let out a loud laugh. His eyes were stern, his fists were clenched, and his muscles were tense. Bang! He pressed his feet, and his whole body suddenly jumped up. His momentum was equally terrifying, and he attacked without any sign of weakness. Crackling! Astonishing black and red lightning intertwined. The iron fist, which is as huge as a casserole and honed over thousands of times, was surrounded by armament haki and conqueror haki. He directly crushed the atmosphere and hit Luke with the strongest blow, Galaxy Impact. Ultimate radius, 6 King Gun. Boom. The loud noise shook the sky. An unimaginable collision. The whole island was shaking. Crack! The black and red lightning bolt flashes one after another like dragons and snakes dancing there. The extremely terrifying aura was so powerful that it made people unable to breathe. Boom. The two shock waves visible to the naked eye are constantly colliding and squeezing each other. The momentum is huge and continues to expand in all directions, overwhelming everything. Oh, crash. Swish. The fierce wind pressure makes it impossible to open one's eyes. The sea was boiling, setting off huge waves as if the Aqua Laguna, an annual storm and high tide, were coming again. Wave after wave of terrifying waves surged in all directions. Boom. Boom. Even in the cracked sky, the two extremely turbulent cloud streams were constantly impacting each other. An apocalyptic scene that makes anyone sweat and be shocked beyond words. I do not know how long it has been. A green figure rushed over. Aokiji, who arrived late, stared blankly at Scrap Island, which was completely reduced to ruins as if it had been submerged by the sea. He noticed a tall figure covered in blood standing motionless on the rocks on the coast not far away and took a breath of air. He hurriedly ran over. Mr. Garp. Phew. Aokiji, you're here. Garp turned his head. Looking at Aokiji, he took a long breath. Immediately afterward, he sat down on the ground. He laughed without any image. Ha 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 ha, you really saved my life. I almost ended up dying here. This is naturally a bit exaggerated. But Garp knew very well that if no reinforcements arrived, if Obaskluk really lets go of his scruples and continues to fight with him to the end, then it will definitely be him, Monkey D. Garp, who will die, not the other party. That guy is just like a humanoid monster that won't get tired. Whether it's recovery or defense, it's at a non-human level. If it had been any other strong person, he would have been defeated by Garp's attacks long ago. However, Obaskluk was not a normal person. He just vomited some blood and was back to life in the blink of an eye. You're hurt so badly, don't move around. Aokiji's eyelids twitched. Turning directly towards the other marine personnel who were waking up one after another, Buggard and others who rushed over immediately said loudly, "Stop being so slow, where is the military doctor? Come here quickly and wrap Vice Admiral Garp's wound. I'm terribly sorry. Faster." Among the group of marines, a sweaty military doctor ran up carrying a medical kit. Hiss. You're actually wounded so badly. Checking Garp's injuries, the doctor was stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't help but lose his voice. This was the first time he had seen Vice Admiral Garp, known as the naval hero and respected and admired by countless marines, suffer such serious injuries. Don't worry, I won't die yet, Garp said nonchalantly as the military doctor treated his wounds. Immediately, he looked at Aokiji and said helplessly, "But if his men hadn't found out that you, an admiral, were coming over through some unknown means, which made that brat have some scruples, I'm afraid that I, an old man, would have died. I really can't hold it anymore. Obaskluk. That guy is really a terrifying monster. Is he really that strong?" Aokiji looked solemn. He couldn't believe it. He knows Garp's strength very well. Even as he ages, where his physical strength and various body functions have declined, making him no longer at his peak condition. But it would be too much to injure him like this. Especially the last time he had a confrontation with Obaskluk, which was a few months ago. At that time, the opponent's strength was not as strong as his. This growth rate is too astonishing. Although there is a reason why I was careless. Garp sighed and said bluntly, but there is no doubt about his strength. He is fully qualified to challenge those monsters head-on. Moreover, the information you told me is not accurate at all. That guy is not the gum fruit user at all. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but complain. Can the Parimsha, gum fruit control lightning and release fire? Moreover, Luke can actually blend with the surroundings, like a chameleon. Coupled with his terrifying high-speed movement, it is simply impossible to detect him. This is not what I said, this is what he admitted himself, and I have always had doubts. Aokiji spread his hands and explained. He was just repeating what Obaskluk said. He won't take the blame. Anyway, let Sengoku be mentally prepared. Thinking back on this fierce battle, Garp's face was full of solemnity, and he said in a deep voice, "It won't be long before there is a big pirate who can rival Kaido and Big Mom. Obaskluk's talent is so amazing that it can't be understood by common sense. His growth rate is too fast." He sighed and said helplessly, "We have missed the best opportunity to catch him." Chapter 146, The World's Strongest. Are you really, Luke? On the colossal flying arc that sailed across the sky, Lucci clenched his fists tightly, looked directly at Luke, and spoke quietly. He couldn't imagine that the other party was enduring such powerful attack from Garp and actually acted like nothing happened. How? He comforted Khalifa, who was a little worried and wanted to check his injuries, and signaled that he was fine. Luke sat on the bow of the ship, looked at Lucci and Kaku, who were looking at him intently, and asked with a chuckle, "Don't you recognize me?" "No, I just think you are very strange. You are very different from the Luke we remember." Kaku took a deep breath and asked Luke seriously. "It's not just him. Even Lucci is no exception." He never expected that Luke, who had grown up and trained with him since childhood, would be so powerful. Even Garp, who once chased the king of the pirates around and forced Luke into desperate situations several times, failed to defeat him and even seriously injured himself. If Luke weren't worried about Admiral coming to reinforce us, it would only increase the number of variables. I'm afraid Garp, the naval hero, will be in trouble. Luke, you are strongest in the world now. Khalifa pushed up her glasses. Her beautiful eyes looked at Luke, full of admiration. After confirming that Luke was indeed fine, she gradually felt relieved. I have to say, it's really eye-opening. Wiper, whose soul had been baptized, felt a little inexplicable. His eyes were determined, and he clenched his fists and secretly made up his mind to work harder. Otherwise, there is no way to catch up with Luke, and the gap between the two will only become wider and wider. I'm still far from being the strongest in the world. Luke shook his head. There is no pride or complacency. Of course, the strongest in the world, in his eyes, is not Whitebeard. Even the three admirals, who represent the highest combat power of Marine headquarters, are not the ones. So, who is the strongest in the world? That would be the strongest in the world? Is this your goal? Lucci's eyes shrank sharply, and he looked deeply at Luke. He didn't expect that the other party still had such ambitions, and that was not something that could be achieved easily. If I can't even achieve this goal, then there's no hope of overthrowing the world government and pulling down those high-ranking people and replacing them. Looking at Lucci, who had a complicated expression, Luke laughed directly. The outstretched right hand was clenched into a fist as if to grasp the whole world with indescribable confidence. How dare you say overthrow the world government and replace it? Kaku took a breath of air and said in a daze. Isn't life just a big gamble? Luke opened his hands and laughed boldly. Since no one dares to sit on the void throne on the Holy Land Mary Joyce, then I will sit on it. For a while, except for Wiper, who already firmly believed in Luke. Kaku, Lucci, and Khalifa couldn't help but be shocked. Looking at the young and stalwart figure, Khalifa felt a little lost. There was an indescribable brilliance in her eyes, full of passionate love. You are really a madman. Lucci's expression changed. He looked directly at Luke and said bluntly. People still have to have dreams, right? Luke smiled and said, what if it comes true? Ha ha ha. Looking at Kaku and Lucci, who were a little moved, he stretched out his hand and extended the invitation again. Kaku, Lucci, I know your potential very well, come and help me. I need your power. Moreover, I have prepared the top devil fruit abilities for you. As long as you agree to join, I can make you stronger in the shortest time, even more powerful than you imagine. Devil fruit? Kaku's pupils shrank sharply. Looking at Luke with burning eyes, his breathing became a little rapid. Are you serious? Of course, we are friends. Luke smiled and nodded. Although he hasn't had time to seize them yet, those powerful devil fruit abilities have already been targeted by him. It is more than enough to train Kaku and Lucci. Then I have no objection. This time, Kaku did not hesitate and agreed without hesitation. After all, there was no turning back for them. Since you can't resist, you might as well join in quickly. With Luke's talent and strength, he believes there will be a place for him in the new world. Whether he can overthrow the world government or not doesn't need to be mentioned, but becoming a big pirate like Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido will obviously not be a problem. After all, even Garp, who was worshipped by countless Marines in Marine headquarters and almost became a spiritual symbol, was defeated. He believes that the monsters in New World are not much stronger. I promise, Kaku, you will never regret it. Luke laughed with satisfaction and patted Kaku on the shoulder. Luke is still very optimistic about Kaku, who is only 1 year older than him and has just turned 18. The potential of the other party is indeed not small. In just 2 years, he can awaken his own devil fruit. Without being an undercover agent in Water 7 for too long and wasting 5 years of youth, he believes that as long as he trains him well, give him a more powerful devil fruit and hone him. Even if he can't become a real monster, he will definitely be able to be as powerful as Marco, King, or Katakuri. If he works hard enough, he may even be able to reach a higher level, like the Admiral of Marine Headquarters. Lucci, what about you? Luke looked at Lucci. With your insidious character, don't make it sound like we have a choice. Looking at Luke expressionlessly, Lucci sarcastically said, whether you agree or not, it's impossible to omit a plan to attack the celestial dragons, right? With the strength of this monster, Luke, can he resist? If he refuses directly and sternly, he is afraid that this guy may turn around and fall out. He doesn't want to die so quickly. That's not necessarily the case. Luke smiled slightly and looked meaningfully. The reason why the two of them were asked to do this letter of nomination was, it's because he still can't confirm whether the two of them are really willing to follow him and give up their thoughts of returning to world government. But in that case, when the time comes, Kaku and Lucci, who have no choice but to surrender to themselves, may not be resentful. But if the mentality of the two people has really changed, this step can naturally be omitted. However, he did not want to confirm their determination. Kaku is okay. Most likely, he won't pretend to surrender. But Lucci, it's hard to say. Join you, and you can. When Luke said no more and was about to turn around, Lucci suddenly spoke abruptly. Looking directly at the ridiculously young figure who was familiar yet unfamiliar to them, he said faintly, but if you lose, I will betray you without hesitation. If we say that before, he felt that Luke was too arrogant to betray the world government and attempt to challenge this behemoth with a profound foundation. Well, now that he has witnessed the peak showdown between him and Garp, his heart is deeply shocked by Luke's strength. Inevitably, he was somewhat shocked. It seems that he has realized the huge gap between the two sides, like a natural chasm that cannot be bridged. He already has such strength at the age of 17. If he is given a few more years, how high will he grow to? After all, Lucci was a little unwilling to give in. While he was determined to catch up, he also began to be curious about how far the other party could go in the future. Moreover, after witnessing the showdown between peak powerhouses, he was also eager to become stronger. It would be nothing more than being surpassed by the inhuman monster known as Obaskluk. If it is surpassed by Kaku, he absolutely couldn't accept it. Oh? Luke raised his eyebrows. He looked at Lucci in surprise and immediately laughed. Then you stay with me and witness all this. He opened his arms and embraced the sky, full of high spirits and indescribable self-confidence. He firmly believes that he will not lose to anyone. Sooner or later, one day, he will reach the top of this world. Chapter 147, New Bounty. The failure of justice. Soldiers never die, they just wither away. Garp vs. Obaskluk, a terrifying collision, shocking showdown in the Water 7, cracked in the sky, the birth of a pirate with a 1.5 billion bounty, the defeat of naval hero, Garp. Obaskluk appeared in the Water 7 and had a fierce battle with the naval hero, Monkey D. Garp. All the people in the Water 7 mourned and cried bitterly. The famous shipbuilder and president of Galley Law Company, Iceberg, unfortunately, passed away. The next day, shocking news was published on the headlines of each major page of the new issue of World Economy News. With countless news coups, it quickly spread throughout the world. There was a fierce battle between Obaskluk and Garp in the Water 7. In the end, Garp was seriously injured and was suspected of being defeated. The accompanying picture also shows Garp, covered in blood, looking a little embarrassed and miserable. Hey, is it true? Is this real? Gulu. Are you kidding me? The naval hero, actually. Obaskluk, is that guy really that powerful? He is only 17 years old, right? I'm afraid it's true. The bounty of that person has been increased again. Gulu. A bounty of 1.5 billion belly was placed on his head when he was only 17 years old. What a monster. Oh my god. Unbelievable. The word spread, making the world fall into an uproar. No one expected that after months of silence, Luke would suddenly appear again. Moreover, a fierce battle took place directly in the Water 7 with a legendary marine. It is even more unbelievable that Vice Admiral Garp, the legendary marine who once forced the king of the pirates into desperate situations several times and was known as the naval hero, was defeated. Of course, this is the report in the World Economy News. Some newspapers, which are the mouthpieces of the world government and dominate the world, completely publicized Luke as a murderous maniac who did all kinds of evil. It was directly reported that Obaskluk suddenly attacked the Water 7, but after being stopped by Vice Admiral Garp at the risk of his own life, Obaskluk escaped. It also uses a large amount of space to describe, in detail, truly restoring the scene of Garp fighting the Obaskluk. Listed one by one how shameless the evil pirate named Obaskluk was at that time, trying to bring innocent people to force Marine to submit, and even brutally killing the mayor of the Water 7. At that time, in order to protect the people, Garp, a righteous Marine, was so desperate that he was unfortunately injured, and the touching scene left the audience stunned. Promoting him as a hero protecting the Water 7, many people believed it. Damn pirates. It's so despicable. No wonder Luke seriously injured Vice Admiral Garp. Obaskluk, this guy, is an out-and-out devil. It's unimaginable. Is this devil really only 17 years old? I know Iceberg, he is a good man. The shipbuilding industry in the Water 7 has finally been revitalized because of his rectification and reform. Obaskluk, a villain who kills without blinking an eye, is so abominable. These damn pirates, when can we completely eliminate them? Looking at relevant reports from newspapers and media owned by the world government. Some people who can only get the truth from these newspapers are mostly misled and can't help but feel a little indignant. They can't stop themselves from gnashing their teeth and cursing loudly. However, not to mention the 4 C's. Just on the grand line. World Economy News has always been one of the best-selling newspapers in this area. The vast majority of people don't care so much, they will just believe what they see. Judging from the photos posted in the headlines, Garp was indeed injured, and it looked serious. No matter what you say, Obaskluk is just a 17-year-old boy, how strong can he be? Even if the other party is also injured, what if he really escapes? After all, isn't the Marine incompetent? Since the public execution of Roger, the king of the pirates, Marine headquarters has almost boasted that Garp is invincible. Titles such as the strongest Marine are thrown at Garp as if they are free. Now, there is undoubtedly a backlash. Garp's defeat severely damaged the prestige of Marine headquarters. Public support rates have dropped significantly. Damn Morgans, that bastard. How dare he? Marine headquarters, Manaford. Looking at the report in the World Economy News. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's face turned livid, and he banged the table angrily. A press conference was immediately held to refute the rumors and try to restore the Marine's dignity. With righteous words, he repeatedly claimed to reporters that Garp was not defeated, and accused certain news media of exaggerating things. The real situation was that Obaskluk escaped with severe injuries, and Garp protected Water 7 from this lawless villain. And in an unknown sea area, a colossal flying ark sailed across the sky. TSK, 1.5 billion belly. Hueco was there flipping through the newspaper he had just subscribed to. He took out the bounty inside and said directly to Luke, who was lying on the beach chair, bathing in the sun and enjoying Khalifa's service, "Luke, your reward has been increased again. It's 1.5 billion. But such bounty is not too high." On the side is someone sweating profusely while exercising. Wiper and Lucci were faintly competing with each other. They all couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. But it's not particularly surprising. With Luke's strength, such a bounty is really a bit low. You know, in terms of strength alone, Luke is already qualified to compete with those big pirates in the New World. It's just that the power under his command has not appeared. 1.5 billion? Khalifa peels an orange, then she puts a few orange slices into Luke's mouth. 1.5 billion belly, such an exaggerated amount, made her a little dazed. It's really amazing. This is nothing. Luke was unimpressed. Lying there lazily, he tasted the sweet orange and slowly said, although I have not directly emerged in the new world, and the forces gathered under my command have not been made public, after all, I have taken away Nico Robin, an archaeologist who can interpret historical text. In the eyes of the world government, the stronger I grow, the closer I am to the truth that they strictly prohibit and cover up at all costs. The threat will be naturally greater. Chapter 148, It would be great if he became my son-in-law, and at this time, as the time goes, the news continues to spread and ferment. The entire sea was in a state of shock because of this sudden, shocking news. In the second half of New World, the Whitebeard pirates aboard the Moby Dick. Pops, this is incredible. The captain of the first team, Marco, hurried over. He came to Whitebeard with a copy of the newspaper that had just been delivered. What happened, Marco? It's not like you to be so restless. Is Marine going to launch a massive attack on New World? It's not like the Beasts pirates or the Big Mom pirates have joined forces, right? It can't be that one of the admiral was killed, right? Seeing Marco being restless, not only Whitebeard but the captains and members of other divisions looked over in surprise. That's not it. Marco shook his head and said, however, it is indeed quite shocking news. He directly spread out the newspaper and signaled to Whitebeard and the other captains, that Black Prison, Obaskluk, went to the Water 7 to cause a scene and fought against Garp. What? Garp? So, was he caught? For a while, the captains present were all a little surprised, and all came over curiously. Hiss no way? That old man is not simple at all. He is a monster who can fight against that guy, Roger. Who could hurt him like this? Wait. That's it? Gulu. The sky cracked? Is this for real? Is this Conqueror Hockey's collision? Only a very few strong people can do it. Obaskluk, is that guy really that powerful already? Hey, I remember he is not yet 18 years old, right? 1.5 billion bounty? He is only 17 years old, right? Are all the newbies today so fierce? Immediately afterwards, looking at the shocking headline written in black and white on the front page of the newspaper, there is also a picture of Garp covered in blood and in a miserable state. The captain's pupils could not help but shrink, and they exclaimed in shock. TSK, that's really incredible. Whitebeard took the newspaper. Staring at Garp's miserable state and the shocking scene of the sky splitting, his pupils shrank. He couldn't help but bar his teeth and laugh, goo la 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 la. Such an astonishing monster suddenly appeared on the sea. I'm afraid some of those Marines will have a headache. Everyone, there's a party today. Goo la la la. He threw away the newspaper. Full of momentum, Whitebeard stood up and announced with a smile. Seeing Marines being defeated, pirates like them will naturally be happy. Oh, hearing Whitebeard's words, the pirates present were all shouting and cheering excitedly. No matter how the situation in the sea changes, no matter how powerful Obaskluk is, he cannot threaten them, the Whitebeard pirates. Their Pops is the strongest man in the world, so there is nothing to worry about. The middle half of New World. Tato Land Sea Area, Cake Island. The headquarters of the Big Mom pirates. Beautiful and fairy tale-like Cake Castle. Mama, something big happened. The eldest son of the Charlotte family, the Minister of Candy, Prospero, ran over. What's the matter, Prospero? I'm enjoying some snacks. A huge and bloated figure, like a little giant, sits on the throne. Charlotte Linlin, whose body has long since gained weight and is no longer as beautiful as she was when she was young. Instead, she is somewhat vicious and ugly, happily enjoying the dessert she just bought from Cake Island. Hearing the voice of her eldest son, Prospero, she opened her somewhat terrifying eyes. Mama, do you remember the guy named Obaskluk who betrayed the world government's CP9? Prospero asked softly. I have an impression. I heard that the brat, Aokiji, couldn't defeat him, and that guy also took away Nico Robin, who is suspected to be able to interpret the historical text. I am waiting for him to show up in the New World and want to recruit him. Charlotte Linlin raised her eyebrows and asked, he came to New World? It's not that. Prospero did not dare to lie and directly opened the newspaper he had just received and introduced it to his mother. Mama, yesterday, in the Water 7 in the first half of the Grand Line, there was a fight between Obaskluk and Garp was seriously injured. I heard that Obaskluk escaped unharmed. And the bounty of that guy, Obaskluk, has risen to 1.5 billion belly. Speaking of which, Prospero looked solemn. Presenting the newspaper to Charlotte Linlin, he added, but that's not the point. Mama, you'd better see it with your own eyes. What? Charlotte Linlin was surprised. She couldn't help but take the newspaper that Prospero brought up. Compared to her huge body, it was a little small. Noticing the tragic situation of Garp covered in blood and seriously injured above, her pupils shrank sharply. That old guy, Garp, was actually injured like this? Then she saw that picture of the sky being split apart. She lost her voice in disbelief. The Conqueror Haki's collision caused the sky to crack. Is this true? Are you kidding me? How old is that brat? It's no wonder Charlotte Linlin is surprised. She is also the owner of Conqueror Haki and has also mastered the power of Conqueror Haki's entanglement. She can be said to be one of the strongest people in the sea. If she is fighting against a strong person who also has Conqueror Haki's and is evenly matched, they can also make the sky split open or something. But how old is Luke? After all, he's still under 18 years old, right? It has actually reached this level, which is simply too exaggerated. Although I don't want to believe it, Mama, it should be true. Prospero said in a deep voice. They had previously been eyeing Obask Luke, wanting to conquer him, and even recruited Nico Robin. But there is no doubt that they still underestimated this guy who dared to cause trouble in Anai's lobby and betrayed CP9 at such a young age. Being able to compete head-on with a strong man like Garp, even causing considerable damage to him, and being able to escape unscathed. Such a monster is already a formidable enemy that must be taken seriously. Even the strongest sweet commander of the Charlotte family, Kitakuri, may not be able to defeat him. Among the entire Big Mom pirates, the only one who can steadily defeat Obask Luke is their invincible mother. Looking at Charlotte Linlin, whose expression was changing, Prospero bit the bullet and reminded, Mama, I'm afraid our previous plan for Obask Luke has to change the working day slightly. Mama, then try to contact him. Invite him to my tea party. Charlotte Linlin said without thinking, it would be even better if he agreed to become my son-in-law. Prospero, what good things are you thinking about? A monster with such strength at such a young age. Even if you close your eyes, you will know that he is definitely young, energetic, and rebellious guy. Otherwise, it would not be possible to directly cause trouble in Anai's lobby and rebel against the world government. How could it be possible to be subordinate to others so easily? Chapter 149, Beckman's Proposal. Kaido-sama. The first half of New World. A certain winter island covered in ice and snow. Inside the huge steel fortress, there was an exaggeratedly large sofa. A tall figure with horns on his head, a fierce face, and an unbelievably strong body was sitting there, carrying a huge wine gourd and drinking wine with his head raised. That exaggerated figure, like a little giant with terrifying momentum, makes people's scalp numb inexplicably. A pirate hurried over to report, Black Prison, Obask Luke, you asked us to pay attention, appeared in the Water 7 yesterday. And I heard that there was a fight with Monkey D. Garp, and the sky was split. Oh? After taking the newspaper, Kaido was surprised. Paying attention to the headlines above and the news published in them, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Oh, hey, he's such a scary guy. It's unbelievable that he has such strength at such a young age. Gulu. Even a big shot like Garp was injured, and he escaped unharmed. The pirate from Beast's Pirates asked cautiously, then Kaido-sama, we are still going to cause trouble for him. Do you want to give up on Nico Robin? These past few months. It's not just the Marines and the world government. Different forces, be it large or small, throughout the New World have been searching for Luke's whereabouts. Because, in the rumor, Devil Child, Nico Robin, an archaeologist who is suspected of being able to decipher historical texts, is with him. Any pirate with a bit of ambition can't help but pay attention. Not to mention them Beast's Pirates. But he felt that for Nico Robin, who didn't know whether she could really interpret historical text, if they rashly provoked a monster like Luke, it's really not worth it. Grabbing the wine gourd and drinking a few gulps of wine, Kaido looked extremely fierce and stared at the pirate with terrifying eyes. Are you kidding me? Who do you think you am? I'm not afraid of a fledgling kid. The figure that looked like a demon suddenly rose up. The violent momentum is so overwhelming that it makes people can't breathe. Contact that guy, Joker, and ask him to mobilize all his forces to find Obask Luke and Nico Robin's whereabouts as soon as possible. Find them out for me, otherwise, I won't spare him. The pirate from Beast's Pirates was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. While he hurriedly responded, he felt a moment of silence for Joker in his heart. A warlord of the sea, who is notoriously fierce and majestic in front of others, is even more powerful in the underworld. The gangsters eat both sides and have force on both sides. Countless forces, big and small, are competing to curry favor and cooperate with him, the underworld intermediary. In front of Kaido, the great pirate, he is just a trembling little shrimp who is at the mercy of others. TSK, incredible. Is that guy really only 17 years old? I remember a few years ago, because of Luffy's incident, we were chased by that guy and ran away. Hey, did that old guy's strength decline with age? It's unbelievable that a newcomer could hurt Garp like this. The sky is cracked. Only a strong man like the boss can do this. I didn't expect that Hobaskluk's hockey would be so powerful. In the New World, in an unknown sea area, a medium-sized two-masted sailboat moved slowly on the sea. Hanging above it is a skull and crossbones flag with 3 scratches on the left eye and 2 western knives intertwined. This is the pirate ship of the Red Hair Pirates, Red Force. A certain figure looked at the newspaper he had just ordered from News COO and the brand new bounty that belonged to Obaskluk. What a terrifying strength. Shanks, whose bounty exceeded 2 billion belly, couldn't help but feel a little confused when he looked at the world economy news in his hand. He has eye-catching red hair and a tall and thin figure of nearly 2 meters. He wears an open white shirt, a black cloak, and a western knife hanging from his waist. On his rather handsome face, there are 3 claw marks on the left eye, adding a bit of fierceness and masculinity. Beckman, I feel old. Shanks was indeed surprised. He is very aware of Garp's strength. A few years ago, facing this incredibly powerful marine who was at the end of his prime, even the Red Hair Pirates were chased everywhere and were unwilling to start a war easily. It stands to reason that even if his strength declines slightly as he gets older now, the decline will not be too exaggerated. It happened that he was injured like this by a newcomer who was said to be only 17 years old. It's really unbelievable. But the cracked sky tells him everything. Obaskluk is the CP9 genius who was only 17 years old and once made a big fuss in the Anai's lobby and rebelled against the world government. Indeed already possesses monster-like strength. Shanks couldn't help but feel a little sad. What nonsense are you talking about? The somewhat weathered deputy captain of the Red Hair Pirates, Ben Beckman, who had gray hair and a ponytail, held a cigarette in his mouth, stared at the young figure on the bounty, and said lightly, "Our era has just begun." After he said, he puffed out smoke and glanced at his captain. With a smile, he asked directly, "He is indeed not simple, but are you afraid?" "Of course not." Shanks laughed directly. Putting one hand on the hilt of his sword and looking at the undulating sea, he said loudly, "This sea is really getting more and more lively. Let's talk about business first." Beckman flicked his cigarette butt with a solemn look and said in a deep voice, "In the past few years, whether it is Kaido, Big Mom, Okaku, or even the Whitebeard Pirates, they have been trying to suppress us. Recently, the Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates have joined forces to suppress us. We can't tolerate it any longer." "You mean?" Shanks raised his eyebrows. He was extremely convinced of this experienced and resourceful vice-captain. The Red Hair Pirates have developed to this day and are vaguely comparable to those powerful pirate forces that have been entrenched in the New World for many years. The other party deserves a lot of credit. Pick the soft persimmons and use Okaku first to scare the monkeys," Beckman said calmly. But his tone was murderous. "Only in this way can we deter those guys who are ready to devour our pirate group." Chapter 150, Lucci's Fighting Spirit Ancient Giant Clan. That afternoon, just when countless forces, large and small, on the sea, were shocked by this shocking news, the colossal flying ark returned to the Florian Triangle at a fairly slow speed and landed on the inland sea of the thriller bark. Everyone looked at Oars, who was so huge that they felt extremely oppressive. Lucci, Kiku, and Califa couldn't help but be a little shocked and felt their scalp turning numb. "I thought that the 2 giant warriors guarding the gate of Anai's lobby were already big enough." Looking up at Oars, Kiku couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect there was a way bigger giant. This is just a zombie I created using the power of the shadow fruit. It is not a real ancient giant. I just Oars corpse, the famous continent puller in North Blue." Luke said nonchalantly, "Of course, with your current strength, it can easily defeat you. But with the qualifications of the 2 of you, if you work hard enough, there should be hope to surpass it in 3 to 5 years. In fact, it's not just Lucci, Kiku, and the others. Except for a few non-combat members, such as Nami, Nojiko, Desire, and Hogback, surpassing Oars can be said to be the current primary goal of every member of the Netherworld Pirate." "Yeah?" Lucci raised his eyebrows. Obviously, he doesn't believe it. He believed in Luke's judgment that he should not be a match for this monster now. But he didn't believe that he would have to work hard for 3 to 5 years to catch up with Ours. After all, it's just a zombie. "Hey, Luke, don't underestimate us," Kiku said loudly there. "Although he is not as good as Lucci, let alone a pervert like Luke. But he also has his own pride. Don't doubt it. It has my shadow in its body. To a certain extent, it is equivalent to my clone. Although its strength is not as good as mine, he can skillfully use hockey and powerful physical skills." Luke crossed his arms and said with a smile, "The 6 superhuman fighting skills that you are so proud of can be easily performed by it. With the exaggerated increase in power, it can be said to be an enhanced version. In terms of strength, a lower-ranked Sweet Commander and Disaster under Big Mom and Kaido will definitely not be able to defeat Oars, and he will easily defeat them instead. After all, The powerful physical skills and hockey, as well as the exaggerated size, are all there. But as long as they can get powerful devil fruit abilities and continue to practice hard. Not to mention Kaku, with Lucci's qualifications, there is indeed hope that he can catch up with Oars in 3 years. Hearing Luke say this, then looking at the huge monster in front of them that gave people unlimited pressure, Lucci and Kaku couldn't help but fell silent. They never expected that there was actually Luke's shadow in that monster's body. Moreover, it can even use physical skills like the 6 superhuman fighting skills and hockey. It's really exaggerated. Really? Luke. Khalifa, on the side, was a little stunned. This is really unbelievable. 3 to 5 years? After taking a deep breath, Lucci clenched his fists. Looking directly at Or's intimidating figure, his eyes were full of fiery fighting spirit. It doesn't take that long. 2 years, I will definitely defeat it. He did not question Luke's judgment. After all, since the other party was so confident, it would take them 3 to 5 years to surpass the Oars. This shows that the strength of this monster is absolutely terrifying, far beyond what they can defeat now. But Lucci, who was arrogant and always conceited, was obviously not willing to wait that long. The time he set for himself was 2 years. If 2 years later, he can't even defeat a mere special zombie, it proves that he is nothing more than that. Not to mention wanting to follow in Luke's footsteps. It's better to give up now. It seems like it's impossible even if you work hard enough. Kaku sighed with emotion. Although he didn't say anything, he was still full of fighting spirit. He secretly made up his mind to redouble his efforts in practice. In the shortest possible time, he must surpass the special zombie, Oars. I look forward to your performance. Luke smiled, he didn't hit them and just encouraged them. But Wiper on the side suddenly poured a bucket of cold water on them. I forgot to tell you, there are 3 more special zombies like this on the thriller bark. Among those zombie kings, in terms of strength, the strength of these 2 special zombies, Swordsman Rima and Golden Lion, is faintly superior to that of Oars. As for the special zombie, Gecko Moria, which was just created, its specific strength is not yet clear. But he heard Luke say that due to being completely transformed by Vinsmoke Judge, Moria has quite amazing technological power and can even emit laser beams. Coupled with the implantation of Luke's shadow, Moria has a strong fighting consciousness and instinct, and his strength is also ridiculously strong. Moria's combat prowess is not much worse than that of Oars. Hearing those words, Lucci and Kaku's lips twitched. While a little dull, they can't help but feel a little virtuous. No one could have imagined that Luke could quietly create such a powerful combat force. Soon, hearing a loud sound caused by the Arc Maxim landing on the inland sea of the thriller bark, Nami, Desire, Brooke, Trafalgar Law and others who were training all gathered over and came forward to greet them. At the same time, they looked at Lucci and others with some surprise. Luke, welcome back. Robin smiled and greeted Luke. Looking at Lucci, Kaku, and Khalifa, her eyes focused on Khalifa, a beautiful young woman dressed as a secretary, and paused for a moment. Are these your companions in CP9? Yay. Luke shrugged, but except for Khalifa, the other 2 are still in the prohibition period. As he spoke, he briefly introduced everyone. This is Khalifa. Rob, Lucci and Kaku. Let's all get to know each other. Chapter 151, Tesoro's thoughts in the evening. The night is hazy. In the first half of New World, in a certain sea area, a magnificent, extremely luxurious golden ship is being built here. Sir Tesoro, the Grand Tesoro is 95% complete and has successfully passed 3 trials. I believe it will be officially open for business soon. A figure wearing a guard uniform, with a big head and a squat body, was reporting there in front of a tall man wearing a red suit with short green hair. At this moment, that man was holding a goblet and swirling the bright red wine. Hearing that the super-large ship of his dream was about to be completed, Guild Tesoro showed a satisfied smile. Have you received any reply from Celestial Dragons? Yes, they have agreed. As long as we hand over a certain amount of heavenly tribute every year, the world's largest entertainment city, Grand Tesoro, will be recognized as an independent country and neutral zone by the world government. Tanaka's face was full of excitement, and he reported at that time, this will be an absolute domain where even the world government and its agencies cannot take action casually. Sure enough, as long as you have money, there is nothing in this world that you cannot buy. Even the world government and celestial dragons are still driven by my money. He drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp and smiled triumphantly. Ta. At this time, a tall figure with wavy red hair, a graceful figure, and a sexy figure walked in on high heels. Mr. Tesoro, I think it may not be good for you to make your own decisions. Do you want to discuss this matter with that person? Baccarat, are you questioning my opinion? Tesoro's smile froze. He stared at the woman in front of him with an irritated look. The other party is the spy placed by that man beside him, and he naturally knows it very well. If it weren't for Bakura's ability being too important, he had already gotten rid of her. Brush. Mr. Tanaka, on the side, stepped back knowingly. Then, his whole body strangely sank at a speed visible to the naked eye. He disappeared into the hall in the blink of an eye. No, Mr. Tesoro, I'm just reminding you in a friendly way. Looking directly at Tesoro's gloomy face, Bakura said with a smile, don't forget who gave you everything you have now. Luke-sama can give you everything, and he can take it back. She knew very well the potential of that man. She firmly believed that if you give the other party some time, sooner or later, he will become the truly strongest in the world. In particular, today's sensational news headlines have greatly increased Bakura's confidence. Tesoro had just gained some strength, and he couldn't wait to get rid of the other party's control. It was simply whimsical. A few years ago, Bakura was living alone on a certain island. Because of her devil fruit ability, she was regarded as a plague by the people around her and was shunned like a snake. At that time, after meeting Luke, not only did he teach her how to develop her devil fruit's abilities, but he also taught her how to practice and arranged for her to work beside Tesoro. Although Tesoro has been trying to win over him, Bakura has long been deeply attracted to Luke. Naturally, she would not betray Luke just because of Tesoro. Of course. I know this. Thinking back to that figure who was too young but too strong. There was deep fear in Tesoro's eyes. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Luke-sama has already said that he will not interfere with the development of our team, and I will be fully responsible for those small things. Furthermore, since he hasn't contacted us for so long, he probably doesn't want the world government to discover our relationship with him. In recent years, his desire to free himself from Cage has been constantly increasingly. He thinks his strength is no weaker than that man. A few months ago, he heard that the other party was making a big fuss in Anai's lobby and betrayed the world government, and was planning a showdown with the other party. After all, with his current strength, he not only cooperates closely with the Don Quixote family led by Warlord of the Sea but also has direct connections with the world government. There is absolutely no need to succumb to others and be at their mercy. But after half a year, Luke has not contacted himself for a long time. A series of commotions happened one after another on the sea. Even the admiral from Marine headquarters personally took action and was unable to defeat him. This kind of strength is really shocking. It made him feel a little afraid. It's best if you understand. Bakura snorted. She glanced at this guy who had evil intentions, was ambitious, and wanted to be independent. Taking elegant steps, she turns around and leaves. Finally, she thought of something. She paused and turned around. With a bit of sarcasm in her eyes, she said to Tesoro, you are so busy today, you probably haven't had time to pay attention to the latest news, right? Luke-sama has news. As she spoke, she threw the newspaper in her hand to Tesoro. Just yesterday, he had a fierce conflict with the naval hero, Garp in the Water 7, and now he has a bounty of 1.5 billion belly. I guess it won't be long before he officially enters the new world. Yeah? Tesoro's eyes shrank, and then he responded with a smile, that's great, I'm really looking forward to it. Watching Bakura disappear, his face turned gloomy. Damn it. Veins popped up on his forehead, and he clenched his fists tightly. There were bursts of rattling sounds. He lowered his head and looked at the headlines in the newspaper. His pupils couldn't help but shrink sharply, and his expression kept changing. Is it just the collision of momentum that made the sky crack? Bolo. Bolo on the table, the white dendenmashi has been raised for a long time and has not been called for a few years suddenly rang. Mashi Mashi, I am Guild Tesoro. I am king. You have developed well during this time, Tesoro. The dendenmashi with a white shell simulates Luke's outline. His somewhat calm yet somewhat indifferent voice came out. It's all thanks to you. Tesoro's heart skipped a beat as if he was electrocuted. He suddenly stood up and said hurriedly, King. I just heard that you caused a big commotion in the Water 7, I was shocked. King is Luke's code name. But Tesoro had not contacted him for a long time. Unexpectedly, after such a long time, Luke suddenly contacted him. Cut the nonsense, Tesoro. The simulated outline of the dendenmashi directly interrupted the other party and said indifferently, I'll give you a task. Send someone to Dressrosa and tell Violet, the former princess of the Riku royal family, to go to the Sabati archipelago in the first half of the Grand Line. There is no need to force her. Just tell her that if she wants to take revenge on the Don Quixote family and take back Dressrosa, just come and see me. In 10 days, I want to meet her in Sabati archipelago. In the dendenmashi, Luke's undeniable voice came. Understood. Tesoro's forehead was sweating. He didn't dare to hesitate and responded immediately, I'll have someone do it right away. Click. No small talk was meant. The Dandenmushi hung up immediately. But Tesoro stood still for a long time. His back was wet with cold sweat before he knew it. He once thought that now he had the courage to face that monster. But the moment he heard the other party's voice, he couldn't help but feel a little fearful and cowardly and subconsciously retreated. Oh. For a long time Tesoro came to his senses. He clutched his chest tightly and gasped for air. Oh, bask Luke. He picked up the newspaper and stared at the ridiculously young figure. Tesoro murmured, his whole body was feeling discouraged, and he somewhat slumped on the sofa. He knew that no matter how hard he struggled, there was a high probability that he would not be able to get rid of that man. Tanaka. Suddenly, Tesoro's hoarse voice echoes as he speaks there. Here, Tesoro-sama. Tanaka, wearing a guard uniform, emerged from the ground. Go to Dressrosa immediately, find Violet, and bring her secretly to the Sabati archipelago. There's no need to force her. Once you find her, I'll talk to her in person. Understood. Chapter 152, Shadow Realm in the Grand Line. Inside the gorgeous castle in Thriller Bark, Robin held a glass of red wine and sat across from Luke. Watching Luke hang up the Dandenmushi, she couldn't help but curiously ask, is he Guild Tesoro? Regarding the matter of the Golden Emperor, Luke did not hide it from her. Because from the beginning, he planned to train Robin to be his own assistant, responsible for all the large and small affairs of the Netherworld pirate. Karina was even arranged to lurk in the Anai's lobby. Currently, only she knows about it among the Netherworld pirates. Even Nami and Nojiko, who usually have a good relationship with Karina, have no idea where this little sister, whom they just met and had a good time with, went. They only know that Luke has arranged for her to perform a secret mission. I didn't expect that the guy called the Golden Emperor turned out to be your subordinate. Robin exclaimed in surprise. If Luke hadn't revealed it, she wouldn't have believed it. The one who has been repeatedly reported by the World Economy News, who has said that has invested a huge amount of money to build a 10-kilometer-long giant ship, the Grand Tesoro, and is preparing to build the world's largest entertainment city. The super-rich Golden Emperor was actually Luke's subordinate from the beginning. Judging from his age, wouldn't it mean that he had already started planning very early? It's really shocking. Some people think they are capable and have gained something. Putting the Dandenmushi down, he lifted the goblet and took a sip of red wine. Luke's tone was full of sarcasm as he spoke, always give them a tight collar around their neck. He had long known what kind of person the Guild Tesoro was. But there is no denying that the other party's business acumen and abilities in all aspects are outstanding. There is also a lot of potential in terms of strength, and it won't be long before that guy's Paramsha, Gulgul fruit awakens. Such a guy is quite useful. However, he has to tap it from time to time to tighten the collar. Then, the Princess of Dressrosa? Robin smiled. This man is good at everything, but he's so affectionate. There seem to be more and more women around him. He just got an extra woman named Khalifa. Now, another royal princess is coming. She is the user of the Paramsha, glare fruit. Not only can she see through objects, but she can also see through people's hearts. Luke didn't hide anything and said frankly, the Netherworld pirates have begun to take shape, and the future development will only be more rapid. There are other forces in the world government, and they may put some undercover agents in. I need to use her ability to confirm the loyalty of those in the team. This is, of course, only one aspect. Although he is conceited, he is not arrogant. He doesn't foolishly think that as long as he stands there and shows off his domineering aura, those arrogant and rebellious geniuses will bow to him. Therefore, he was planning to recruit Violet, the former royal princess of Dressrosa who had the Paramsha, glare fruit. Once he finds out someone has evil intentions, Luke will never show mercy. In short, it would not be a mistake to be cautious. I see. In the blink of an eye, another week has passed. As the instigator, Luke completely ignores the turmoil of the outside world. After settling down CP9 members such as Lucci, Kaku, and Khalifa, he devoted all his energy to devil fruit development. There was no other reason than that his Paramsha, shadow fruit ability was inexplicably awakened. It may seem sudden, but in fact, there are traces to follow, or it may be said as a matter of course. Normally, when the body and mind of the devil fruit user catch up, the devil fruit will awaken. Ever since he obtained the shadow fruit, Luke has never slackened on the development of his devil fruit abilities, and his use and control of the devil fruit abilities have far surpassed the previous user, Gecko Moria. Especially after injecting lineage factor serum, he endured unimaginable pain all the time for 3 days and 3 nights and continued to hone himself in the long suffering. Luke's strong will has long been tempered like a rock and has become indestructible. Even Conqueror Hawkeyes has become stronger with the transformation of his soul, and has even reached the point where he can compete with strong men like Garp without falling behind. His physique has also been greatly strengthened, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he has become a veritable humanoid monster. His own strength seems to have undergone earth-shaking changes. It can be said that he has officially entered the ranks of the strong. Under this premise, his devil fruit, shadow fruit, naturally awakened. It's surprising, but it's also expected. Shadow Torrent. Luke's figure stood on the training ground. His hands were open, and his eyes were flashing with a strange red light. His eyes sharpened suddenly. In an instant, the entire giant ship seemed to be shaking. In addition to the members of the Netherworld pirate and the zombie army, there are countless snakes, insects, rats, ants, birds and beasts on the island, even rocks, forests, buildings. Regardless of whether they are living or non-living bodies, their shadows are all the same. They flow out as if in a liquid state and separate themselves from the host. Whoosh! The shadows in the sky turned into a black mass and gathered together. And Luke controls them as he pleases, constantly changing and mimicking anything he thinks. He even directly transformed into a black shadow giant who was hundreds of meters tall, far beyond doors. Gulu. Is this the awakened ability of the shadow fruit's ability? Witnessing this horrific scene, Nami's eyes widened, shocked. It's really exaggerated. What are you thinking about? It's not that the devil fruit is powerful, but that Luke Sama himself is powerful. Gecko Moria has the shadow fruit for too long, but in the end, he couldn't even develop the ability in depth, let alone awaken it. Not only her but also Law, Lucci, Kid, and others couldn't help but open their mouths wide. They stared blankly at the unbelievably huge black shadow giant that covered the sky and the sun. Crash! The next moment, the huge shadow giant once again turned into a torrent of black shadows that filled the sky and gradually dispersed. Luke, the shadow fruit after awakening is really powerful. Robin came over, full of wonder. Even if she closes her eyes, she knows that the exaggerated behemoth just now is definitely not a fancy showpiece. She couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if that giant punched down. At the very least, don't talk about this giant ship. Even if it were to be replaced by a small island, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to sustain it. It will fall apart in an instant. Sink directly to the bottom of the sea. So. Luke chuckles. This is just after the awakening of the shadow fruit ability. It's just a partial reflection of the devil fruit's ability after being greatly strengthened. Although he cannot directly turn inanimate objects into shadows, he can make anything. Whether it is a living body or the shadow of a non-living body, it is separated from the main body and controlled by him. And he can control its form at will. It can be turned into a huge shield, a large number of sharp blades, countless vines, etc. which can be used for defense, as well as to tear, penetrate, and bind the target. It can also be turned into a huge torrent of black shadows. Devour and crush the target. However, the most surprising thing is this. Shadow World. Luke said with a smile. Under his foot, a dark hole appeared. And his whole body actually sank into the shadow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this? Robin's pupils shrank sharply. Looking at Luke, who disappeared in the blink of an eye, she was stunned. Chapter 153, Phantom Killer. The Spacious Training Ground Number 2. Robin kept looking around but couldn't find Luke's whereabouts at all. Even the observation hockey, which had been awakened but was not particularly skilled yet, was used, but she could not sense Luke's aura. Are you looking for me? Luke's voice suddenly came from behind. Robin couldn't help but turn around and only find an empty space. She lowered her head subconsciously, and her eyes widened. She saw a strange black shadow slowly emerging from her shadow reflected on the ground. Moreover, it expands at a speed visible to the naked eye and transforms into Luke's appearance. Is this also the ability you gained after awakening? Robin was full of curiosity. Can the main body also sneak directly into others' shadows? That is a magical shadow realm, just like the mirror world of Parimsha, mirror fruit, with countless mirrors connected in it. Luke's whole body was high-spirited and full of indescribable confidence. Without giving it away, he explained to Robin with a smile, it also connects all the shadows in this world, allowing me to travel through any shadow. Similar to the mirror world of the mirror fruit. Compared with the instant movement where the main body and the shadow clone can directly exchange positions, although he shuttles through the shadow realm very quickly, it is not a true teleportation and it also takes a certain amount of time. However, Luke is able to make up for this shortcoming. If it is limited to a certain island or a certain sea area, the scope is not particularly large. He only needs to arrange a large number of shadow strings in the shadow realm in advance and connect them to other coordinates silently so he can move instantly. And if the distance is too far, it will take some time to find the destination if the coordinates are not located in advance. After listening to Luke's introduction, Robin gasped. After the shadow fruit is awakened, it is a bit too exaggerated. It's like this. Shadow realm, survey. The next moment, Luke disappeared in front of Robin again. He appeared directly in the corner more than 10 meters away, emerging from an inconspicuous shadow. Whoosh! The dark shadows kept moving. Luke's whole body seemed to be teleporting. His figures kept flashing in every corner. Robin was a little surprised and felt a little dizzy as her eyes couldn't keep up. In this sea, if you want to leave, I'm afraid no one can keep you. Her jewel-like eyes were full of splendor. Really happy for Luke. After all, what the other party wants to do is too dangerous. He wants to overthrow the world government and replace it to become the true king of the world. That's no joke. The enemy he faces must be terrifyingly strong. With such means, unless Luke himself fights to the death, he will not retreat. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to imagine who else in this sea could kill this man. That's not all that I can do. Luke shrugged and said with a smile, originally, only the shadow clone could turn into a shadow. But based on the ability of the shadow fruit, I further developed and expanded it and gained other abilities. I call it Phantom Killer. After speaking, he extended his right hand. In Robin's surprised eyes, Luke's entire hand turned into a black shadow and changed at will like a fluid, no longer limited to exchanging any part of the body with the shadow. Similar to those special Paramshu's devil fruit, it can be said to have some of the characteristics of Logia. Immediately afterwards, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. In Robin's stunned eyes, at a speed visible to the naked eye, his whole body turned into a fluid black, which wrapped around her body like a black leech in an instant. It's incredible. Robin didn't struggle. She gently poked the shadow, full of surprise. She found that it was like the shadow clone was fluidized, without the touch of the human body at all. Now I can turn myself into a shadow and change at will. Dark shadows surged. Luke's facial makeup appeared in front of Robin, and he chuckled and said, but the drawback is that it is the same as other Logia abilities. Although it is immune to ordinary physical attacks, it is not immune to armament hockey's attacks. Of course, if I use it with a shadow clone on this basis, it will be completely different. The Paramsha, devil fruit abilities can be roughly divided into 3 types. Like the float fruit, a superpower that acts outside the human body and can levitate inanimate objects, similar to the Gulgul fruit, which acts on the human body itself to be able to turn itself into a body of gold. Like the wax fruit, string fruit creates things out of thin air to a certain extent. Originally, the ability of the shadow fruit can be said to be a superpower type. However, with Luke's in-depth development, he has gained the ability to create things. Moves such as shadow string and shadow cage that he developed, as well as making the shadow clone become huge, etc., are the embodiment of creation. This gave him a superhuman body similar to Logia, which allowed him to turn into a shadow and deform at will. Contains 3 Paramsha properties. It's enough to make people's jaw drop. It's a very powerful ability, but can you let go of me first? Looking at Luke, who turned into a shadow and wrapped around herself like a huge black leech, Robin said with a smile. I suddenly had an inspiration and discovered a new way to use the shadow fruit's ability. Let's test it. Luke said with a smile. Not only did he have no intention of letting go of Robin. Moreover, the big shadow hands seemed to cover that amazing tenderness. At the same time, the torrent of black shadows in the sky gathered again. The entire training ground was directly closed. Well, just don't be too exaggerated, I'll try my best to keep up with your pace. Robin's pretty face became rosy and attractive, but she had no intention of refusing. Eating and drinking, men and women, that kind of thing, she can also say that she enjoys it. In particular, Luke is really good at it. The endless training methods are like opening up a new world every time. While it opened her eyes, she also had different experiences, and her strength continued to improve. Chapter 154, Can't Hold It Back? Time passes until noon after several consecutive high-intensity training sessions. Robin was so sweaty and exhausted that she didn't even have time to eat lunch. She was so tired that she lay down, and Luke, who was full of energy and high spirits, sent her directly back to the room to rest. How does it feel? After enjoying his lunch, Luke looked at the people resting there and asked with a chuckle, the new shadow should give you a lot of experience with the 6 superhuman fighting skills, right? He has released Blue No. Moreover, Lucci and Kaka were not restrained. But in order to prevent them from escaping, their shadows were directly cut out. It was thrown to Law, Kid, Burgess, Urge, and others to practice and learn the 6 superhuman fighting skills. At the same time, he also took this opportunity to check their memories. It was confirmed that Lucci and Kaka were not really planning to join in disguise. It's just that people's ideas will eventually change with time and environment. Luke is still not sure when to truly become an enemy of the world government. Will their hearts change and waver at that time? Their shadows are indeed strong. Wiper said there, especially Lucci's shadow, which is several times stronger than Blue Ino's shadow. Together with his own efforts, there is also Blue Ino's shadow and Luke, who teaches him privately. Wiper has almost mastered all 6 superhuman fighting skills. But relatively speaking, there are still some shortcomings. So, Kaku and Lucci's shadows have given him a lot of gains. Luke-sama, their shadows are still too strong for me now. Kid said helplessly there. He is still using Blue Ino's shadow to assist in his practice. He also tried to implant Kaku's shadow into his body. But after holding on for less than a minute, he couldn't hold on anymore, and the shadow broke away directly. Not to mention Lucci's shadow. You're still far away, kid, work hard. Law puffed out his chest and sneered, I can easily master moonwalk now. But in his heart, he was also sighing secretly. He has to admit that kid's talent is indeed very strong. Under the systematic training day after day, coupled with the fact that there is no shortage of sea beasts and sea kings on the thriller bark, despite just turning 16. In a short period of time, he successfully mastered instant transmission. He is afraid he has to master moonwalk soon. If he doesn't work harder. It would be so embarrassing if one day he were surpassed by Kid. Ha 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 ha, I've almost mastered the iron body. Burgess said proudly. As a zone devil fruit user, his physical strength and mental will were barely able to withstand Kaku's shadow and last for 3 minutes. For the past 2 or 3 months. Due to Luke's suppression. Like other members, he had to be patient and undergo high-intensity training every day. With Blue Ino's shadow, there are also the teachings of special zombies such as Rima and Shiki. Before joining the Netherworld Pirate, he was not weak in physical fitness and made rapid progress after systematic training. He has successfully mastered the instant transmission and tempest kick. When did the 6 superhuman fighting skills become so easy to learn? Blue Ino is a little in disbelief. After all, he is also an elite who stands out from countless children in the CP training base. Mastering all 6 superhuman fighting skills is what he is most proud of. As a result, he became an experience package in the Netherworld Pirate. If this continues, he is afraid that even picking one at random will surpass him. It's incredible. Kaku, on the side, said in amazement, our shadow can actually have such an effect. I didn't expect that you, Luke, could come up with such a method to speed up their training efficiency. Lucci couldn't help but look at Luke deeply. Although the shadow was taken away by others and directly became someone else's experience package, this feeling is very unpleasant. But he had to admire Luke's ideas and vision. He selected these people, and all of them are talented and have amazing potential. Originally, if one practiced step by step under Luke's unsparing teachings. Even if Law, Burgess, Jin, Kuro, Bartolomeo, and others are given half a year. Those of them with stronger foundations and better qualifications can master 2 or 3 of the 6 superhuman fighting skills, which is already quite amazing. For those with low basic skills and low qualifications, if they work hard enough, it would be great if they can master the easiest way to get started, instant transmission. However, there is a shadow of the experience package of these CP9 members. When these members of the Netherworld Pirate practice, they can get twice the result with half the effort, saving at least half of their time and greatly improving their efficiency. Like Wiper, he was able to master all the techniques in just half a year. Of course, because he is an adult, his bones are formed, and as a Shandia warrior, he has been trained since he was a child, so his foundation is not bad. He has great talents. Not only has he extraordinary perseverance, but he also works extremely hard. But it can be seen that after the shadow of a strong person has been used for a long time to assist in practice, how exaggerated is the effect. Regardless of the members of the Netherworld Pirate, most of them are currently not very powerful. There are even quite a few who can't even defeat those zombie squad captains and zombie captains. But that's only temporary. If we give them another 3 or 4 years. No, it might even only take a year or 2. I'm afraid everyone can easily master the 6 superhuman fighting skills and hockey, making them the backbone of the Netherworld Pirate. Especially Wiper, Jin, Kuro, and others. Not only do they have powerful devil fruit abilities, but their own talents are also quite good, and their strength has improved rapidly under high-intensity training. This puts a lot of pressure on Lucci, who has always been arrogant. He's not willing to be surpassed and eager to become stronger. These days, he even lowers his arrogant head and accepts the guidance of special zombies such as Rima and Shiki. Or just bite the bullet and ask Luke, a master of physical skills with monster-like strength, for help. After the rest is over, Luke is just about to continue developing his devil fruit abilities. Kaku suddenly came over. What's the matter? Want to take your shadow back? Luke asked with a smile. He glanced at Lucci, who was silent, not far away, but also quietly raising his ears. He guessed that the 2 of them most likely knew Wiper, Jin, Nami, Kuro and others' devil fruit abilities were all obtained from him. So they were stimulated and couldn't hold it any longer. Kaku looked a little tangled and embarrassed. But looking at Luke's eyes, which seemed to see through his own heart, he couldn't help but ask directly, "It's the devil fruit you promised me last time. When can you give it to me?" Speaking of which, his heart skipped a beat, and he gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what kind of test you have next, I have no objection. Even if it means killing celestial dragons, I will accept it." Anyway, they had no retreat from the beginning. Whatever Luke wanted to do, he and Lucci had no way to resist. They saw that Twiber, Jin, and Nami were all top Logia devil fruit users. Even Kuro acquired the mythical zone that Luke had stolen from the world government before. Moreover, guys like Burgess actually got ancient zone fruit, which is quite good, and he still shows it off all day long. Naturally, Kaku was inevitably stimulated and could no longer hold back. In other words, it's not just him but Lucci too. He is even more eager to become stronger as soon as possible and catch up with Luke. However, he was a little proud and couldn't bear to speak. But Kaku, who had a good relationship with Luke in the past. Apparently, there aren't that many concerns. You can't eat hot tofu if you're anxious. Looking at Kaku, who had a determined look on his face, Luke couldn't help but chuckle. Patting the other person's shoulder, he said with a smile, "Don't worry, you will be able to get everything you want within a month at the latest." Looking at the undulating sea, Luke's eyes flickered. Sea Circle Calendar 1515 is coming to an end. If nothing else happens, the Red Hair Pirates may reach the top in the next few months. But today is different from the past. If Shanks wants to reach the top, he has to ask Luke if he agrees. Now that he had the opportunity to compete for the throne of the Pirate Emperor, he was not prepared to give it up. New World, it's really time to go there. Chapter 155, Shadowkan. New World. Dressrosa. The sun sets and dusk falls. On the horizon, the fiery red sunset glow is extremely gorgeous. But the owner of this kingdom, the head of the Don Quixote family, Don Quixote do Flamengo, one of the warlords, is not in any mood to enjoy these beautiful views. Treble, haven't you found Violet and King Riku's whereabouts yet? In the castle on King's Plateau, do Flamengo, who has short blonde hair, is tall, wearing a pair of purple sunglasses and a flamingo down cloak, asked angrily with blue veins popping out on his forehead. "I'm so sorry." Treble, the top leader of the Don Quixote family, apologized and said helplessly, "They seem to have suddenly disappeared. I asked Buffalo to patrol the nearby waters, but he couldn't find anyone. 3 days ago, that woman suddenly lost contact for some unknown reason." Diamante, the tall and thin top official wearing a big cloak and dressed as a matador, said, "When we noticed something was wrong and sent people to search, we found that not only Violet, but also King Riku and her niece, Rebecca, were missing. With her ability, she can indeed find King Riku and Rebecca's location." Violet. Your wings have really gotten hard. Do Flamengo laughed angrily. "If it weren't for the fact that the power of the glare fruit is very useful to us, I would have eliminated her long ago." He didn't expect that after he left for a few days, something like this would happen. Violet, the former royal princess and part of the Don Quixote family, suddenly disappeared. Moreover, she also took away King Riku, who was secretly imprisoned by him, and her niece Rebecca, who was imprisoned in the arena. Dover, she will never be able to escape with King Riku and the others alone. There are definitely others helping her. Treble reminded on the side. "Of course, I know this very well." Do Flamengo frowned and ordered impatiently, "Use all the power of the Don Quixote family to find her." The ability of the glare fruit is not only to see through things, but also to have ultra-long distance sight. What he values, even more, is that Violet can also see into people's hearts and can use it to identify the loyalty of his subordinates. Even if he can no longer trust Violet, Do Flamengo doesn't want other forces to get that woman's ability. Since it can't be used by him, he can only eliminate the root cause. Understood. As if remembering something, Do Flamengo looked gloomy and asked, "By the way, have you found Obaskluk's whereabouts?" A few days ago, Beast Pirates gave him a death order. He didn't want to bear the wrath of that monster, Kaido. "I'm sorry, Dover. We have mobilized all the intelligence forces we can, but there is no trace of Obaskluk at all." When they thought of that terrifying figure that looked like a demon, regardless of whether it was Treble or Diamante, their scalps could not help but feel numb. Damn. That's troublesome. Thinking of that unreasonable monster, Kaido, Do Flamengo couldn't help but sweat on his forehead and have a headache. Although the cooperation between the two parties is very pleasant, he, the middleman, is responsible for helping to sell the weapons that Beast's Pirates produces in large quantities every year. The other party won't kill him directly. But he's afraid it won't be that easy to get over. It won't work without heavy bleeding. And at this time, on the thriller bark, Training ground number 2. Luke was holding a shadow in his hand. Whoosh! The next second, the black shadows surged. There are strange shadow substances that are continuously injected. A shadow that was struggling there swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its limbs changed. The palms and soles of its feet, which were originally like human beings, turned directly into sharp claws. Moreover, the mouth became huge, revealing 2 rows of staggered sharp teeth. Paired with those scarlet eyes, it looks ferocious and terrifying. It makes people's hair stand on end. I'll give you new life, and you will forget the past and be loyal to me. Luke's eyes flashed with a frightening red light, and he activated the ability of the Shadow Fruit. From now on, you will put aside your body, exist in the world in an independent form, and become my loyal subject. The contract is established. All of a sudden, this ugly and terrifying humanoid shadow, transformed by the ability of the Shadow Fruit, became as substantial as the shadow clone, no longer struggling. He knelt there on one knee and lowered his head. Looking at the extremely ferocious shadow in front of him, like a ghost crawling out of hell with scarlet eyes and a dark body, Luke couldn't help but smile. Did I finally succeed? He made a light stroke with his right hand. An extremely sharp shadow string cuts through like lightning. A sharp black claw flew up directly and rolled to the ground. Whoosh! Luke picked up the sharp claw. Then, he simply and crudely installs the sharp claw back into the shadow. It was strangely bonded together again and recovered as before. It seems that he should not be afraid of ordinary injuries and feel no pain. Then, he directly issued an order: attack me with all your strength, and let me see your combat power. He wants to fully verify the combat effectiveness of this new shadow. Yes. The next moment, the ferocious shadow roared and suddenly charged up. At an astonishing speed, he rushed towards Luke and attacked with his sharp claws. The speed is not bad, the strength is also good, and after modification, it is a lot better than before. Wrapped around by armament hockey at his wrist, Luke firmly blocked the incoming sharp claws, and his expression remained unchanged, and he nodded with satisfaction. Bang! Then, Luke showed no mercy and kicked out with his right foot like lightning. The black shadow was blown away like a cannonball. Boom! A thick wall was directly blasted to the point of cracking. The human-shaped black shadow, inlaid on it like a mural, became a little flat due to the violent impact. Roar! But the next moment, it inflated like a balloon and returned to its original shape before rushing forward again. Oh? Can you ignore ordinary bludgeoning damage? Luke chuckled. He raised his right hand lightly and flicked his fingers, flying finger pistol. A compressed shockwave suddenly struck out. The black shadow who was rushing over to attack had no way to avoid and it directly penetrated through the chest. But in the blink of an eye, it seemed like nothing happened. It continues to rush forward again. Tempest kick. Luke pressed his foot. Then, his whole body jumped up high. His right foot was like lightning as it swept out. A light green crescent-shaped wind blade slash broke through the air and hit the black figure directly. Ah! There is no suspense. This shadow warrior was cut in half directly. But then, a horrifying scene happened. The shadow warriors that were divided into 2 gathered together like a fluid and recovered again. After seeing this scene, Luke chuckled. Immortal? But I guess, like zombies, they are afraid of seawater and salt. Compared with enhanced zombies, both have obvious advantages and disadvantages. But the advantage is that I don't have to look for corpses everywhere anymore, and they can be mass-produced. Luke's eyes flashed. He can't help but compare the zombie army and the shadow army. Each has its own advantages, and both can develop hand in hand. Moreover, compared to the zombie army that has corpses and acts as a body and carrier, the special characteristics of the new shadows mean he doesn't need to worry so much anymore. In particular, he can transform the shape of the shadow at will according to the strength of the shadow, giving the target stronger power. Anyway, with Desire's card fruit ability, he can easily imprison a large number of prisoners in the card without having to worry about them making trouble or death affecting these shadows. Just in time, let's try to create the 2 strongest shadow monsters first and let them serve as the leaders of the Shadowkin army. Luke made his decision quickly. He took out 2 shadow balls as big as walnuts directly from his arms. These are the shadows of Dory the Blue Ogre and Broji the Red Ogre, the former leaders of the giant warrior pirates. The compressed shadow ball magnifies at a speed visible to the naked eye. A huge shadow now stood in front of Luke. Judging from the outline, this should be Dory's shadow. Hey, let me see if you can bring me any surprises next. With a sharp look, Luke's eyes flashed with a captivating red light. On his hand, a black shadow surged and submerged in that huge shadow. Chapter 156, Lucci was completely tortured. This is the new ability of the Shadow Fruit? It's like a monster crawling out of hell. How strong is it? Not long after, 2 huge black shadows, about 20 meters high, appeared on the training ground. Their whole body is as black as ink, their eyes are glowing red, and they have ferocious fangs and claws. What is even more jaw-dropping is that they also have pairs of huge demonic wings. It's scary to watch and makes their scalp numb. Luke, did you succeed? Looking at these two demonic giant figures, Robin was full of surprise. She naturally knew that Luke had been deeply developing the ability of the shadow fruit, trying to use the plundered shadows to create shadow monsters that did not need a corpse as a body and could fight like a shadow clone. Well, the shadow fruit, after awakening, gave me a huge surprise. Luke nodded. Looking at Law, Wiper, Raju, Lucci, Perona, Lafitte, Raj, Hogback, and others present, he smiled and said, "This is a monster created using shadows. I am going to form a completely different army of shadow warriors named Shadowkin Army. And they are the commanders of the Shadowkin Army that I created using Dory and Broji's shadow. I'm too lazy to change their names, so they're still called Dory and Broji. If you are interested, you can fight them. Although it is huge and easy to attack, but for such a large body, too much salt is needed to purify it. Trying to purify directly with salt is not that easy. Unless you throw them directly into the sea. Therefore, in order to make up for this shortcoming to the greatest extent, Dory and Broji's combat effectiveness is enhanced. Luke specially modified them to give them the ability to fly. Let me give it a try." All of a sudden, Kuro and Rob Lucci both walk forward. The two looked at each other there, and both saw the hostility in their eyes. Upon seeing this, Wiper, Jin, Lafitte, and others who were eager to try fighting the new shadow stopped in place. One for each person, let's see who will defeat them first. Lucci crossed his arms provocatively. Although it was already clear that the opponent was a devil fruit, Kuro was originally just an inconspicuous little pirate from East Blue. However, it is clear that the other party is not simple. However, he was still arrogant and did not take Kuro seriously. "I have no opinion." Lifting his left hand slightly, Kuro held up his glasses with his palms. Looking at Lucci, Kuro smiled and spoke. As a scythe weasel fruit user, he already has sickle-sharp claws in his human animal and animal forms, so naturally, he no longer needs to deliberately wear the previous claw weapon. In the past, in order to prevent himself from being hurt by his weapon during combat, he often pushed the glasses up gently with the palm of his hand instead of pushing them with my fingers. But over the years, this action of pushing glasses with his palm has become a habit. "Then let's get started." Luke smiled. He didn't think anything of the rivalry between the two. A team is more motivated when there is competition and pressure. Soon, after everyone gets out of the way, Lucci and Kuro selected Dory and Broji, respectively. Each occupied a spacious area and was ready to fight. "Lucci, come on." Khalifa, who was watching the battle from a distance, encouraged. "That's right, don't let people underestimate us, the elites of CP9. Kiko crossed his arms and said with some arrogance. For these CP9 members, even if they betrayed the world government and joined the Netherworld Pirate. But there is still an inevitable gap between them and the other members of the Netherworld Pirate. They are both arrogant and dislike others. In this case, naturally, they are more unwilling to be overwhelmed by the other party. Kuro, you need to clean up a little bit. Perona is also not to be outdone. She put her hands on her hips and said loudly. We can't let this guy with a paralyzed face win. Wahaha, I support you, Kuro. Burgess raised his arms and laughed. Of course, we will definitely win. Hey, that's what I'm going to say. Lucci and Kuro stared directly at the huge monster in front of them. Both of them had blazing eyes and a high fighting spirit. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Dory and Broji both rush out. The ferocious claws were clenched into fists and slammed into the two of them without mercy. Instant transmission. Instant transmission. Stomping their feet, the two of them almost disappeared in unison. Boom. The ground cracked, and rocks flew. Lucci's figure flew directly into the air. His right foot was like lightning as he kicked out violently. Tempest kick. In the blink of an eye, a light green wind blade no less than 10 meters long appeared out of thin air and attacked Dory violently. Brush. However, Dory showed a speed that was completely different from its huge size. His wings suddenly fluttered, and his feet stepped hard. His figure was as fast as lightning, and he instantly dodged that astonishing wind blade. What? Lucci's pupils shrank sharply. He saw Dory suddenly dive towards him with his claws outreach. Boom. Smoke and dust billowed. Lucci looked embarrassed and retreated violently. But in the blink of an eye, Dory chases after him relentlessly. Tempest kick, storm. He flew into the air. Both feet turned into after images and kicked out violently. A light green wind blade struck Dory one after another. Dory, who couldn't dodge, was hit by a large number of wind blades. At the same time, on the other side Kuro has turned into a ferocious human beast form. Sickle. His hands turned into sickle-like, extremely sharp claws. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two invisible huge wind blades split the air. He slashed at the huge black shadow in front of him like lightning. Boom. Brogy didn't dodge at all and was directly hit by the huge wind blade, which passed through his body. But then, something horrifying happened. The huge black shadow that was hit by the wind blade seemed to be completely fine. With amazing speed, it rushes forward to attack. What? Immortal? The torn body recovered directly. Can these guys be able to ignore the damage? Seeing this horrific scene, both Lucci and Kuro couldn't help but have a drastic change of expression in shock. Robin, Wiper, Perona, Brooke, Ridge, and others who were on the sidelines were also a little shocked. On the training ground, Lucci was originally full of confidence. Under Dory's violent offensive, he kept dodging in embarrassment. Whoosh! He dodged the incoming sharp claws and decisively launched a fierce counterattack. Tempest Kick, Victory Bird. His eyes were stern. He gathered strength with his right foot and kicked it out violently. Boom! A wind blade dozens of meters long turned into an extremely ferocious giant bird. The air was torn apart instantly as it sliced across Dory's huge body. Kai. While punching down with his huge right fist, Dory swooped down and was unable to dodge. In other words, he was not prepared to dodge at all. The huge left arm was actually stretched directly in front of him while wrapped by armament hockey to act as a shield to block. Boom. There was a loud bang. Dory's left arm is like a pillar. Even though it was entangled with armament hockey, it was still slashed by the giant bird that came to kill him, and a huge gash was torn out. Whoosh! At the same time, Dory has a ferocious expression and murderous intent. That extremely exaggerated right fist directly wrapped around armament hockey, and its momentum continued unabated. Iron Body. Lucci, who had just launched an attack and was unable to dodge, the blood in his body flowed faster, and his body became as hard as steel as he tried to defend himself. Bang! The next moment, Dory's giant fist hit Lucci hard. Ah! Lucci's face was distorted, and he vomited blood while flying out like a cannonball. Chapter 157, Vulnerable. There was a loud bang. The ground collapsed, rocks flew, and smoke and dust filled the air. Lucci's entire body was embedded in the ground, with his life or death unknown. What? Lucci. Hiss. How is that possible? That monster is actually so powerful. Is this the Shadow-Kun commander created by Luke-sama? Can even armament hockey be used by these monsters? It's really amazing. Outside the training ground, witnessing this scene, everyone who was watching the battle couldn't help but be shocked. Kaku, Califa, and Blueno, especially, couldn't believe it. They know Lucci's strength very well. Although he has no devil fruit ability, he masters the two types of hockey, and his attainments in the 6 superhuman fighting skills are quite astonishing. It can be said that even the ordinary Vice Admiral may not be able to defeat him. Unexpectedly, he was so easily crushed by the Shadow-Kun commander created by Luke using the shadow of the former leader of the giant warrior pirates, Dory. No, you really underestimate Dory and Brogy's strength. Although they are just shadows and have no bodies, it does not mean that they are weaker than those zombies. Luke crossed his arms and said calmly, it is precisely because they have powerful strength that they are the commanders of the Shadow-Kun army. Now, it's just a small test of the skills. The two dark shadows have no body, but they completely inherited the fighting instinct from the original body. If they join forces, that would be truly terrifying. You know, when he teamed up with ours, it took him a lot of effort to defeat the 2 former leaders of the giant warrior pirates. On the training ground to the south, compared to Lucci's miserable situation, Kuro, who transformed into human beast form, was much better. Although he was a little embarrassed, he was able to get out of Brogy's violent attacks every time. After all, no matter how you say it, it is a mythical zone fruit that is rarer than Logia, and it is not given for nothing. Relying on the increase in speed brought by Devil Fruit's ability and under Luke's guidance in the past few months, he has mastered instant transmission to improve the pussyfoot maneuver, and his figure is as fast as a bolt of lightning. In the entire Netherworld pirate, except for Luke, Kuro's speed can be said to be the fastest now. Even Law, if he didn't rely on Pop Fruit's ability to teleport, would be far behind. With the amazing speed, he constantly dodges Brogy's attacks. Storm Dance. After creating a distance, Kuro decisively launched a fierce counterattack. Waving his claws crazily, he kept tearing apart the air. Whoosh! The wind raged, and the sound of something breaking through the air continued. A large number of wind blades continuously hit Brogy, constantly tearing and cutting open his huge body. Brogy's huge and ferocious claws flew up directly. It was cut off ruthlessly and fell to the ground. But the next moment, Under everyone's eyes, these fallen limbs were like fluids, they flowed back to the main body at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sharp claws are back to their original state again. What? It recovered all of a sudden. Are they immortal? Looking at Brogy, who remains intact, Law, Nami, Kid, Perona, Raj, Bartolomeo, and others could not help but feel a little shocked. They felt their scalp turning a little numb. Doesn't this make them invincible? Hiss. Hiss. Hiss, it's really great. Hogback was excited. He knew the power of the shadow fruit better and asked Luke directly, Luke-sama, I think the only thing that can restrain them is a lot of sea salt or throwing them directly into the sea, right? Of course, they can also make Luke lose consciousness to dispel his devil fruit ability. However, facing an incredibly powerful person like Luke may be more difficult than directly forcing these shadow monsters into the sea. Well, so I specially gave them the ability to fly so as not to fall into the sea easily. Luke nodded and did not deny it. But even if there is such a weakness, it is quite shocking. Lafitte was amazed. Luke's ability is so powerful that he can form an army by himself. To be honest, although they are confident that the future is promising, few of them can defeat those zombie generals, let alone those zombie kings created from Luke's shadows. If it weren't for Luke's vision. It's not just about 1/3 of an acre in New World. They are afraid there is no need to deliberately recruit people like them. Just by plundering other people's shadows, digging up the corpses of those strong men, and creating zombie and shadow legions, he can dominate a sea area. Hundreds of meters away, in a huge pit that collapsed like a spider web and was full of cracks. This monster is so powerful. Lucci, who was covered in blood and in a state of embarrassment, staggered a little. He stared at Dory and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He clenched his fists tightly, full of unwillingness and anger. However, I will not give up so easily. It's acceptable if he can't beat that monster, Luke. Even the special zombies he created with his shadow, and even zombie generals such as Wang Zedong and Silver Axe, cannot be defeated by him. Now, here comes the shadow warrior that Luke created using the shadow of the captain of the giant warrior pirates. He still can't beat it. A series of blows made him, who had always been proud and arrogant, totally pissed off. Stomping his feet hard, Lucci rushed out and flew into the air. Walking in the air, he rushed towards Dory without showing any signs of weakness. The fists wrapped around by armament hockey were brought together, condensing invisible waves. Ultimate radius, 6 King Gun. Before Dory could dodge, a violent shockwave was blasted out. Boom. The direct blast distorted Dory's head. Then he kept stumbling, and the ground cracked under his feet. Luke-sama trick? No, it's just somewhat similar, but the power is much weaker. Lucci's injury is too serious, and he is almost reaching his limit. Seeing this scene, everyone present was somewhat shocked. But it is a pity that the damage caused by Lucci with all his strength is simply negligible to Dory. Immediately afterward, the violent fist tore apart the air directly and hit Lucci brazenly. Damn it. Lucci's face was twisted and full of unwillingness. It was as if his whole body was shattered, and he vomited blood. No one knew how many bones in his body were broken. He hit the forest in the distance hard, raising large amounts of smoke and dust into the air. Kaku, Blueno, and Califa were full of worries, and they hurriedly ran over. Hogback, go over and treat him, don't let him die. Luke's expression remained unchanged. Turning his head, he gestured towards Dr. Hogback. He didn't stop it on purpose. If he doesn't crush Rob Lucci's proud heart and step all his pride directly into the dirt. This arrogant and rebellious guy cannot recognize reality. Only by letting him clearly realize that he, a genius who has been touted since he was a child, is nothing in this sea would he be deeply aware of his own weakness. Only then will he surrender completely and follow him unswervingly, to the point of risking everything to pursue power, even falling into hell in order to become stronger. After all, even though he was once known as the strongest genius in CP9 for 800 years, the world government did not pay much attention to him as a so-called CP9 genius. They are not even willing to give him a better devil fruit. On this sea, only Obaskluk could give him more power. If it becomes a failure because of this, then, we can only say that Rob Lucci is nothing more than that. It's not worth paying attention to at all. Chapter 158, A Call from Tesoro. Okay, let's stop here. Time flies. The combat capabilities of the two commanders of the Shadowkin army, Dory and Brogy, were verified. Taking advantage of the situation, he gave Lucci, who was arrogant and unruly, a hard blow so that he could recognize the reality. Seeing that Kuro and Brogy were locked in a long battle, Brogy, with its ghostly speed, huge size, and amazing strength, could not defeat Kuro at all. Luke immediately stopped the battle. Like Dory and Brogy, strictly speaking, because they have no body, their physical strength is weaker than their original bodies. It's just that after being transformed by him, they have fangs and claws, the ability to fly, and an immortal body that can recover infinitely. The advantage is that it is more difficult to deal with and annoying. Even if there are weaknesses, they are not so easy to target. After all, normal people do not have unlimited physical strength. It can be said to be quite incomprehensible. Luke-sama, I'm convinced. A hurricane swept by. Kuro's somewhat ferocious and terrifying figure appeared on the side. After exiting the human beast form and returning to his normal human form, he exclaimed, "If I continue, I won't be able to hold on anymore." Yes, there is indeed progress compared to last month. Luke nodded with satisfaction. It seems that you're not lazy. He basically takes time out every month to check the strength of every member, to see if there is any progress, to provide some targeted guidance and adjust each member's training plan accordingly. Kuro's talent is not bad, and he works hard enough. He did not waste the mythical zone fruit. The displayed speed is okay. Of course, the attack power is also quite strong. But it is ineffective against this kind of immortal Shadokan army. Obviously, with Mythical Zone's ability and Rima and Shiki's guidance, Kuro's strength has undergone an earth-shaking transformation in just a few months. Even though Kuro hasn't mastered any of the two Haki's abilities yet. And under Luke's suggestion, he did not deliberately learn all 6 superhuman fighting skills. He just focuses on practicing a few physical skills, such as instant transmission and moonwalk based on his own personal fighting style, and persists in training in physical fitness and actual combat. There is also the continuous development of one's own devil fruit. Judging from the results of this battle alone, obviously, Lucci, the genius of CP9, may not be able to beat him. This is the advantage brought by devil fruit's ability, especially the top-notch one, which is unimaginable by ordinary people. Some strong people have spent more than 10 or 20 years, or even most of their lives, and devoted countless blood and sweat to gain strength step by step. For those with devil fruit abilities, they can easily cross this gap and catch up with or even surpass them in the shortest time. In the final analysis, armament hockey and observation hockey are just equivalent to enhancing attack and prediction abilities. As a means to counter devil fruit's ability, it does not mean everything. Some powerful devil fruit abilities, as long as the devil fruit user is not too useless. With just a little practice, they can hope to make up for these shortcomings with the advantage of their devil fruit abilities. In particular, as the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro relied on his talent at a young age to develop moves such as the Pussyfoot maneuver. Although he's limited to the weakest sea area of East Blue and restricted by the environment, his foundation is not bad, and he has received systematic and comprehensive guidance and training. Such a performance was within Luke's expectations. This is just a shortcut to reach the foot of the mountain in advance. If he wants to climb to the top and become a truly strong person, hockey cannot be ignored. Luke-sama. At this time, the zombie in charge of the Den Mushi hurried over. Holding a white Den Mushi in both hands, he brought it to Luke. "It's getting late, everyone should take a rest first." Luke raised his eyebrows. "It's almost dinner time." He signals to prepare to end training. After taking the Den Mushi, he disappeared in front of everyone in an instant and arrived at his dedicated training ground. Disappeared? At the same time, a black shadow emerged from the ground. In the surprised eyes of Law, Nami, Kid, Lafitte, Kuro, and others. Brush. The two Shadokan commanders, Dori and Broji, sank into the black shadow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterward, the black shadow continued to shrink and disappeared. They couldn't help but look at each other. Could it be that they can still travel through the shadow realm? Robin thought of something. Her pupils shrank, a little shocked. She knew very well that Luke's shadow realm could connect countless shadows in this sea. If this is the case, then the role of the Shadokan army will be too great. If the scale is large enough, it can only be used to gather intelligence. It can be said that it is pervasive and impossible to detect. It's scary to think about. Tesoro, have you completed the task I assigned you? On the second training ground, clutching the Den Mushi, Luke asked directly. Robin's guess was correct. The Shadokans he created were different from the zombies. Because they are created just as shadows, under the influence of the shadow fruit ability, they can freely enter and exit the shadow realm just like him. Next, he really planned to build a huge Shadokan army. He is also planning to set up a non-combat special unit to collect intelligence, search for treasures, etc. Luke-sama, I already completed it. I have sent Violet to the Sabati archipelago. The Den Mushi imitated Tesoro's outline, with a respectful tone, asking for instructions. When are you going to see her? I'll arrange it right away. The action is quite fast. Luke looked calm and said calmly, okay, I'll go there now. In the past few days, He has already asked the Shadow Clone to leave the Florian Triangle and quietly recorded the coordinates of some nearby islands. It is completely possible to travel directly from the Shadow Realm. Chapter 159, I Want Your Body and Mind. Bo Sabati Archipelago. There are endless bubbles flying on this dreamy island. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on these bubbles, creating a colorful scene. From time to time, bubbles fly up, breaking away from the island's special climate, and explode in midair, making a clear and crisp sound. Hey, Miss Violet, this is a property owned by Mr. Tesoro. As long as you don't run out directly, you won't be discovered by the Don Quixote family. In a luxurious hotel, wearing a guard uniform, Tanaka looks like a big-headed doll and has very uncoordinated body proportions. Wearing a spacious cloak but still unable to completely cover up that beautiful figure, Violet arrived at a luxurious VIP suite. Then, Tanaka said with a smile, "Next, please feel free to stay here." Violet pulled off her hat, revealing her beautiful face. She paid no attention to the magnificent room and just looked at Tanaka in front of her seriously and asked in a deep voice, "Mr. Tanaka, when can I see the person you are talking about?" "I don't know about that. I was just ordered to take you here and wait." Tanaka spread his hands and responded directly, "But I think it won't take long. Otherwise, that person wouldn't have asked us to send you here." "But..." Violet frowned, a little worried. As a former royal princess of Dressrosa, her father, King Riku's throne, was usurped by the Don Quixote family's conspiracy, and he was even framed as a tyrant. Her mother and sister were both killed, her father was imprisoned, and even her niece was put in the Colosseum and had to experience brutal fights since she was a child. She, the princess of a subjugated country, was favored by the Don Quixote family because of her devil fruit ability, and she was able to survive. Under Doflamingo's threat, for the safety of her father, she had to endure hardships and join the Don Quixote family. A few days ago, Tanaka suddenly showed up at Dressrosa and found her. Unexpectedly, the person behind him turned out to be Tesoro, the Golden Emperor, who was closely related to the Don Quixote family. Tesoro said that there was a big shot who wanted to see her and could even help her take revenge on the Don Quixote family and return Dressrosa to her family. Even people like the Golden Emperor are just subordinates of that man. In this case, Violet's heart was inevitably moved. So, after entrusting Tanaka, who has the ability to travel through any inorganic object with Parimshafe's phase fruit, to rescue her father and niece Rebecca, she asks him to send her father, King Riku, and Rebecca to the neighboring kingdom of Prudence to avoid being pursued by the Don Quixote family. Because Elizabelo too, the king of the Prudence kingdom, was a good friend of King Riku when he was young. Compared to the Golden Emperor, Violet naturally trusts him more. Then, with no worries, she followed Tanaka on the boat, crossed the red line, and arrived at the Sabati archipelago. Naturally, she is eager to see that mysterious person to take revenge on the Don Quixote family and reclaim Dressrosa. Anyway, please wait patiently. Tanaka had no intention of staying long and sank into the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Hey, if you need anything, you can contact the front desk at any time. All purchases will be recorded in Tesoro-sama's name." "Are you the person who works for Tesoro?" Without warning, a calm voice interrupted Tanaka's words. As he was about to disappear into the room, his smile froze. "Who?" Violet also turned around immediately. She stared at the tall figure on the sofa in astonishment. "Ah." Looking at the young figure on the sofa, both of them froze. They recognized the other party at first glance, making cold sweat directly flow out of their forehead. "What? Didn't that guy, Tesoro, tell you that I am king?" Luke glanced at Tanaka, who was sweating all over and asked lightly. "Luke-sama, so you are king?" For a moment, Tanaka, who was frightened and sweating, emerged from the floor and bowed respectfully. "There, I am Tanaka, Mr. Tesoro's subordinate." He didn't expect that the man behind Tesoro, the Golden Emperor, turned out to be Obask Luke, the black prison who rebelled against the world government and made a big fuss in Anai's lobby, one of the 3 major agencies under the world government. A few days ago, in the Water 7, he fought with the world-famous naval hero, Vice Admiral Garp, who had forced the king of the pirates Roger into a desperate situation several times and was called the strongest marine. He severely injured the other party and retreated unscathed. The world government put a bounty of 1.5 billion belly on him. This incident caused a great sensation and is still a hot topic of concern. "Okay, you can leave." Looking at Tanaka, Luke was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and waved his hand. "Understood." Tanaka didn't dare to say more. He sank into the ground carefully and disappeared into the hotel. "I didn't expect that the man behind the Golden Emperor was a big shot like you." Violet looked at the man who was so young in front of her and couldn't help but take a deep breath. These days, the Don Quixote family has been trying to find the whereabouts of the other party. She was naturally not ignorant of the deeds of this man, asked Luke. Don't you think so? Luke asked with a chuckle. He stood up and came to Violet. He lifted the other party's chin and looked down at the other's gem-like eyes. Want revenge? At this moment, he was not in a normal state but had already compressed his body to just over 2 meters with the life return. Although he was still taller than Violet, the height difference between the two did not seem so exaggerated. Yes, are you willing to help me? Violet trembled all over, and her heart beat so fast. What should I pay? She was no longer the naive princess she used to be. Naturally, she knew that she had to pay something if she wanted to get something. Based on her devil fruit ability alone, it might not be worth it for Luke to offend Doflamingo, who was one of the 7 warlords of the sea and had the support of Beast's pirates behind him. But she also knew that if it was this man, he could definitely help her take back her country and take revenge on the Don Quixote family. I've always been greedy. Gently stroking her beautiful face, Luke stared at the other party and said, I want your body and mind. Are you willing? I am willing. Hearing this, Violet's heart trembled. Looking at the handsome face so close, she blushed and closed her eyes. Chapter 160, The Queen of Dressrosa. Early in the morning, countless colorful and beautiful bubbles are flying on the Sabati archipelago. In the most luxurious hotel in area number 70, in front of the windows, Luke admired the beautiful scenery outside and enjoyed the warm and delicate service. Violet rolled her eyes while blushing as she drank the first cup of milk tea in the morning. Yes, Violet, you have made great progress. Don't be complacent, and keep working hard. Luke was very satisfied as he patted Violet's face. Waste is a shameful behavior and must be strictly eradicated. With that said, he handed over a cup of tea. Thank you, Luke-sama. I will work harder in the future. After rinsing her mouth gently, Violet sat there on her knees. Like a good wife, she takes care of the aftermath seriously and snuggles up against Luke. She looked at Luke with somewhat blurred eyes. Although she betrayed everything in such a confused way, she did not regret it. On the contrary, Violet is grateful to have met Luke and not anyone else. Looking at the beautiful scenery outside, she exclaimed, these bubbles are really incredible. In just 1 day's work, her body has been completely captured by this man. Compared to the young and handsome Luke in front of him, who was perfect in all aspects, Doflamingo, who killed her own relatives and still shamelessly pursued her, was simply the king of dust at her feet. It's getting late, I'm ready to go back. He glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. Luke stretched and said directly to Violet, if you want to hang out here for a few days, I don't mind. If you don't plan to stay, I will take you back to the Thriller Bark. Thriller Bark? Isn't that Gecko Moria's ship? Hearing this, Violet couldn't help but feel surprised. I've already killed that guy, and that ship is now my trophy. Luke shrugged and said nonchalantly. Hiss, Violet was stunned. She couldn't help but take a breath of air. Who would have thought that Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, would be killed so quietly? If you look at it this way, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who is also a warlord, is nothing in front of this man. This made her even more grateful for her choice. There are no big regrets anymore. Even Violet knew very well that the other party probably could not belong to her alone. But, compared to being able to take back Dressrosa from Doflamingo and take revenge on the Don Quixote family, what is this price? By the way, I can help you get rid of the Don Quixote family, even kill Doflamingo and take back Dressrosa. Luke caressed Violet's pretty face and said with a tone that could not be refused, but the next ruler of Dressrosa will be you, the 10th successor of the Riku royal family. Me. Violet's expression changed. Is this because she wants to control Dressrosa through her? Don't take Dressrosa too seriously, I have no interest in a small country like that. Luke glanced at her. He naturally saw Violet's thoughts and chuckled nonchalantly. What I want is the Dressrosa's queen, not just a powerless princess. While Violet breathed a sigh of relief, she couldn't help but blush. Even the Golden Emperor, who was already the richest man in the world, was conquered by the other party. In terms of power and wealth, Dressrosa really can't bring anything to the other party. She was busy apologizing with guilt. I'm sorry, Luke-sama. This will never happen again. Luke really had no interest in Dressrosa. After all, it is just an inconspicuous island with a very limited population. He just suddenly had a whim and wanted to cultivate a queen. After all, compared to a princess or something, a genuine queen is more interesting. As for what this country will become, he didn't care at all. To be honest. In Luke's opinion, compared to Doflamingo, although King Riku was a rare, benevolent king, he did not have any talent for governing the country. No matter what means Doflamingo uses, except for a very small number of people and those toys, Dressrosa's current development is indeed prosperous, and its national happiness index is very high. No matter what the reason was, at least Rekudoto, as a king, failed to protect his people and let his country down. He had an unshirkable responsibility. Let Violet, the first heir of the Riku royal family, succeed to the throne and become the queen in advance. Not only is it justified, but it is not a bad thing for Dressrosa. Apart from anything else, he will march into the new world with great fanfare, occupy a large territory as quickly as possible, and become a veritable emperor of the sea. Just by following him, she can get a lot of benefits. At least the development of Dressrosa will definitely not be any worse. Violet nodded slightly. Looking at Luke with watery eyes, she hesitated to speak. Can you? Huh? Are you negotiating terms with me? Luke squinted his eyes and asked with a smile. Violet's heart trembled, her pretty face turned pale, and a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She didn't dare to say more, so she had to bite the bullet and agree. I understand. When the time comes, I will persuade my father to abdicate. She almost forgot. Although this man has always been gentle. But it's not really as gentle as he appears. This is an extremely vicious and lawless pirate. A cold-blooded man who had killed countless people and was called the Black Prison. As long as you have no objection. Go then. Luke chuckled. He's not ready to stay any longer. Whoosh. He stepped down, and then a black shadow surged out, covering Violet's entire body. The two of them disappeared into the shadows of the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 161, Targeting the Underwater Prison. All of a sudden, Violet felt like she was plunged into endless darkness. It seemed like she had been traveling through the darkness for a long time, but it seemed like only about 10 minutes had passed. Anyway, when her vision returned to light, she was already in a brightly lit and extremely spacious training ground. Around her, many people of different shapes and sizes were undergoing various training and sweating profusely as they looked at her curiously. Where are we? After looking around, Violet subconsciously held Luke's arm. This is the Thriller Bark, currently located in the Florian Triangle. Luke introduced. Because the Shadow Clone has been asked to find out the coordinates in advance. So, he can take Violet through the Shadow Realm and transfer her from the Sabati Archipelago to the Florian Triangle. It doesn't take much effort. Luke, you are back. Robin stepped forward with a smile. Looking at Violet, she looked at Luke with a half-smile. This is the princess from Dressrosa you once mentioned, right? Hello, I'm Nico Robin, an archaeologist from the Netherworld Pirate. She took the initiative to extend her hand and introduced herself to Violet in a friendly manner. Miss Robin, hello. I'm Violet from Dressrosa. Of course, Violet recognized Robin. Moreover, Luke once introduced her to the basic situation of the Netherworld Pirate. She's very clear that this woman has a very special status and is the big housekeeper of the Netherworld Pirate. Humphrey, there's one more, that damn bastard. Looking at Violet, who has a sexy figure, Perona puffed up her cheeks. Then she turned her head angrily and kicked the stones under her feet. There are more and more rivals in love. Falling to Perona's side after practicing the moonwalk that she had not yet mastered, Desire said helplessly, there is no way Luke-sama is like this. She didn't think anything was wrong, or she was used to it. Luke is so outstanding, even if he just stands there and does nothing. Just the perfectly proportioned figure and the ridiculously handsome face can make women's eyes involuntarily attracted to him and become fascinated. From the very beginning, she knew that Luke-sama was very carefree and was destined not to belong to just one woman. But she still couldn't help but push herself up. Still a princess of some kingdom? Looking at Violet from a distance, Califa couldn't help but feel resentful when she looked at Luke. This younger brother is good at everything, but he is too flirtatious. The women around him came one after another. Okay, everyone, come here and get to know her. Her name is Violet, and she is a new member of the Netherworld Pirate. Luke called everyone and introduced Violet. Then he said a few words. Soon after, he left her in Robin's care, the great housekeeper. Because, he still has things to be busy with, and doesn't have time to care about the love between them. Law, Wiper, Augur, Kuro, Lafitte, Burgess, Desire. You guys all come over here, and others should continue what they should do. Luke clapped his hands. He stopped Wiper, Lafitte, Desire, and others who were about to continue training. The group of people arrived at the coffee shop next to the training ground. Is there any mission? After sitting down, Law, Wiper, Lafitte, and others looked at Luke sitting in the main seat and were a little curious about what was going on. Get ready. You can follow me out later. Luke said straight to the point. Luke-sama, where are we going? Lafitte was a little surprised. Impel down. Luke said with a smile. He is preparing to form a Shadowkin army. What could be more appropriate than the prisoners inside Impel down? There are a large number of powerful men with illustrious reputations from all over the world imprisoned there, so there is no need to go out of the way to find them. And there should be many corpses of strong men. What? The world's largest underwater prison? TSK, there are a lot of extremely vicious guys imprisoned there. Hearing this, everyone's eyes could not help but widen. Looking at Luke in disbelief, they took a deep breath of air. Immediately afterward, everyone's eyes were burning with excitement. They knew Luke's abilities very well. The Impel Down holds a large number of strong men, all of whom were criminals who once had a notorious reputation on the sea and committed all kinds of evil. The shadows of those prisoners are naturally far better than those of ordinary pirates. In particular, those prisoners with good strength were all gathered together and no longer had the ability to resist. Simply the best material. Luke-sama, that special current connects the three major institutions of the Impel Down, Marine Headquarters, and Inai's lobby. Lafitte, who knew something about the Impel Down, suppressed his inner excitement and said with concern, and the Impel Down is known as an iron wall, with two powerful people, Chief Warden Magellan and Head Jailer Shiryu. If they are in charge, it may not be that easy to accomplish our goal. Especially once there is an invasion, reinforcements will probably arrive as soon as possible after Marine receives the news. Luke had previously caused such a big commotion in the Water 7. Even strong Marines like Monkey D. Garp were almost killed by him. Judging from Obask Luke's current threat level, maybe it's not just one admiral. Don't worry about this, I've already had someone investigate Impel Down. Luke smiled slightly, not worried. He has indeed asked Karina to use the power of the CP organization to investigate Impel Down. Currently, there is an irreconcilable conflict between the Chief Warden of Impel Down, Magellan, and the Head Jailer, Shiryu. Shiryu was imprisoned by Magellan in the Eternal Hell on the 6th floor of Impel Down because he often killed prisoners indiscriminately. Maybe we can even win over Shiryu and become one of our own. The Impel Down Head Jailer is indeed not weak at all. Luke did consider recruiting the other party into the Netherworld Pirate as much as possible. Of course, if he didn't know how to refuse, he wouldn't mind having another Shadow Commander under his command. So that's how it is. Are we going to recruit Shiryu? It would be much easier to invade the Impel Down if only Magellan was left. Hearing Luke's words, Wiper, Lafitte, Kuro, and others' eyes lit up. They really didn't expect that Magellan, the Impel Down Chief Warden, would cut off his arm and imprison Shiryu, the Head Jailer, with the same responsibility as him. Being able to become the Head Jailer of the world's largest prison, Shiryu is definitely very powerful. If he can be recruited, their Netherworld Pirate will have another strong man who can stand alone. Moreover, if the shadows of those prisoners can be captured, as well as the corpses of those former strong men in the Impel Down, a large number of zombies and Shadowkins can be created. When Luke makes up his mind to officially enter the new world, who can stop the momentum of their Netherworld Pirate? Chapter 162, Overpower Shadows. You don't have to worry about other issues, I already have a comprehensive plan. Next to the training ground, in the cafe. Looking at the somewhat excited people present. With a smile on his face, Luke said confidently, when we get to the Impel Down, we only need to control the communication and monitoring room first and then announce to the outside that there is a small-scale jailbreak that needs to be suppressed, and directly close the gate to deceive others. As for Magellan, his venom fruit ability is indeed somewhat intractable in a confined space like a prison, but it doesn't pose much of a threat to me. With your ability, Luke-sama, it is indeed not difficult to do this. Lafitte nodded. They are aware of Luke's abilities. After Luke's frequent science popularization in the past few months, the members of the Netherworld Pirate are no longer the ignorant newcomers they used to be. They have a more comprehensive understanding of the common sense of the Great Trout and the major forces. Paramsha, Shadow Fruit may not be able to easily shake the sea and cause huge tsunamis like Paramsha, Quake Fruit. It may not be able to make islands float into the sky like Paramsha, Float Fruit, and it may not be able to manipulate gravity like Paramsha, Press Fruit. It is said that even meteorites from space can be pulled down. But it also has other abilities, which have an unparalleled advantage. So, under Luke's development, it can be called an all-encompassing Devil Fruit. Zombie Legion, Shadow Legion. With this ability alone, one person can form an army. It can also absorb other people's shadows, enhance its own strength, and even obtain other people's memories through shadows. Not to mention, the ability of the Shadow Fruit can easily control others and make them their puppets. It can also turn the shadow into a clone, with fighting power that is almost the same as the main body. In addition, there are various abilities that are dazzling and difficult to guard against. In this prison, there are 20 large warships on the outside, guarding it 24 hours a day. The dark shadows surged and turned into a cylindrical island model. There are 20 models of warships scattered around, and a thin layer of shadow simulates seawater. It can be said to be lifelike. This is TSK, It is indeed the largest prison in the world. Such tight security, coupled with the special features of Belt, it cannot be easily invaded or escaped. Looking at the sandbox model that Luke simulated using the Shadow Fruits ability, Law, Wiper, Kuro, Lafitte, Desire, and others couldn't help but feel surprised. Is this the world's largest underwater prison? This is the first floor above ground, which mainly contains the monitoring room, communication room, inspection room, etc. Luke introduced them one by one there. This is the Crimson Hell on the first underground floor, which usually houses prisoners worth millions to tens of millions of belly. This is the Wild Beast Hell on the second underground floor, which usually holds thousands of prisoners. This is the third underground floor, Starvation Hell. The fourth underground floor, Blazing Hell, is where Chief Warden Magellan personally takes charge of his office. Fifth underground floor, Freezing Hell. This floor is quite special. The harsh environment means that the Den Mushies cannot survive and will be frozen directly. Therefore, there is no surveillance on this floor, and the prisoners with a bounty of hundreds of millions are imprisoned here. The sixth underground floor, Eternal Hell. This floor is where extremely vicious and powerful criminals are imprisoned. They are unknown to the outside world. Some prisoners are imprisoned in Eternal Hell because their crimes are so bad and their existence is erased. After listening to Luke's introduction, everyone present has a clearer understanding of the situation in the Impel Down. However, just in case. Speaking of which, Luke paused. Pointing to the fifth floor Freezing Hell and the sixth floor Eternal Hell, he directly added, after I control the communication room and monitoring room, I will first use Desire's Devil Fruit ability to lock all the prisoners on the fifth and sixth floors into the cards first. Then pass the surveillance room to convey false news to Magellan about the prisoner's escape from Eternal Hell and lure him there to deal with him. In this way, the remaining guys will no longer be worth mentioning. This time, we're going to empty the Impel Down. Putting his hands on the table, Luke's eyes were bright and high-spirited. With those prisoners as material, he can create a more powerful zombie and Shadowkin army. By then, the Netherworld pirate will no longer need the identity of the Warlord of the Sea. Next, he can go directly to the New World with great fanfare and compete for the throne of the Emperor of the Sea. Luke-sama, shall we set off now? Kuro pushed up his glasses. He asked for instructions with a smile, somewhat eager to try. He couldn't wait any longer. Don't worry, there is one more thing you need to do before that. He waved his hand and took out a thick set of cards from his body. This is? Everyone was stunned. This is a card that Desire has sealed some special characters. The cards that most of the prisoners were held in were placed in the secret room of the central castle. But mainly to prevent accidents. Some special devil fruit users, including the more powerful prisoners such as Dory and Brogy, were all carried by Luke himself. Soon, Luke found Wapol and Kaponbich's cards. Bang! Bang! The smoke filled the air, and two bloated and fat figures appeared in front of everyone. But in the surprised eyes of Wiper, Kuro, Lafitte, Desire, and others, Luke directly cut out their shadows. Whoosh! A flash of red light flashed in his eyes. The black shadows surged, and the two struggling shadows were directly transformed. It continued to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye, growing fangs, claws, and wings. Like a demon. Luke made the contract directly. I will grant you new life, and you will forget your past and be loyal to me. From now on, you will put aside your body, exist in the world in an independent form, and become the Shadow Devil Fruit users of the Shadowkin army. The contract is established. All of a sudden, the two shadows who had been transformed by the Shadow Fruit ability no longer struggled. Instead, they knelt there on one knee and lowered their head. Master. Luke-sama, is this what you meant? Looking at the two shadows made from Wapol and Kaponbich's shadow, Desire was full of doubts. They are not ordinary Shadowkins. Luke smiled and said with a chuckle, they are shadows who have inherited the Devil Fruit ability. This is what he discovered after several verifications. The Shadowkins, which were created using the shadow of the Devil Fruit user, can possess the original body's Devil Fruit ability. Once the main body loses its shadow, it is like the Devil Fruit ability was taken away along with the shadow, and the Devil Fruit ability will be temporarily lost. Only when the shadow returns can the Devil Fruit ability be restored. What? Chapter 163, Puppet Engraving. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. Far on the edge of the Belt, an island like an iron barrel is located there. On its periphery, more than 20 large warships guarded and surrounded it. It is heavily guarded and can be said to be airtight. Here is the world's largest underwater prison, Impel Down. Tell me, would head jailer Shiryu be released again? Who knows? He is as terrifying as the god of death. Every time I see him, my scalp feels numb, and my feet can't help but tremble. Originally, killing a few prisoners is not a serious crime. Anyway, The future for those guys is to repent and suffer in this dark hell. There is no chance of leaving. Just like head jailer Shiryu, who kills prisoners like this every 3 days for fun. Even Chief Warden Magellan can't stand his crazy behavior. Anyway, among the entire prison staff in Impel Down, I'm afraid not many people hope that he can be released. And at this moment, located in the monitoring room on the first floor of this underwater prison, the 3 prison guards were chatting there one after another while constantly observing the rows of screens, which were connected to a large number of surveillance Mushi and were transmitting real-time surveillance footage. Every corner of the prison is closely monitored to prevent any abnormal situations from happening. However, they didn't know in the corner behind them, a black shadow was slowly rising from the ground. Buzz. An invisible wave spread suddenly. Without any surprise, the 3 prison guards immediately rolled their eyes and fainted. It was Luke himself. Shadow mark. A flash of red light flashed in his eyes. Black shadows surged, and 3 vine-like shadow tentacles swept out directly and attached themselves to the arms of these prison guards. Whoosh! All of a sudden, on the arms of 3 prison guards, there was actually an extra black mark. They, who had lost consciousness, suddenly opened their eyes and stood up there together. Keep working. If you find any abnormality, don't report it. Just reply that everything is normal. Luke ordered calmly. It was the puppet imprint he developed after awakening his devil fruit ability, which could effectively control the target. However, it is only effective for targets with relatively weak strength and will. But the advantage is convenience, and there is no need to implant a shadow. Just leave this contract imprint on them to easily enslave others. The next moment, he disappeared into the shadows again. He quietly arrived at the communication room, also located on the first floor, which is the only communication channel between the underwater prison and the outside world. Following the same pattern, he used the puppet imprint to easily control the 2 prison guards who were on standby inside and kept in regular contact with the Marine headquarters to report the situation. Level 5.5? Did it slip through the cracks? Controlling Impel Down's communications room, Luke did not use the observation haki directly. In fact, he has been restraining his aura to avoid being detected by a strong person like Magellan. But with the help of the shadow clone, Luke had already found out about the situation in the underwater prison. His figure disappeared into a shadow in an instant and appeared directly on level 5.5. Here. Is a happy paradise on earth, heaven on earth? This is the paradise of new humanity, the paradise of new humanity at this moment, in the lobby on level 5.5. The lights are bright, and various musical instruments are playing, accompanied by strange singing. It was extremely noisy. A group of prisoners who escaped here by chance, dressed like transvestites in all kinds of weird clothes and stockings, had a lively banquet. On the stage, a tall, ugly-looking ladyboy with a blue afro was singing and dancing. The prisoners below also sang and danced along. The atmosphere was very lively. However, apparently none of them noticed. In the corner, there was already a figure that appeared there silently. He was crossing his arms and looking at them coldly. Buzz, his eyes suddenly narrow. In an instant, the terrifying Conqueror Haki was released directly and covered the entire level 5.5. Boom. The noisy prisoner foamed at their mouth and fell down one after another. Hyuga, who was having a great time singing and dancing on the stage, had a drastic change of expression. At the same time, the same goes for Inazuma, another cadre of the Revolutionary Army below the stage. Ah. Are you? They looked at Luke, who suddenly appeared on level 5.5 in shock, and their pupils couldn't help but shrink. Obviously, they recognized Luke's identity. But what shocked them even more was that they were completely unable to move, making them shed cold sweat immediately. Should you just surrender, or should I take action? Luke looked at the 2 of them and said calmly. Death wink. Realize that Luke is coming with bad intentions. Hyuga jumped up suddenly and blinked hard. A violent blast of wind hit Luke directly. In an instant, the tables and chairs were blown to pieces and turned into sawdust all over the sky. But Luke's figure has disappeared from where he was. What happened? Damn. I can't move. Whether it was Inazuma who reacted, or Hyuga who was nervous and ready to fight, both of them froze at the same time. They were shocked to find that they could no longer move and had no idea how they were attacked. While they were confused, they were even more panicked and full of uneasiness. Sorry. I don't have time to play with you. Luke's figure flashed out directly. Their shadows had long been tightly bound by shadow vines. The 2 of them were completely unable to move. In a space like the underwater prison, for those with venom fruit ability, it is simply the best battlefield. For Luke, a person with the shadow fruit ability, is this not the same case? The weird and unpredictable ability of the shadow fruit can be said to be difficult to guard against. Bang. Bang. In an instant, Before Aizen could try to blink, he was attacked again. 2 heavy blows in a row made Aizen's eyes roll with Inazuma. They fell there and lost consciousness. Chapter 164, The Initial Formation of the Shadokan Army. Whoosh. Within level 5.5. Luke stomped his feet, and a black shadow appeared. A dark figure with fangs and claws and a pair of wings, full of ferocious figures, emerged from the ground. Budge, release Lafitte and the others. Luke ordered calmly. It has to be said that after the Shadow Fruit ability is awakened, the created Shadow Devil Fruit user is indeed better and more convenient to use. Not only does it have the fighting consciousness of the original body, but it also has Devil Fruit abilities. The key is 100% loyalty and will not betray. Understood. Caponebutch's bloated figure looks like a demon. Like those zombies, it has a consciousness no less than that of humans, and completely inherits the personality and abilities of the original body. There are small holes, one after another, on its body. A transparent barrier visible to the naked eye emerged. The power of the castle fruit was activated. Whoosh! Law, Wiper, Kuro, Badges, Lafitte, Desire, and others flew out one after another. Looking at the people lying around and wearing strange clothes, they were a little surprised. Luke-sama, what are these? Law was full of surprises. It seems that a person with Devil Fruit ability to dig holes was imprisoned here before. Due to negligence, his Devil Fruit ability was not discovered, and he was not imprisoned with a Sea Prism Stone. As a result, this person relied on his Devil Fruit ability to dig an area between the 5th and 6th level. Luke shrugged and introduced there, and it connects all floors, and the entrance is very hidden. Some lucky prisoners escaped here and transformed it into a paradise for prisoners. After saying that, he kicked Aizen and Inazuma, who were unconscious. These two are cadres of the Revolutionary Army and the leaders of these guys. So that's how it is. TSK, it's incredible. It seems that the so-called Iron Wall legend is somewhat untrue. Are they still Revolutionary Army cadres? Everyone suddenly realized. But there were also some surprises. Unexpectedly, the underwater prison, known as the Iron-Walled Prison, actually has such an unknown place. At the same time, they looked at Aizen and Inazuma curiously. After all, the Revolutionary Army has often made headlines in recent years. Their thoughts have aroused panic and vigilance among many princes, nobles, and high-level officials of the world government. They were wanted by the world government and Marines without sparing any effort, trying to completely strangle this new force in the cradle. As a result, the Revolutionary Army became stronger and stronger. The threat is growing day by day. Shadow Gathering Place. The next moment, Luke suddenly activated the ability of the Shadow Fruit. Shooish. In level 5.5, in exceptions to Wiper, Kuro, Lafitte, and others' shadows, a large number of shadows gathered. Then, shadow tentacles penetrated them directly. A large amount of strange black shadow substances are constantly poured into these shadows. Luke directly makes a contract and transforms them into Shadokan with ferocious faces who will never betray him. There are 300 to 400 people in total. Even the 2 Devil Fruit users, Aizen and Inazuma, are no exception. In the blink of an eye, their shadows turned into 2 Shadow Devil Fruit users. This large prison is simply prepared for your devil ability, Luke-sama. Witnessing this quite amazing scene, Law, Wiper, Lafitte, and others couldn't help but feel a little confused. It was so easy to deprive these prisoners of their shadows and create hundreds of Shadokans who obeyed orders. Luke is really getting more and more powerful. Anyway, those prisoners are locked up here and have no future. Looking at the Shadokan army that had begun to take shape, Luke smiled and said, "It is better to let them contribute to the Netherworld Pirate. Of course, we can also consider selecting some guys who are willing to join the Netherworld Pirate at that time, but that will be something to do later." Inside the world's largest underwater prison, over the past 10 or 20 years, no less than 200,000 to 300,000 prisoners have been imprisoned here. Even though there are a large number of people who cannot stand the endless torture and suffering every year or die for various reasons. To date, there are still no less than tens of thousands of prisoners alive. Luke was not prepared to turn all the prisoners into zombies or Shadokans. After all, the goal of the Netherworld Pirate has never been just to dominate one side. If you want to seize world hegemony, it is obviously impossible to rely solely on the zombie and the Shadokan army. After all, in the sea, various Devil Fruit abilities emerge endlessly. God knows if there is any ability to specifically restrain the zombie and the Shadokan army. Comprehensive development is undoubtedly more prudent. Catch them all and seal them into cards. He glanced at the unconscious prisoners on level 5.5, who were first knocked unconscious by Conqueror Hockey and then had their shadows taken away. Luke gave orders to Wiper, Lafitte, Desire, and the others, as well as the Shadokan army. Less than half an hour. including Agkov and Inazuma, the two Revolutionary Army cadres. All the prisoners on level 5.5 were sealed into the cards by Desire and were stored in Caponebich's inner castle. Want to take a rest? Luke looked at Desire, who was sweating on her forehead, and asked with concern. For her, who is not particularly powerful, the continuous use of her devil fruit ability is indeed a big burden. It's okay, Luke-sama, I can persist. Desire wiped her sweat and shook her head. At such a critical time, she can't hold Luke back. We have plenty of time, don't be impatient. Take a rest first. Luke smiled and touched her head to comfort her. As long as the control room and communication room are in their hands, the abnormal situation in the underwater prison would not be discovered so quickly. Moreover, even Magellan, the chief warden of Impel Down, does not know about the existence of level 5.5. Without waiting for Desire to retort, Luke had already looked at Lafitte and the others and directly ordered, you take the Shadowkin army directly to the freezing hell on the 5th floor, take all the prisoners out first, and send them inside to Bij's castle. Don't forget to also take those frozen corpses, we can't let them go to waste. After all, they can be imprisoned on the 5th floor. All of them were strong men with hundreds of millions in bounties during their lifetimes, so they are considered good materials. Of course, what Luke really looks forward to is the prisoners in eternal hell. There are also the corpses of those strong men who have been imprisoned in ice and have been dead for an unknown period of time. There are many monsters with famous names in history. Even if they have been dead for countless years, their corpses are the best materials for making zombie generals or even special zombies. Understood. Chapter 165, New Member Bang. 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 Please, let me out. Hey, I'd like to join you. As long as you let me go, I will do whatever you want. What's going on? Has that guy, Magellan, been killed? Who exactly are you? What happened just now? I almost lost consciousness. Damn it, what did that guy do to take away our shadows? It's so noisy, shut up. The eternal hell was originally full of death and decay. Because a group of uninvited guests was welcomed, it became a bit chaotic and noisy. Countless vicious prisoners were filled with excitement and shouted everywhere. The iron rope in their hand made a clanging sound as it constantly hit the door rail. But there are also some prisoners who are full of calmness, they just stand there and watch. TSK, this place is simply like hell. Feeling the overwhelming momentum all around, Kuro couldn't help but comment. It's not just him. The same goes for Desire next to him, who couldn't help but sweat on her forehead. After all, those imprisoned here are all incredible guys. Lafitte shrugged. Ignore the clamor of those guys and just complete the tasks assigned by Luke-sama, honestly. Wiper spoke calmly. A large number of Shadowkins, under their leadership, rely on Shadow Inazuma's devil fruit ability to open one prison after another. However, the prisoners were not released directly. Instead, Desire locked them into the card with her devil fruit ability. These prisoners have been detained for too long, endured severe torture, and are extremely weak. Over time, body functions continued to decline, and their spirit was already extremely weak. It didn't cause any trouble to Desire. Shiryu, what do you think? In a dark cell, Luke crossed his arms and looked down at Shiryu, whose expression constantly changed. Your proposal is indeed very tempting. If I continue to stay here, my future can already be foreseen. Instead of doing this, I might as well join you. 3 months ago, he was suppressed and sentenced to death by Magellan for indiscriminately killing prisoners. Shiryu, who was imprisoned here not long ago, finally made up his mind. The guy in front of him has unlimited potential. At such a young age, he has such a terrifying strength. If he is given enough time to grow, he might reach unimaginable heights in the future. Then, please give me more advice in the future, Luke. Easy to say. Luke said with a smile. He raised his right hand, and a vine-like shadow emerged. He directly inserted it into the keyhole of the shackles and easily pried it open. Bang! The heavy handcuffs fell to the ground. Huh. It's so relaxing. Shiryu stretches his muscles. What makes him regretful is that his beloved sword, Ryu, is not with him and wearing those damn prison uniforms. Perhaps you can consider now, serve your crime and become the head jailer again. Luke said with a smile, seemingly not worried at all that Shiryu will suddenly turn against him. Forget it, I don't want to seek death. Shiryu shrugged. Although he had been imprisoned for several months, he had learned about the outside world through a pirate who had just been imprisoned not long ago. This can be regarded as the only channel through which the prisoners in Eternal Hell can learn information about the outside world. Occasionally, new prisoners who have just been imprisoned will be asked about the current news that has happened in recent days by those bored prisoners. In an environment like Eternal Hell, the sound insulation conditions are extremely bad. The prisoners chatted unscrupulously and did not deliberately restrain their voices. These days, Shiryu doesn't even want to hear it, but he is forced to learn a lot of information. He heard about it a few months ago. This guy once fought against Admiral Aokiji and escaped unscathed. 10 days and a half ago, there was a big fuss in the Water 7. Even the legendary strongman like the Garp was severely injured by him. After hearing the news, many prisoners were unwilling to believe it, thinking it was too far-fetched. After all, Luke is not yet 18 years old. You can't be that strong even if you train from the womb, right? But when he first met Luke, the aura was so strong that even Shiryu was frightened. He was completely convinced. The rumors are 9 times out of 10 true. Luke, this ridiculously young monster, definitely possesses a terrifying power that makes people tremble. But, Luke, are you really going to take away all those prisoners? After getting out of the cell and looking at Wiper, Lafitte, and others who were leading those shadow monsters, they kept coming in and out of those cells. He doesn't know what devil fruit ability is used so that they can seal one prisoner after another to cards. Shiryu was full of surprise, and he kindly reminded, if you want to find some powerful companions, you only need to pick a few. These rebellious guys are not so easy to tame. Don't lose the rice by stealing the chicken. Of course, I know they won't give in easily, but these guys have other uses. Luke said with a chuckle. Of course, he knew that these vicious prisoners were once lawless guys and were not so easy to subdue. Except for a limited few, he didn't plan to go to any trouble to conquer them. He just wants their shadow. These corpses? Shiryu looked confused. He followed Luke to the cell in the eternal hell. Watching the ferocious-looking shadow monsters constantly opening those frozen prisons and destroying the ice to take out all the prisoners who are locked up in ice, even those guys who had lost their breath of life and had been dead for an unknown period of time were taken away directly. It's as if the entire eternal hell is about to be emptied. This made him a little confused. I killed Gecko Moria and got devil fruit ability. Luke did not hide anything and introduced there, I can plunder the shadows of strong people and implant them into those powerful corpses to create powerful zombies. And these shadowkins are also the product of plundered shadows. Hiss. So that's it. Shiryu suddenly realized. He finally understood why Luke took all the prisoners away. How strong can these guys be? Shiryu asked curiously while looking at the shadowkins. Luke shrugged and introduced, the 2 strongest ones at present should not be much worse than you, the head jailer of the Impel Down. According to his deduction, Shiryu's current strength should be slightly inferior to those of strong men such as King and Kitakuri. The strength really may not be able to defeat special zombies such as Golden Lion and Swordsman Roma. It is bound to be a protracted and hard battle to determine the winner. Yeah? Hearing Luke say this, Shiryu's pupils shrank, but there was obviously some disbelief in his heart. He is very confident in his own strength. He couldn't beat Luke, a young monster who couldn't be beaten by common sense, and he could accept it. But it's just a zombie created by the ability of the shadow fruit, how could he not defeat it? Among the special zombies I have created so far, there are 2 great swordsmen with great strength. The one is the former Dragon's Lair, Shimatsuki Ruma, and the other one was killed by me not long ago, Shiki the Golden Lion. Luke looked at Shiryu and said slowly, they have inherited the swordsmanship from their lifetimes. If you are interested, you can compete with them then. What? Shiryu's eyes widened. A chill rushed straight to his forehead, and he just stared at Luke. Golden Lion? Luke has actually quietly killed a legendary pirate? Chapter 166, Desperate Magellan. It's not good, Chief Warden. Late at night, on Luke's orders, the prison guard in the monitoring room anxiously reported through the Den Mushi, a prisoner has escaped from eternal hell. The situation is urgent. What? In the middle of the night, Magellan was woken up by the prison staff in charge of the Den Mushi. The originally unhappy expression suddenly changed greatly. He woke up completely and asked through gritted teeth, what on earth is going on? I don't know. The escaped prisoner is Douglas Bullet, the demon heir. He destroyed the cell and ran out, but he was still wearing sea prism stone handcuffs. The Den Mushi imitated the outline of the prison guard in the monitoring room and reported concisely and loudly. Damn it, that guy. Releases the gas immediately, I'm rushing to the 5th level now. Magellan's expression changed, and without any delay, he immediately ran towards the elevator on the 4th floor. At the same time, without looking back, he issued an order to the prison staff behind him, let the guy Hannibal lead people to block the exit of the 4th level immediately, and never allow any inmates to escape. However, Magellan didn't know. At this moment, eternal hell is completely empty. Even the prisoners held on ice have been taken away. Deceive that guy Magellan into eternal hell? Shiryu looked at Luke and asked, do you need my help? That guy's poison is very difficult to deal with. No need. Luke crossed his arms and chuckled, It's easy to kill him, but the Marine or world government probably has his Vivre card, so it's better to keep him alive first. We can make plans after I empty the impel down. Poison? This kind of thing is a threat to others. But for him, a perfect lineage factor warrior, it was completely ineffective. He may even don't need to take action himself. Then I'll wait and see. Shiryu bit his cigar. Although he knew that Luke was very powerful. However, he had not seen him take action yet and wanted to see if he was really that strong. Luke Sama's strength is beyond your imagination. Lafitte said with a smile. Not only Lafitte but everyone in the Netherworld Pirate has developed blind confidence in Luke's strength. No matter what kind of powerful enemy they face, they will never have any doubts. Immediately afterwards, Shadow Caponebridge directly activated the power of the castle fruit and brought everyone into the castle within his body. However, they can still observe the outside world through the huge window. Rumble soon, the elevator door opened, and Magellan ran out swiftly. Huh? Looking at the empty eternal hell, his expression changed drastically. Where are the people? No need to look for it, I've taken everyone with me. Luke walked out slowly from the end of the passage. Are you Luke? Magellan's pupils shrank sharply, and he was shocked when he looked at the person in front of him. Nice to meet you. Luke smiled. Thanks to you, I was able to gain so many subordinates at once. You? Where did you take those prisoners? Magellan looked gloomy, and a large amount of dark blue, scalp-numbing venom began to pour out of his body and turned into a dragon. Who knows? Hydra. Luke didn't finish his words. Before Magellan had time to think about why the surveillance room concealed the situation, he had already launched an attack. 3 huge poisonous dragons suddenly submerged Luke. In an instant, lots of venom splattered everywhere. Luke's whole body disappeared directly as if teleporting, letting Magellan's attack fail. Whoosh! The next moment, he appeared in front of Magellan in an instant. What? Magellan's pupils shrank sharply, and he turned pale in horror. Without hesitation, he retreats violently. Kyla, black and red lightning intertwined. A steely fist entangled with Armament Hockey and Conqueror Hockey's hit Magellan hard on the chest with lightning speed. Boom. Ah! Magellan's eyes were bulging, and he vomited blood. Looking at Luke in front of him in disbelief as he flew out, he was firmly embedded in the wall. Boom. There was a loud bang. Rocks fly everywhere, and the thick walls collapse. Large amounts of smoke and dust filled the air. Suddenly, a black shadow suddenly rushed out. In an instant, Magellan was suppressed, making him unable to move. What? Magellan's face was covered with blood, and he was a little weak, his expression changed drastically, and he tried to struggle. But at the same time, Luke has rushed over like lightning. In his right hand, he holds a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs and locks him directly. Clang. Sea prism stone? Damn it. Magellan couldn't stop bleeding. Frightened and angry, he struggled hard. But he was suppressed by Luke's shadow clone. No need to struggle. Luke looked down at Magellan, who was full of despair and unwillingness, and said indifferently, "The ability of the venom fruit can indeed allow you to be like a fish in water in this small confined space, but I have to say that your physical skills are too poor. If you rely too much on your devil fruit ability, you can only bully those guys who have little strength." In a deserted corner, hidden within Caponebridge's body, Shiryu stared blankly at this scene, his mouth wide open. Hiss, the cigar in his mouth is about to fall to the ground. Is this Obask Luke's strength? He never thought of it. In a head-on fight, Luke would easily subdued Magellan, the impel-down chief warden. The opponent's extremely swift movement speed just now, let alone Magellan, a guy who has most of his strength rely on devil fruit abilities. Even he, a swordsman who thought he was not slow, almost failed to see the whole scene. This is not certainly because Magellan was too careless. However, Luke's strength is really shocking. Ahem. Obask Luke. I'm so careless, you are indeed very strong. Magellan's mouth was bleeding. The punch Luke just threw was too hard. It almost cost him half his life, otherwise, he wouldn't have been locked up with sea prism stone so easily. He endured the unimaginable pain and was filled with unspeakable determination. Looking directly at Luke in front of him, "But your hands are already stained with my poison. I believe it has already started to attack, right? Sorry, I might disappoint you." Luke was smiling. Patting Magellan's shoulder lightly, I am immune to all poisons." His words were like a bucket of cold water being poured down on Magellan. Magellan felt cold from head to toe and felt despair. Chapter 167, Tens of Thousands. What happened? The night was hazy. Because it's the calm belt, it's filled with silence. Impel down the outer perimeter on top of the warship closest to the gate. The Marines could faintly hear a commotion inside Impel down. This made some Marine personnel wary. Vice Admiral Yamakage, who was responsible for guarding the underwater prison on a rotating basis and had already taken a rest, got up in a hurry after receiving a report from his subordinates. "What happened?" he asked loudly with a solemn face. "I'm very sorry, Vice Admiral Yamakage, for disturbing your rest." A prison guard who had just changed shift and was responsible for guarding the gate of justice saluted and reported, "Just now, a prisoner in eternal hell tried to escape, causing many casualties, but it has been suppressed by Chief Warden Magellan. The criminal is the demon heir, Douglas Bullet. In order to suppress him, it even injured Chief Warden Magellan." "What?" Yamakage's expression changed drastically, and he asked loudly, "Is Magellan okay?" "He's fine. He just took a few punches from that monster. He just reported the situation to Marine headquarters. Don't worry." A somewhat embarrassed Magellan appeared at the gate. There were a lot of medical bandages wrapped around his body, and it looked like the injuries were serious. But Vice Admiral Yamakage, who was originally a little wary and uneasy, felt relieved after seeing this. Although Magellan was injured, being able to appear here meant that he should be fine. After all, the underwater prison holds a large number of criminals, and there are too many very dangerous ones among them, so there is no room for error. Fortunately, no big trouble occurred. And this time, Vice Admiral Yamakage didn't know. Not far away, in the lobby on the first floor that they can't see, a large number of prison personnel who were easily knocked unconscious by Luke's conqueror Haki and lost consciousness were all gathered here by the Shadokans. Under the shocked and incomprehensible eyes of Lafitte, Shiryu, and others, countless black shadow tentacles appeared, and a large number of prison guards who were unconscious got up one after another and stood there in silence. Shadow Mark. The chief guard Saldith, head jailer Domino, and other management personnel were impressively listed. Luke-sama, the prisoners on the 4th level have been imprisoned. Desire, who was sweating profusely and very tired because of the constant use of Devil Fruit ability, reported to Luke there, and the Devil Fruit users at all levels have been screened. Including those with Devil Fruit ability from the 5th and 6th levels, there are approximately more than 350 people. Even those jailer beasts that failed to awaken have been imprisoned and taken into account. For convenience, except for the prisoners on the 5th and 6th levels, she was only responsible for screening out the Devil Fruit users on the 5th and 6th levels, as well as the jailer beasts, and locked them into cards. Most of the prisoners in the 4th level, Blazing Hell, have been taken into the inner castle by Caponebridge. Part of the area has been specially divided to contain them. Yeah? Luke nodded, "Thank you." For him, it is a manpower that can be recruited by the Netherworld pirate. At the very least, they must be prisoners on the 4th level or above. Others who are too weak are not necessary. He is a vicious and unruly thug. There is no need to spend so much time and energy to conquer it. Wait until he enters the new world and establishes a territory. If he wants to recruit ordinary thugs, it's actually very easy. Shadow gathering place. Immediately afterward, a flash of red light flashed in Luke's eyes. Whoosh! All of a sudden, inside the entire impel down. The shadows of countless prisoners rushed towards the ground floor one after another as if they were completely out of control. The shadows of the prison guards and blue guerrilla troops present were no exception. They gathered there continuously, and the number was exaggerated beyond belief. It was densely packed with countless shadows struggling there. It's scary. Futile resistance. Luke stomped down with his feet. Endless black shadows poured out. Like a dark torrent, it directly drowned those shadows trying to struggle. I give you an independent personality and life. Get rid of the shackles of the body, abandon all the past, and become my loyal servants. Luke opened his arms and looked majestic. Then he shouted loudly, "Come out. Shadowkan army." Whoosh! Thousands of various, ferocious-faced, somewhat astonishing black shadow figures with fangs and sharp teeth appeared. Like an army of demons from hell, they stood there densely. It makes people's hair stand on end. This number must be at least tens of thousands, right? Looking at this extremely exaggerated scene, Law, Kuro, Lafitte, Shiryu, and others couldn't help but gasp. Can such a thing be done? Wiping the beloved sword that had just returned to his hand, Shiryu chewed a cigar and showed an excited smile. "It looks like I really made a very right choice." He has to say that Luke's terrifying strength and weird devil fruit abilities are really frightening. He actually controlled the prison personnel so easily, and even directly used the shadows of the prisoners to create such a large army. Including the more than 3,000 prison personnel and the hundreds of blue gori, there are more than 39,000 in total. Luke crossed his arms. Looking at the Shadowkan army, he spoke calmly. There are currently approximately 30,000 to 40,000 prisoners in Impel Down. The Crimson Hell on the first underground floor, the Wild Beast Hell on the second underground floor, and the Starvation Hell on the third underground floor. Almost include more than 90% of the prisoners. After all, Anyone who can be imprisoned on the 5th or 6th level can be said to be a superhuman. The prisoners on the 4th level, Blazing Hell, are a little worse. But overall, it's pretty so-so. Soon, at Luke's order, an astonishing number of Shadowkin began to enter and exit each cell, bringing out the prisoners who had had their shadows taken away and fainted to gather them together. Because there are too many prisoners on the upper floors, they can only be locked up directly in Caponebich's inner castle. After returning to the Thriller Bark, let Desire spend some time using the ability of the card fruit to lock them into the card. If she were to do it all at once, her physical strength wouldn't be able to sustain it. Chapter 168, Float Fruit. About 2 hours passed. With a smile on his face, Lafitte reported to Luke, all the prisoners, as well as the prison guards and even the Blue Gory, except for a few people guarding the gate. Everyone else has been taken care of. All the prison guards have been searched and found that several people had Viva cards on them, which had been thrown away. Wiper added there. But there are too many people, and the castle inside Bitch's body can no longer hold it. Law on the side said helplessly, there is only one living room left for us. Luke chuckled and looked directly at Shiryu. Are you almost used to your new ability? Thank you very much, Captain. Such an ability is really great. Shiryu smiled and said excitedly, although I am still a little rusty, there is no problem in taking those warships away. He didn't expect that Luke would give him such a big gift, Paramsha, float fruit. This made Shiryu excited. He feels more and more that his choice is absolutely correct. Moreover, what shocked him a little? Wiper turns out to be the Logia rumble fruit user. Obviously, Luke mastered the method that can deprive the host of its devil fruit ability. Otherwise, how would it be possible to obtain Gecko Moria and Shiki's devil fruit after they died? It can't all be such a coincidence. As long as you are satisfied. Luke nodded. A powerful devil fruit ability also requires talented people to give full play to its role. For a talent like Shiryu, he would certainly not be stingy with a devil fruit. Anyway, please remember, whatever Luke-sama can give you, he can take it back. Wiper looked directly at Shiryu with his sharp eyes and said in a deep voice, if you dare to betray, we won't spare you. Although he knew it very well. His own current strength is still no match against Shiryu. But Wiper would never allow anyone to betray Luke. You don't need to remind me of this. I will devote all my loyalty to the captain, please rest assured. Shiryu patted his chest and responded with a serious look on his face. He had just joined. However, the other party had given such top-notch devil fruit without hesitation. In addition to Luke being generous enough and taking a fancy to his talents, he obviously didn't worry about his betrayal at all. There is no shame in following such a young monster with unlimited potential. The future of the Netherworld pirate seems to be limitless. He's not stupid, why would he betray? Well, there are 20 top-level battleships and about 6,000 marines. The group of people never restrained themselves. With great swagger, they arrived directly outside the Gate of Justice of Impel Down. The powerful observation hockey directly senses the aura on those warships. Luke showed a smile, 1 Vice Admiral, 10 Rear Admiral, 30 Marine Commodore, no less than a few other captain-level officers. Although the number of people is not as numerous as that of the underwater prison. But it's not bad. We can build a Shadowkin army again. On the leading warship, the Marines who were responsible for keeping watch discovered something unusual. They were so frightened that they immediately shouted, there is an intruder. Shadow gathering place. The next moment, a flash of red light flashed in Luke's eyes as he brazenly activated the shadow fruit ability. Whoosh! A large number of shadows directly broke away from the Marines on the warships. Like black ribbons, it converges towards Luke's hand. Crack! On the warships surrounding the underwater prison, those Marines who had just discovered something let out a scream, but their shadows were cut ruthlessly the next second. One after another, they fell there. Who? On a certain warship, a tall figure ran out. Vice Admiral Yamakage, who had just woken up, was the only one who resisted his shadow being cut, making him the only one who did not lose consciousness. Are you? Asked Luke. But after seeing Luke and others, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. His face had a drastic change of expression due to shock. Sorry, Vice Admiral Yamakage. As an elite agent of CP9, Luke naturally recognized the other party and said with a smile, I will take away those prisoners from Impel Down and these warships without any courtesy. Hearing this, Vice Admiral Yamakage's expression changed drastically. Boom. Without hesitation, he stamped his feet and rushed forward angrily. He swung his sword brazenly and struck Luke. King. Sparks sputter. There is no need for Luke to take action personally. Shiryu quickly flew in front of Luke. The famous sword, Ryu, was unsheathed like lightning, blocking Vice Admiral Yamakage's attack. Shiryu, have you betrayed the world government? Looking at the figure blocking him, Vice Admiral Yamakaji's eyes narrowed sharply. It turns out to be Impel Down's head jailer, Shiryu. For a moment, his eyes were spitting fire. He glared at the other party and asked loudly, "What happened to Chief Warden Magellan and the others?" "You will know about Magellan's situation soon." Staring directly at Vice Admiral Yamakaji, Shiryu is full of playfulness. "Our time is very tight. At this time, don't get in the way here." Just then, Wiper's figure suddenly appeared behind Yamakaji, who was somewhat careless. Putting one hand on his body, 100 million volts, discharge. Buzz. Accompanied by shrill screams. The light keeps shining. Vice Admiral Yamakaji's face was distorted, and his whole body was burnt black from the lightning. His eyes turned white, and he fell there directly. "Wahaha, this is the Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral, it's good material." Burgess said to Wiper there, "Don't just kill him." "Don't worry, I know it well." Wiper shrugged. "I grant you an independent personality and life, get rid of the shackles of the body, abandon all the past, and become my loyal servants." Endless black shadows surged. Luke directly activated the ability of the Shadow Fruit. After making a contract, the thousands of shadows originating from these Marines were directly turned into Shadowkin. "Shiryu, go to work." Countless Shadowkin sank into the darkness and disappeared. Luke jumped lightly, leading Lafitte and others to the warship not far in front of him before looking at Shiryu. "As you command, leave it to me." Shiryu chewed his cigar. His eyes were full of excitement, and he pressed his right hand on the warship. Then he flew towards other warships. Chapter 169, The Lost Fleet Whoosh. One large warship after another, under Shiryu's float fruit ability, as if losing gravity, they floated up one after another toward the warship where Luke and others were together. TSK, incredible. Looking at the floating fleet, Law was a little amazed. Burgess raised his strong arms and laughed, "Ha ha ha, what an exaggerated ability." "It is indeed a great ability." Looking at his own masterpiece, Shiryu was also a little intoxicated. Float fruit's abilities are simply too powerful. When he masters it proficiently, his strength will definitely increase significantly. Even if he fights against that guy, Magellan, again, he can crush him easily. With these warships, we can save a lot of time in the future, Luke-sama. Kuro said to Luke with a smile. "Really?" Luke nodded. Immediately afterward, under his command, a large number of Shadowkin with plenty of handcuffs poured out of the Impel Down. Like a demon from hell, they fluttered their wings and flew to the warship. They began to handcuff the Marines, search their bodies, and even conduct carpet searches of these warships. They throw all worthless items into the sea except for food, fresh water, and other supplies. Be careful not to have Vivre cards mixed in to avoid being tracked by Marine. "Luke-sama, where are we going next?" Shiryu asked. "In the Florian Triangle, go to the Thriller Bark to meet up first." Luke crossed his arms and said with a slight smile. Looking at the undulating sea, his eyes were piercing and a little fiery. He originally planned to use Gecko Moria's identity to develop in a low-key manner for a few years and secretly accumulate strength. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Both his own strength and the development of the Netherworld pirate greatly exceeded expectations. The identity of Warlord of the Sea is no longer necessary to him. Obviously, there is no need to continue to lay dormant. Just go on your way without worry, leave the weather to the sailor. Lafitte, on the side, took out a Vivre card and gave it to Shiryu. "Instruct him to follow the instructions above." "Hey, let's go." Shiryu looked in the direction Vivre cards pointed. He directly controlled the fleet and sailed across the sky towards the distant sea. Bolo and this time. Marine Headquarters, Maniford. Sengoku, who had already fallen asleep, was directly awakened by the urgent Den Mushi call. Moshi, I am Sengoku." Putting on his own frog glasses, Sengoku grabbed the Den Mushi and answered the call. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, this is bad." There was a burst of anxious and panicked voices on the Den Mushi. The fleet responsible for guarding Impel Down suddenly lost contact and can no longer be contacted. Moreover, someone just discovered that there was an abnormality in Vice Admiral Yamakaji's Vivre card. Part of it burned. It seems he's in danger. "What?" Sengoku's complexion changed drastically. He quickly put on his clothes and asked loudly, "What is going on?" "I will rush there right now." "I don't know, but 2 or 3 hours ago, there was a report at Impel Down that there was a disturbance. Some prisoners tried to escape, but they were stopped by Chief Warden Magellan. In addition, Chief Warden Magellan was injured, and part of his Vivre card was burned. We thought this was a normal situation, so we did not report it immediately." Sengoku was so shocked that he didn't even bother to wash his face. He hurriedly ran towards the Marine Headquarters building outside. A few minutes later. Marine Headquarters building. Not just Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru, the Marine's great advisor, had actually arrived early. "Tsuru, what's going on?" Sengoku ignored the pleasantries and asked directly. At the beginning, the situation reported by Impel Down was that Bullet, the demon heir, tried to escape from prison, causing Magellan to be injured. Vice Admiral Tsuru obviously had a general understanding of the situation and said in a deep voice, "Later, we contacted the Marine fleet responsible for guarding the perimeter of Impel Down and received a report that the unrest had been suppressed and everything returned to normal. As a result, in less than 3 hours, Impel Down completely lost contact. Even the fleet guarding the periphery suddenly lost news. It was really unusual. Moreover, the Marine personnel responsible for guarding the vivre cards of the Marine reported that most of the Marine's vivre cards responsible for guarding the Impel Down have been burned. I'm afraid the situation is not optimistic. Trouble. Where is Aokiji?" Sengoku's face was ashen. He clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. "The underwater prison is very important. There are a large number of dangerous criminals detained there. There must be no room for failure. If those guys can escape." Speaking of which, even Fleet Admiral Sengoku couldn't help but shed a cold sweat. There was a strong uneasiness. "Aokiji has rushed over as soon as possible." Vice Admiral Tsuru looked solemn and said directly, "Impel Down is currently out of contact, and the Gate of Justice cannot be opened from the outside. Only he can freeze the sea and go around it directly." "That's good." Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, he frowned, a little worried. The situation at Impel Down is unclear. If Aokiji alone goes there, I'm afraid it's not safe enough. Since the Impel Down can't even able to report abnormal situations or even call for help. I'm afraid the enemy is quite unscrupulous. He was afraid of the worst. Garp's injury should be almost healed, right? Pacing back and forth. There was no hesitation for long. Sengoku, who was a little anxious, said decisively, "Let him lead people over immediately. No matter what, there's no room for error in Impel Down. Inside the underwater prison, tens of thousands of extremely vicious criminals who commit all kinds of evil are imprisoned. Especially in the eternal hell on the 6th underground level, powerful monsters such as Redfield, Bullet, and Burned Eye World are imprisoned. Once it falls and lets all the prisoners escape, the consequences are simply unimaginable." Understood. Chapter 170, Vomiting Blood Midnight. Combelt. Bypassing the gates of justice, Aokiji arrived belatedly. Looking at the empty sea, not even a ship was visible. He had a bad premonition and immediately broke into the underwater prison. It was empty inside. There was no bloody scene like rivers of blood and corpses everywhere as imagined, nor was it the usual gloomy, solemn, and heavily guarded scene. He froze in track, and then his powerful observation haki was released. He was shocked to find that he didn't perceive any aura at all. There was a thump in his heart. Without any hesitation, he immediately rushed to the underground level, Crimson Hell. However, it was empty. Wild Beast Hell is empty. Starvation Hell, empty. Blazing Hell, empty. Freezing Hell, empty. Eternal Hell, also empty. Now, something big is going to happen. Looking at the dark, rancid, but lifeless eternal hell, Aokiji was sweating all over his forehead and smiled bitterly. Bolo. Bolo Mashi Mashi, I am Kyuzen. Aokiji took a deep breath and connected the Den Den Mashi. Kyuzen, have you arrived? How is the situation with Impel Down? Sengoku, who was far away at Marine headquarters on the other end of the Den Den Mashi, asked loudly. I just arrived, but the situation is not good. You must be fully mentally prepared, Mr. Sengoku. Aokiji was silent for a moment, looking at the empty Impel Down. His voice was dry. He clenched his fists, full of helplessness, and said directly, not only the prisoners but also the prison guards have disappeared, and even the fleets guarding the periphery have disappeared out of thin air. Whether it's the prisoners or the prison guards. So far, neither a single trace of the corpse of them was found. But there seem to be some floating objects on the sea, which should have been thrown from the warship. What? The other end of the Den Den Mashi. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku's face turned pale. The entire Impel Down has been evacuated? He seemed a little unbelievable and asked again, are you kidding me? Kyuzen. It's not just him, Tsuru, who's on the side. She also has a drastic change of expression. The worst unexpected situation did happen. I'm very sorry, Mr. Sengoku. But this is a fact. The control room was also destroyed, and I can't find out what happened. Listening to the Den Den Mashi, Aokiji's voice came. Sengoku's mind went blank. The next moment, he felt that his heart was about to explode, and his throat felt sweet. Cough. A wisp of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Tsuru cried out on the side. Sengoku. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The expressions of the marine personnel around also changed and they rushes forward to help. Cough, I'm fine. Sengoku staggered. He waved his hand and refused other help. Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, he clenched his fists tightly. He grabbed the denden mushi and gritted his teeth. Kyuzen, search carefully over there, and don't let go of any clues. He never expected that something like this would happen. As the world's largest underwater prison, Impel Down houses a large number of extremely vicious people, including some very dangerous and powerful pirates. It has always been known as the Iron Wall, claiming that no one has ever been able to escape or rob the prison. Even Shiki, who escaped from prison, had to leave 2 legs inside in order to escape. Now, all the prisoners in the entire prison have disappeared, and even the prison personnel and the fleet guarding the perimeter have disappeared inexplicably. Such a big incident was a serious dereliction of duty on his part as fleet admiral. He will definitely be held accountable by the world government. If it doesn't work well, he would directly take the blame and resign. I see. As expected, just after hanging up the denden mushi. In the fleet admiral's office, another denden mushi suddenly opened its eyes and kept shouting. Bolo. Bolo mashi mashi, I am Sengoku. Looking at the color of the denden mushi, Sengoku's heart sank. But he gritted his teeth, picked up the denden mushi, and answered the call. Sengoku, what do you do as a fleet admiral? Marine is just a bunch of trash, useless trash. Impel Down has such a big thing happening, and you Marines don't know anything about it? It's not just that the world's largest underwater prison was invaded, but all the prisoners held inside were taken away quietly? Do you know what the consequences will be if these extremely vicious and lawless guys escape to the sea? The world government will be disgraced, and its prestige will be seriously damaged. In the denden mushi, there were several angry voices. Far at the top of the red line, above the holy land of Mary Joyce, in the magnificent and extremely luxurious room, the 5 elders, who control the highest power of the world, were awakened by such news in the middle of the night. Naturally, their mood was extremely bad. Each of them had a gloomy look, full of unspeakable annoyance, and they were scolding Sengoku sternly. I'm very sorry, Your Excellency. This sudden incident was my fault as Fleet Admiral. I am willing to bear all the responsibilities. Sengoku clenched his fists tightly, with some veins popping out on his forehead. But he still couldn't help but let go. He humbled himself and admitted his mistake. This is not something you can afford just by neglecting your duty. The denden mushi imitated the outline of an old man with a goatee, and his words were harsher than ever before. Investigate thoroughly, find out the culprits, and be sure to catch all the prisoners back. Block all messages immediately. The next second, the denden mushi showed an outline of a figure with a big mustache. Nothing about the sudden loss of prisoners in Impel Down must be leaked. It is related to the face and prestige of the world government. As the world's largest underwater prison, Impel Down is known as the Iron Wall. This matter must not be known to the outside world. Another elder said firmly. What? Sengoku's pupils shrank sharply, and he broke into a cold sweat. If these extremely vicious guys all went to the sea to cause trouble, the Marine headquarters and the world government acted as if they were completely unaware and did not even issue a basic warning. It would bring an unimaginable disaster for innocent people on the sea. 3 days, we only give you 3 days. Immediately afterwards, the outline of the denden mushi changed. It simulates a face with round glasses and a gloomy face. If the whereabouts of those prisoners cannot be found after 3 days, you, as Fleet Admiral, will take the blame and resign. Understood. Chapter 171, Harvesting Marine's Wool. The next day, early in the morning. 10 days and a half ago, due to the fierce battle between Nobaskluk and Garp, the Water 7 was affected for no reason and suffered an unreasonable disaster. There are still large areas of ruins that have not been cleaned up. A large number of people still looked sad and were silently licking their wounds. How can this be? Gulu. A ship is flying in the sky. Oh my god, did I see that right? However, in the panicked eyes of countless people, huge warships suddenly fly across the sky one after another, making the sky darken. Can't be wrong. As far as I know, there is only one person who can do this kind of thing. Could it be Shiki? Some world government agents lurking in the Water 7 screamed out. Realizing that the situation was not simple, they reported it to their superiors as soon as possible. The next moment, a large number of warships suddenly stopped over the galley law company. TSK, there are actually about 20 newly built warships? Shiryu looks down at the shipyard below. He noticed the warships of different sizes that had been completed on the dock. It seems that last time there was a big commotion because of Luke-sama. Marine didn't have time to drive away these warships, which happened to give us a benefit. Wiper said calmly. 3 of the most advanced large battleships, 10 medium-sized cruisers, 10 small cruisers. Counting the warships on the dock, Lafitte said with a smile, "This is not small gain. What a harvest. If you want to do it thoroughly and ruthlessly, strip away the wool of those Marines." Luke crossed his arms, looking down at the galley law company below. His eyes were sharp, like a sword unsheathed, showing his sharp edge and imposing aura. "The next step is up to you, Shiryu." Already prepared to enter the new world with great fanfare, he completely let go of his scruples and had no intention of hiding it. He is not afraid of exposing his whereabouts and attracting the hate from Marine. The current Netherworld pirates are no longer a fledgling pirate group. Even if the Marines wanted to dispatch a large fleet to encircle and suppress him, Obask Luke, it would not be that easy. The tens of thousands of large-scale Shadowken were just born. There are also those zombie legions that are about to expand again. It's not a decoration. Then leave it to me. Breathing a white smoke lightly, Shiryu was full of confidence and flew directly down. Under the gaze of many shipwrights and residents who were surprised and uncertain, Shiryu kept passing by those warships at an astonishing speed. The outstretched right hand lightly touches those masts. Take off. Shiryu activates Float Fruit's ability. Under the gaze of countless residents who were somewhat panicked and shocked, the warships parked on the dock, waiting for Marine to come over to receive them, floated up one after another. Together with the fleets that flew across the sky before, they flew towards the distance. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Marine Headquarters, Maniford. In the Fleet Admirals, Adjutant Branyu hurried over. Saluting to Sengoku, who had bloodshot eyes after receiving reports from the relevant personnel sent to the underwater prison, he reported, "There is news from CP. Just 10 minutes ago, a huge fleet suddenly appeared in the sky above the Water 7. It is said that there are about 20 ships, and all of them are large battleships that belong to the Marines. They seem to be the missing fleet on Impel Down." "What?" Sengoku suddenly stood up. Vice Admiral Tsuru's pupil on the side could not help but shrink while staring at Branyu. "Is it Shiki? Possible only that bastard has the ability to take away the entire fleet and those prisoners quietly." Sengoku looked livid and gritted his teeth. When he was young, he led the Marine fleet to fight against the Golden Lion pirates, led by Shiki many times. Sengoku is very familiar with Float Fruit's abilities. He believed that the Golden Lion pirates invaded the underwater prison and took away the prisoners and prison staff inside. What are they doing all of a sudden in the Water 7? Is it because... Vice Admiral Tsuru's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a sudden ominous premonition. The world government has always suspected that there may be something in Iceberg's hands, the mayor of the Water 7, the chairman of Galley Law Company, and the famous shipbuilder who was unfortunately killed in the battle between Obask Luke and Garp a few days ago. The blueprints of one of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton. Who knows if Shiki accidentally learned of this situation and directly targeted Pluton's blueprints. But Branyu's next report directly dispelled Tsuru's doubts. "Not long ago, they took away a batch of warships that we commissioned on the Galley Law Company. They didn't stop there and disappeared into the sky. Damn, that bastard." Sengoku's face turned dark. Just grabbing a fleet larger than Buster Call wasn't enough. Now, he's eyeing the batch of warships that was just built in the Water 7 and has not yet had time to receive them. Having disappeared and been dormant for more than 10 years, are the Golden Lion pirates about to reappear in front of the world? Tsuru was a little surprised. She has some doubts. Shiki suddenly appears, what is it for? No matter what, if those prisoners run to the sea, they will definitely cause unimaginable turmoil. We must not let that guy's conspiracy succeed. He must be stopped. Sengoku was so aggrieved that he slapped the table hard. Without hesitation, he loudly ordered, notify both Marines Intelligence Department and CP Organization to do their best to search for Golden Lion pirates' whereabouts. If there are any clues, report them immediately. It is concluded that the force that attacked the underwater prison is the Golden Lion pirates. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was a little angry, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart. Anyway, the culprit behind the invasion of Impel Down finally has some clues. At least he had some explanations for the world government, so he would not have to step down directly. Understood. Chapter 172, The Former Strongman Hiss. You actually robbed so many warships. Incredible. That afternoon, on the thriller bark, Kid, Nami, Perona, Brooke, Violet, and others look in surprise at the fleet falling from the sky. It looks like you've gained a lot. Robin chuckled. Luke had already mentioned this action to her. Once all the prisoners in the underwater prison are taken away, the power of the Netherworld pirate will surely achieve an unimaginable leap in the shortest possible time. The Shadowken army alone was formed. The Netherworld pirates' intelligence network can truly spread. They can now send Shadowken secretly around the world to collect intelligence, search for treasures, etc. Whether it's looking for devil fruit or directly hunting those with devil fruit ability. None of it is a problem. Not to mention, they can also get a lot of corpses of strong men from the past. Let the size of the zombie army expand again. They can even consider recruiting some prisoners. Anyway, Violet can read their minds. It is completely possible to eliminate those guys with impure thoughts. Well, the harvest is indeed not small, but for Desire, I'm afraid it's a very tiring job. Luke shrugged. On the way back, he captured those Marines one after another and put them into the cart. In order to help Luke and show her value, Desire, who gritted her teeth and continuously used her devil fruit ability, had already fallen down from exhaustion. She fell asleep directly. Obviously, compared to card fruit, it is more convenient to use book fruit. Is this the zombie king you created, Luke-sama? Looking up at a huge and intimidating giant in the distance, Shiryu exclaimed, "This is the first time I have seen such a big guy. There is someone bigger than him in Impel Down." Luke raised his eyebrows and said, "Colossal battleship, Sanyu on Wolf. That guy is the devil fruit user of the Parimsha, huge fruit. He, who was a giant from the start, has used his devil ability to turn into a humanoid monster hundreds of meters tall. That giant from West Blue? I've heard about this." Shiryu nodded and shrugged, but he was already wearing a sea prism stone when he was imprisoned, so I didn't see him in that form. After saying that, he looked at the zombie legions around him. He noticed that the leading ones, such as Roma, Shiki, Moria, etc., looked very lifelike, no different from living people. If it were not for the lack of vitality, it would be difficult to distinguish the special zombies from living ones. TSK, it's really incredible. Shiryu was secretly shocked. He originally thought that the Shadowkin army was exaggerated enough. But he didn't expect that these zombie legions created by Luke were equally astonishing. At the same time, his eyes were glaring, full of awe-inspiring fighting spirit at Roma and Shiki. Both of these two are legendary swordsmen. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he, who has a warlike and bloodthirsty personality, already wants to compete with them. Don't worry, when we have time, I'll find an uninhabited desert island and let you fight them happily. Luke patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile. I understand, please don't worry, I won't mess around. Shiryu suppressed his will to fight. Come, let me introduce the new members to you. At this time, Luke clapped his hands. He directly calls Kid, Nami, and others and introduces them. This is Shiryu, the former head jailer of Impel Down, and now the member of our Netherworld Pirate. Hello everyone, I am Shiryu. Please give me your advice in the future. Shiryu is not too arrogant. He smiled and nodded to everyone present. And Nami, Reiju, Rj, Perona, and others. They all looked at Shiryu curiously. However, their attitudes are quite friendly, and they won't cause trouble when they first meet. Everyone has worked hard these past 2 days. Let's go down and rest first. Seeing that Law, Kuro, Lafitte, Van Auger, and others were all a little tired. Luke asked them to go down and rest and asked someone to arrange a room for Shiryu. Hogback, come with me first. After signaling others to continue training, Luke gestured to Hogback, taking the ship's doctor towards the ice warehouse of the castle. Hiss. Hiss. Hiss, is there a new corpse of a strong man? I'm really looking forward to it. Hogback followed him quickly. Rumble. The extremely heavy iron door slowly opened. A gloomy cold spread everywhere, making people shiver. These are the corpses of strong men brought out from Impel Down, and they have been sealed into the cards. Luke took out 2 thick decks of cards and threw them to Hogback in front of him. The red cards are the corpses of the strong men imprisoned in eternal hell, and the blue cards are the corpses of the strong men in freezing hell. After saying this, he took out a few more golden cards separately and handed them to the other party. The corpses stored in these golden cards were all the kind of strong men famous in the sea during their lifetimes. Next, you give priority to repairing them. That's great. Hogback claps his chest and grins. Don't worry, Luke-sama, I will get it done as soon as possible. Looking at the golden cards curiously, his pupils shrank. Luke-sama, is this guy from a mink tribe? Ah, his name is Off, and he is known as the giant werewolf. He is a strong man from hundreds of years ago. I heard that he is a hybrid of the mink tribe and the giant tribe, or an experimental subject created by the world government. Luke took the card and looked at the huge werewolf inside, trapped by heavy iron ropes. After escaping from the experimental base, it caused quite a commotion on the sea. He once tried to attack the celestial dragons but was suppressed by an admiral and imprisoned in a frozen state of suspended animation. Later, because he's imprisoned for too long, he still died. But it's a pity that his devil fruit ability was randomly reborn after his death. So that's it. It dawned on Hogback. I'm going to create another special zombie. Next, you should repair it first. Luke said directly, I happen to be very curious about whether special zombies can use the lightning skills of the mink tribe. He really wanted to see if this special giant werewolf zombie with the blood of the mink tribe and the giant tribe could surprise him. Hiss, a hybrid between a giant and a mink tribe? That's incredible. Chapter 173, Confident Dr. Hogback moved very quickly. In just a few hours, Off the giant werewolf's body had been repaired. Of course, the reason was Off himself was imprisoned in ice and preserved intact. Hiss, Luke-sama. Hogbagu grinned, full of excitement. Fortunately, the restoration of this body has been completed. Let's start now. Inside the huge ice warehouse, a figure about 10 meters tall, covered with silver fur, sharp claws, and a wolf's head, lay there motionless. Law, Kid, Urge, Shiryu, Violet, and other new members are all gathered here. Kaku, Califa, Blueno, and Lucci, who had just regained consciousness after challenging Dory, all followed curiously. They all watched intently. They want to witness the birth of a new zombie king with their own eyes. In my name, I will give you new life, give you an independent personality, and become my clone. You will devote all your loyalty, swear loyalty to the death, and never betray. First, cut out the shadow of the corpse. Feed it to his newly split shadow, then use the ability of the shadow fruit. He gives them an independent personality and makes a contract. Then he directly implants this shadow into the body of the giant werewolf. Off, resurrect the giant werewolf. Off. Thump. Thump. The cold corpse of the giant werewolf began to regain its life at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 10 fingers with extremely sharp nails were slightly flexed, and a huge heart began to beat powerfully. The next moment, the giant werewolf Off's unbelievably tall figure suddenly sat up. Brush. Seeing such a scene for the first time, Law, Kid, Lucci, Califa, Violet, Shiryu, and others' pupils couldn't help but shrink. Even though they had already seen special zombies like Shiki, Ruma, and Gecko Moria, and they thought they were mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but feel shocked. TSK, incredible. So, is this how these zombies were born? It's like a dream. The giant werewolf, Off, looked around. Ignoring the words of Law, Kaku, Shiryu, and others. He looked straight at Luke's figure, and his blank eyes gradually became clear. Master. He knelt there, lowered his proud head, and saluted. Because it is only a half-giant and half-fur race, its size is not particularly tall compared to the normal giant race. It is only about 12 meters tall, and it is like a dwarf among the giants. However, it exudes a violent aura like a wild beast, making it impossible to despise. Can you use the mink tribe's electro skills? Luke asked directly. The giant werewolf Off stretched out his right paw. Buzz. Electricity visible to the naked eye was shining there. Not bad. Luke showed a satisfied smile. These shadows inherited most of his fighting instincts. Even if they cannot foresee the future or use conqueror hakis, their haki's strength is also a chasm that countless strong people cannot reach in their lifetimes. The giant werewolf who possesses the electro skills of the mink tribe and has sharp claws has come back to life. Not only did he inherit his original fighting instinct, but he also possessed part of his power. He believes that the combat effectiveness will not be much worse. Luke-sama, why don't you find a place to verify its combat effectiveness? Shiryu suggested with a smile while biting his cigar. He was somewhat conceited about his own strength. He didn't believe that the strength of these zombie kings could match himself. In addition, he has just obtained the Paramsha, float fruit. He's full of confidence at the moment. What? Your hands are itching unbearably? Luke looked at Shiryu. There was a smile in his eyes. These zombie kings under my hands. How many do you think you can challenge? If I can use my devil fruit's ability. At least, I won't be afraid if I fight 2 of them together. Shiryu puffed out smoke but didn't say too much. Oh? Still want to challenge too? Luke raised his eyebrows and said with a chuckle, since you are so confident, then I will satisfy you. Just in time, I have already asked people to explore the nearby sea area. There is a desert island not far from the Florian Triangle. He originally wanted to let Shiryu compete with Shiki, Ruma, and the others in a few days. Since this guy is so impatient, he can only satisfy the other party. That would be great. Shiryu's eyes were bright and full of excitement. He is inherently warlike and bloodthirsty, otherwise, he would not have killed the prisoners indiscriminately in the underwater prison. TSK, you are worthy of being the head jailer of Impel Down. You are so confident. Kuro pushed up his glasses with his palms and smiled playfully. Then I wish you success. Then he smiled softly. I admire your courage, and I hope you can laugh again later. Wiper crossed his arms, showing sarcasm. The other latecomers were unaware of Shiki, Ruma, and others' combat prowess. But they, who had followed Luke for a long time, knew very well how powerful these zombie kings Luke had created were. Luke. Lucci, who was all bandaged, had complicated eyes and hesitated to speak. This time, Dory had completely shattered all his pride. He woke up early in the morning and has been reflecting and struggling. Don't worry, come to me after you think about it. Luke patted him on the shoulder. Without saying anything else, he led everyone away. Are these all within your expectations? Lucci looked at Luke's back and clenched his fists tightly. He lowered his head and looked unwilling. He became even more depressed. He always thought that he was not weaker than anyone. Give himself time, and sooner or later, he will be able to catch up with the real monsters. However, the bloody reality gave him a slap in the face. What is the strongest twin star of CP9? It's a joke. He, the so-called strongest genius of CP9 in 800 years, is not qualified to be compared with a monster like Luke. Even the Shadowkin commander Luke created casually could defeat him. Now, he heard that Luke gave him Belldown's head jailer, Shiryu, the float fruit just after he joined. It made him unable to calm down. Lucci recognized the reality. Kaku, on the side, patted Lucci on the shoulder and comforted him. In this world, there is a kind of super genius that is beyond reach. He is different from ordinary geniuses. An ordinary genius? It's quite vivid. Lucci said mockingly. In front of Luke, isn't he just an ordinary genius? Lucci. Califa and Blueno on the side couldn't help but feel a little worried when they saw this. After all, Lucci suffered a huge blow this time. They are afraid that the other party will never recover from this. Lucci waved his hand. Without hesitation, he followed Luke and others with a sharp gaze that was full of determination. I know what I want, and I won't give up on myself. Chapter 174, Beating Woohoo. At a huge arc Maxim flew across the sky and stopped over an uninhabited desert island. Shiryu, who had already been impatient, flew out directly. Come on, Shiki, let me see your strength. He chewed his cigar and floated in the air. Looking down at Shiki, the thought of being able to directly use the opponent's devil fruit ability to crush this legendary pirate, who used to be powerful in this sea, gives him extreme pleasure. He was looking forward to it inexplicably. It should feel very good. Whoosh! Shiryu directly unsheathed Koga Arashi, laughed, and Hidden Sound Village, right. Then he pointed them directly at Shiryu while showing a ferocious smile with murderous intent. Although I am not that guy, Shiki, your contemptuous look is really annoying. I'll satisfy you. With Moonwalk, Shiki ran towards Shiryu at an astonishing speed. Moonwalk. It's pretty fast. Shiryu chuckled. The famous sword, Ryu, is unsheathed. But there is still no time to take the lead. Shiki's eyes were awe-inspiring, and the famous sword Hidden Sound Village in his right hand was waved out boldly. Slicing wave. In everyone's shocked eyes, a blazing flying slash hundreds of meters long suddenly tore apart the air. It stormed towards Shiryu, who had a drastic change of expression due to shock. What? Caught off guard, Shiryu, who was somewhat careless, his pupils shrank sharply, and his hair stood up. King. He slashed down, narrowly blocking the incoming flying slash. Holding tightly to Ryu, veins have popped out in his arms. Feeling the exaggerated power, Shiryu broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. At this moment, he already knew that Luke was right. He really underestimated the strength of these zombie kings. Boom. He was caught off guard. Shiryu's whole body was directly pressed to the ground by the terrifying force and was blasted out from the air. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. Immediately afterward, there was absolutely no chance for Shiryu to breathe. This special zombie, Shiki, is so murderous that his swords turn into afterimages as he swings them out without mercy. Whoosh! The air is torn apart once again. One huge flying slash after another was like a violent storm as they poured out. It blasted toward the somewhat embarrassed Shiryu, who had just rushed out of the ruins. Hiss. Law, Kid, Kaku, Lucci, and others. They couldn't help but suck in the cold air, and some of their scalps turned numb. Although they knew that Shiki was very powerful, as they had received guidance from this free coach. But because they joined the Netherworld pirate too late, they never saw Shiki take action seriously. It wasn't until this moment that they realized it clearly. Shiki and Roma, these zombie kings, can be comparable to monsters such as Ors and may even be stronger than them. How exaggerated are their powers? Thunderstorm. There was a fighting spirit in Shiryu's eyes, not to be outdone, the blade in his hand was waving wildly. Whoosh. Whoosh. One after another, the blazing flying slashes were like a dense rain of arrows piercing the air continuously. They collided with the overwhelming slashing attack. Loud noises continued. The ground roared, and smoke billowed. The originally undulating sea turned into turbulent waves. Kill. Sharp eyes collided in the air. Two figures with astonishing momentum rushed out immediately. Sparks sputter. Astonishing flying slash poured out continuously. After suffering a small loss at the beginning, Shiryu did not dare to be careless and started to go all out, showing his true strength as the impel-down-head jailer. In the blink of an eye, two evenly matched figures fought together. Dizzyingly fast. It's like the tip of a needle facing the wheat on. Not giving in to each other. King. After a tough fight with a Shiki, Shiryu's entire body rose into the air. He held the famous sword, Ryu, in his right hand, and with his free left hand, he suddenly grasped towards Shiki below, who had not had time to catch up. He decisively activated Float Fruit's ability. All of a sudden, the earth rumbled, and the earthquakes continued. In the shocking and incomprehensible eyes of Robin, Kid, Lucci, Kaku, Brook, Ridge, Violet, and others, the whole land was lifted up. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it turned into lifelike and huge lion heads like mountains. They gathered from all directions and crushed towards Shiki. Is this the true power of Float Fruit? Even Law, who had seen Shiryu levitate the fleet before. It was the first time he saw such an exaggerated scene, and he couldn't help but be deeply shocked. This is just a small trick. Luke, who was watching the battle with his arms folded, chuckled. You can imagine what it would be like if there were 10 or 8 islands one day suddenly dropped from your head. Everyone was silent collectively. That exaggerated picture is simply unimaginable. However, I didn't expect that this guy has some talents. Looking at the lifelike and fierce lion heads, Luke said I just demonstrated it to him once, and he is already so proficient in using it. On the road before. He just uses the power of the shadow fruit to manipulate the shadow to simulate Shiki's moves. He demonstrated the general usage of Float Fruit to Shiryu, but he didn't expect him to be able to use it so quickly. However, it is still a bit unskilled, and it is obviously impossible to threaten Shiki at this level. After all, it holds all of Shiki's memories as a pirate. He knows all too well what Float Fruit is capable of. Grant Shiryu's wish and show him your strength. The corners of Luke's mouth rose, and he looked directly at the huge and majestic giant werewolf next to him. Be careful, don't accidentally kill him. This is not something he did randomly, but Shiryu asked for it. With the ability of Parimsha, Float Fruit, this impel-down-head jailer, who has a relatively unruly personality, is obviously a bit arrogant. It's okay to tap it along the way. Law, Kid, Lafitte, Kuro, and others on the side heard this. They couldn't help but feel a little chilly and fell silent for Shiryu. But who made him so arrogant before? Still want to challenge too? As you command, Luke-sama. The giant werewolf laughed ferociously. He jumped directly from the battleship and crashed to the ground. The ground collapsed, and rocks sputtered. Large amounts of smoke and dust were raised to the sky. Huh? Shiryu's pupil shrank sharply. Hey, don't go so far. He broke into a cold sweat. He saw Shiki's strength, so he was no longer as confident as before that he could compete with two. Tempest kick, line. However, didn't care whether he flinched or not. He was more than 10 meters tall, like a little giant, and his aura was extremely violent. His right foot violently tore through the air as it swept out. Whoosh! A huge light green wind blade came through the air like lightning and tore open the huge lion's head as if it were nothing. Slicing wave. At the same time, Shiki rushed up with moonwalk. The hidden sound village in his right hand sparkled with cold light, directly cutting through the air as he waved it out. Whoosh! The extremely blazing flying slash came towards Shiryu. Shiryu narrowly avoids it and fights with the Shiki, who rushes forward. Boom! Instant transmission. At this moment, stamped his feet, his whole body flashing with astonishing arcs of electricity. Then, with lightning speed, he rushed over, leaving an afterimage behind. Iron body, wolf hunting. A loud sound broke through the air. The arc of electricity flashed, and the terrifying fists wrapped by armament hockey directly overwhelmed the air. It was like a violent rainstorm, pounding over continuously. Shiryu was caught off guard, and his pupils suddenly dilated. Chapter 175, Harvest of the Shadowkin Army. The next day, early in the morning. Thriller Bark, Central Castle. Luke-sama, it's time for you to leave. In the luxuriously decorated bedroom, Reiju's face was rosy, and she was lying on the bed exhausted. She looked at the man beside her with complicated eyes. In the end, she still couldn't escape Luke's clutches. He can't resist the damn charm of the other party. You, who are called the Poison Pink, had many opportunities to kill last night, right? Luke caressed her pretty face and asked with a chuckle, why don't you do it? I don't think I can really kill you, and there is no need. Resistance is futile. Reiju took a deep breath and tried her best to calm down. Gazing at Luke's face close at hand, she said with a faint look, to be honest, I am not particularly sad about my father. After all, he can be said to have died of his own ambition. From the beginning, we, 5 siblings, are just tools for him to realize his ambitions. Her tone was low, then she begged Luke, I just hope you can let go of my brothers. Of course. I'm not a good person, but I'm not as dark as you think. Luke patted that beautiful face. He looked at Reiju with gentle eyes and said with a smile, judges mainly because he is ignorant, and as a scientist if he wants to tamper with those experimental subjects, it is really difficult to prevent them. I can guarantee that your brothers will be fine. He really didn't think about dealing with Reiju's younger brothers. After all, to be honest, they pose no threat to him at all and can actually serve as perfect tools. Unruly belongs to unruly, but due to the existence of governance, they better be obedient and obey orders. The only uncertainty. Instead, it's Vinsmoke Sanji in East Blue. But that's not a big problem. He will think about it after he takes root in the new world. Thank you, Luke-sama. Reiju is very sensible. On behalf of the Vinsmoke family, she bowed to Luke and expressed gratitude with practical actions. To be honest, Luke likes such a sensible and gentle pragmatist. Then he started to carefully guide Reiju, who was a lineage factor warrior with a physical ability far beyond ordinary people, and conducted several rounds of high-intensity training. 9 o'clock in the morning, Luke left the central castle refreshed. This time, he took matters into his own hands and made a dangerous layout. It took him a whole night to confirm one thing. That's Reiju is really smooth. After stretching his muscles, Luke prepares to go to training while his observation haki senses the situation on the entire thriller bark, making him raise his eyebrows after sensing the situation. Well, Desire is really working hard. Phew, I finally locked up all those Marines in the cards. Now only the prisoners in the underwater prison are left. And at this moment, in a dark dungeon, the last Marines were sealed into a card. Desire took a long breath and sat in the dungeon without any care for her image. Otherwise, just raising those guys would require a lot of food and fresh water every day, which would be quite a burden. In the past 2 days, she had no time to eat and sleep. Almost all the energy is devoted to this, making her very tired. Desire-sama, you are really amazing. The zombies on the side were full of admiration. Turning so many Marines into cards is no small project. Luke-sama. Without warning, Luke's tall figure walked out of the shadows strangely, attracting Desire and the zombies' attention. Thank you for your hard work, Desire. Luke nodded with satisfaction. Touching Desire's head, he said with a smile, humans are not machines, go and take a rest. If you have time later, I will give you some guidance on your practice. Such a capable crew, naturally, needs to be taken good care of and can't make people feel cold. It's not hard, this is what I should do, Luke-sama. Desire blushed. Looking at Luke's handsome face, she subconsciously tightened her legs. She wishes she could receive personal guidance from Luke now. Her eyes were a little drawn. Boom. On the second training ground, Luke was wearing high-purity sea prism stone handcuffs as usual. Then he started punching the memory alloy wall crazily. It's really crazy. No wonder you have such strength at such a young age. This is an extremely exaggerated scene. Sure, you, who was covered in bandages and was tortured so badly by the 2 zombie kings that he almost had a mental breakdown, couldn't help but be stunned and sweating profusely. Luke is not just practicing boxing and kicking. It is as if his whole body is used as a weapon, and it is tempered there like a lifeless thing. Every part has been trained to become a weapon for killing enemies. Luke-sama, do you train like this every day? On the training ground in the distance, through Glare Fruit's ability, Violet observed Luke's training there. Violet, who was training with Verona and others, stared blankly in the direction of the second training ground and asked in disbelief. Looking at the memory alloy wall that was no less than a few meters thick, it was already filled with countless pits and fist marks. She felt her scalp was numb and couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Don't be surprised, he is an out-and-out monster, different from us. Robin smiled there and said, anything involving him cannot be inferred using common sense. But her tone was filled with unspeakable pride. The entire Netherworld pirate group has long been accustomed to Luke's crazy training. While full of admiration for this man, everyone could not help but be in awe. The other party was able to possess such strength step by step, because he put in hundreds of times more effort than ordinary people, and gained it with countless blood and sweat. Every one of them saw it. None of them would be able to do this. At this time, in the shadows nearby, a Shadowkin emerged from it. It came to Robin and reported excitedly, Robin-sama, I found a devil fruit on a nearby island. After saying this, under the surprised and incomprehensible eyes of Robin, Nami, Violet, and others, the Shadowkin opened his abdomen and took out a strange-looking fruit with strange patterns. Chapter 176, Whip Fruito? Devil fruit? It's not just Robin, Califa, Perona, and other women who were training nearby were all surprised. They all came over curiously and looked at the devil fruit that the Shadowkin brought up. TSK, it's really fast. After taking the devil fruit, Robin smiled and was a little moved. She obviously expected this situation. After all, once the scale of the Shadowkin army expands, with their strange ability to lurk and travel in the Shadow Realm at will, it can be said that it is omnipresent and hard to guard against. Whether it is used to collect intelligence, kidnap and assassinate, or for exploration and treasure hunting, the efficiency is definitely beyond imagination. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be Paramsha, Whip fruit. Robin, who had already memorized the devil fruit encyclopedia, said with a smile. Whip fruit? Is there such a devil fruit ability? After hearing Robin's introduction, Nami, Nojiko, Perona, and others were all stunned. Don't underestimate such devil fruit. Weighing the whip fruit, Robin introduced directly. According to the devil fruit encyclopedia, people who eat the whip fruit can not only turn the weapons they touch into whips but also manipulate them as they please. It can also whip everything, whether it is a living thing or a non-living thing, and make those targets driven by it and obey orders. And the people who are whipped will become like slaves and cannot resist. Then, pointing to the gorgeous central castle, she added with a smile, even a large building like the central castle can make it work like a living animal, like a cow and a horse, and start moving under the whip. Hearing this, Nami, Nojiko, Khalifa, and others were all dumbfounded. They all looked at the cucumber-shaped devil fruit in Robin's hand with disbelief. Whip fruit? In the shadow in the ground, a black figure slowly emerges and transforms into Luke's appearance. Then give it to Khalifa, she happens to be good at using whips. Anyway, he didn't expect Khalifa to become such a strong fighting force. This kind of auxiliary ability is very suitable for her. Eh? Luke? Are you really going to give it to me? Khalifa was full of surprise. Listening to Robin's introduction, she also felt that this devil fruit ability was very powerful and matched her very well. After all, she herself is a person who is good at using whips as weapons. It's just a devil fruit, why not? Luke's figure disappeared into the shadows. Although the whip fruit is not bad, it is not worth his attention. However, compared to bubble fruit, this fruit is obviously more suitable for Khalifa. Of course, what makes Luke more satisfied is the efficiency of the Shadowkin army. This is the first devil fruit they found. But it will definitely not be the last one. Khalifa is really suitable for it. Robin smiled slightly. The whip fruit was delivered to Khalifa. As for Nami, Nojiko, Perona, and other women, they were already devil fruit users, and their devil fruit ability was not inferior to the whip fruit or even better. Naturally, they would not be envious, jealous, hateful, or anything. Then I will not be polite. Khalifa took the devil fruit full of joy. Not long after resisting nausea, she peels the whip fruit and eats it. Khalifa seemed to have a sudden inspiration and grabbed a long black whip with barbs that she often used. Whoosh! A piercing sound broke through the air as the long black whip danced in the air like it had a life consciousness. It penetrated the wooden stakes like lightning and was controlled freely. Boom! She waved the long black whip and flicked it lightly towards the wall. Come here. The next moment the ground rumbled. In the astonished eyes of Nami, Nojiko, Perona, and others, that wall, which was several meters high, 30 centimeters thick, and 10 meters long, seemed to be alive. It was moving towards them at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom. What's going on? That wall is moving? Am I dazzled? In the distance, Law, Kid, Kaku, Urge, Blueno, Bartolomeo, and others who were training. All of them stare with wide eyes at the moving wall. Is this your devil fruit ability, Khalifa? After understanding the situation, Kaku looked at Khalifa in astonishment. Hee, not bad, right? Khalifa raised her pretty face. Then she raised her whip with some pride. You are lucky, this devil fruit ability suits you very well. Lucci looked at her deeply and said there. I think it's great, too. Khalifa smiled. It's not just because of the whip fruit. The key is that she feels that although Luke has more and more women around him, he still cares about her as before. He has not been indifferent to her because of the changes in strength and status. Her heart is a little warm and full of joy. Bang! On the number 2 training ground, a punch hit the memory alloy wall hard. A clear mark was left on it. Luke's training had just come to an end, and Khalifa, who had been looking forward to it at the training ground, ran over. She threw herself on him at once, completely ignoring his sweat. Thank you, Luke. As long as you like it. Luke smiled. He stroked Khalifa's pretty face. He still doted on this childhood sweetheart. From the beginning, he had no intention of letting her be an agent or perform many dangerous tasks. As for the whip fruit, the current netherworld pirate can afford to squander it directly. Luke. But the next moment, a warm feeling came over making Luke stunned. Looking at the burning eyes filled with passion, he smiled lightly. Can't wait to verify the power of the whip fruit? Naturally, he would not let the other party down and gladly accepted the challenge. The black shadow surged, covering the training ground. Chapter 177, Maiden Island at Beast Island that afternoon. No surprises. In order to verify the ability of the whip fruit she just obtained, Khalifa did not hesitate to challenge Luke personally. After all, the result was not as good as Luke's perfect fusion of the 6 superhuman fighting skills and the self-created iron body whip. After only 3 or 4 rounds, she was helplessly defeated. Due to high-intensity training, her physical energy has long been exhausted. Unwilling to give in, she gritted her teeth and tried to persevere until the end, draining her last strength. Unfortunately, she still couldn't complete the entire training task. She only had time to drink the nutritious milk tea specially prepared by Luke to fill her stomach, and then she fell asleep. Will it be possible to make it in time for dinner? It's really hard to say. Boo. Boo. The highest level in the central castle, in the luxurious and spacious office. Luke-sama, I found the location of the Kamabaka Kingdom and discovered a group of weird transvestites. Luke-sama, I found the location of Alabasta and found Crocodile's trace. He just killed a group of pirates who broke into Alabasta and plundered them. He left with the looted treasure and was called a hero by the people of Alabasta. Luke-sama, I found the location of the Spring Queen City. Marine's captain, Ship Gutter, T-Bone, led his men and arrested the Waterweed pirates. Black shadows emerged from the shadows one after another, constantly reporting to Luke there. There are also Shadowkins who specialize in secretarial work beside them, burying their heads in their desks and constantly recording. Classify and summarize this information and submit it to Robin, who's sitting in front of them, for personal review. One arm after another received the paper. Robin kept filing them away and was a little overwhelmed. She said to the helpless Luke, Luke, we are a little short of manpower. We need to recruit a few more people. Originally, there was Khalifa who helped her. As a result, Luke acted too randomly and made her faint. I've asked Karina to help find candidates. Luke nodded. Luke-sama, I discovered a small floating island called Weatheria. It seems to be artificially made and can move in the sky. There is also a group of scientists who specialize in climate research on it. A Shadowkin who just emerged from the shadows replied, but those guys are all a group of gray-haired old men. Oh? Even Robin became interested and curious. Does the Grand Line have a group of scientists specializing in climate research? Luke chuckled. Nami and Lafitte should be very interested in an island like this. He already knew where it was. Whoosh. He stomps with his feet. A somewhat bloated black shadow emerged from the ground. Without hesitation, Luke directly ordered, Budge, take people to capture these weather scientists, as well as all the books, equipment, etc. on the island, and bring them back. Understood. The climate in New World is strange, unpredictable, and very bad. Seeing Robin seem to be surprised, Luke smiled and said, it's not as gentle as the first half of the Grand Line. This place can only be regarded as a paradise, relatively speaking. With the current knowledge of navigation that Lafitte and Nami have mastered, it will be difficult for them to sail in that sea area. Find them some qualified teachers first. And with these weather scientists here, our actions in New World can be more secure. Robin nodded suddenly. Luke has spent time at CP9, so it is not surprising that he knows something about this small island. But for the other party to pay so much attention to it, she believes that the level of those weather scientists must not be low. It is indeed good to let them be responsible for teaching Nami and Lafitte, who have just entered the first half of the Grand Line and whose sailing skills still need to be improved. Luke-sama, I found a very beautiful island, which is full of all kinds of tempting delicacies, and this island seems to be a big plant. At this time, a Shadowkin emerged from the shadows and reported to Luke there. Oh? That should be the Boyne Archipelago. Luke raised his eyebrows and nodded. The plant on the island is called the Greenstone. And there are many magical plants on this island, which should be very good for Nojiko, who has the ability to control plants. If we get those seeds, we should be able to increase her combat power a lot. Then let Nojiko go over? While organizing and filing this information, Robin asked. Don't worry, let's wait until we take root in the New World and stabilize before letting Nojiko go there. Luke said with a smile. Luke-sama, I discovered Amazon Lily on the Maiden Island in the Calm Belt. A Shadowkin who had just emerged reported. Maiden Island? Robin was surprised. Luke chuckled. Amazon Lily? Ah, this is a man's dream place. Robin looked at Luke with half-smiling eyes. I heard that the most beautiful woman in the world, the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is the Empress of this country. Indeed, but I have some connections with the 3 Boa sisters, so it's not easy to mess around. Luke shrugged and said with a smile, "Furthermore, I heard that there is a beast island near Amazon Lily, and there are a large number of powerful and ferocious beasts on the island." "Yeah?" Robin smiled. This man is so carefree. How could he not be moved when he heard about the whereabouts of Maiden Island? Don't underestimate the beasts there. With your current strength, if you don't take into account the bonus of the Devil Fruit's ability, there are no less than 1,000 beasts that can defeat you. Seeing Robin's teasing gaze, Luke couldn't help but roll his eyes and reminded helplessly. So exaggerated? Robin was surprised. She knew that Luke was probably not joking when he said this. The strongest ones, even zombie generals like Wings and others, may not be able to compete with them. Luke shrugged, "Just in time, I'm going to expand the size of the Beast Zombie Legion." Robin glanced at him and said with a smile, "Then, take a trip to the Amazon Lily? It would indeed be a good choice if we could recruit Pirate Empress Boa Hancock." Luke didn't take it seriously either. He gently held Robin in his arms and said with a smile. Chapter 178, All-Pervasive Bang. 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 At dusk, in the Amazon Lily located in the Calm Belt, a crisp bell echoed continuously. Countless people in cities and towns across the country immediately put down their work and rushed out of the city in an orderly manner. "Everyone, get out of the city quickly. Snake Princess is going to take a bath. No one can stay in the city. The Gorgon curse is coming." At this time, guards are supervising the area, and their duty is not to allow anyone to stay in the city. "Mom, isn't the palace far away?" A girl leaves town with her mother. Pointing to the ancient palace built on the mountain, she raised her head and asked curiously, "Why can't we stay in the city every time Snake Princess takes a bath? Are you afraid that we will offend Snake Princess?" "No, the Snake Princess, with her two sisters, once went to the Central Sea to fight with the legendary monster called the Gorgon and ended up being cursed." The mother touched the girl's head and said with a smile, "Once they accidentally expose their backs, if anyone sees them, they will be cursed and turned into stone. So that's it." In a deserted corner, Luke emerged from the shadows and listened to the innocent remarks of these Amazon Lily people. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, and he was speechless. In order to cover up the hoof of the soaring dragon behind them, the three Boa sisters really worked hard. Although I have heard about it for a long time, it is really unbelievable. On a mountain, Luke, who appeared quietly, looked down at the entire Amazon Lily. Looking at the various female warriors, he was a little surprised. The entire country is made up of women, and even the children born will only be female. This is a female country founded by the Kuja tribe. They were born and raised as warriors, shouldering all the family income and labor force. Even after becoming pregnant, they only gave birth to women. Because Amazon Lily is located in the Calm Belt where South Blue and the first half of the Grand Line meet, there are a large number of large sea kings, so ordinary ships cannot approach it, which forms a natural barrier. Unfortunately, this barrier collapsed due to the technology developed by Dr. Vegapunk to embed Sea Prism Stone on the bottom of the warship, and the advantage was lost. When the Sea Prism Stone is inlaid on the bottom of a warship, creatures underneath the ship will be unaware of the ship's presence and, thus, will not attack it. Coupled with the boiler power installed on the warship, the Marine has been able to freely enter and exit the Calm Belt, directly threatening Amazon Lily. The Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, who was forced to hate the world government due to her unbearable experience, had to agree to the Marine's invitation and join the 7 warlords of the sea in order to protect Maiden Island. "Sister, the people in the city have been dispersed, and the hot water has been prepared." Inside the gorgeous palace, the two sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, walked in and said to Boa Hancock, who was sitting on Salome, whose body was directly coiled into a seat, "You can take a bath." Boa Hancock nodded slightly, then she got up and walked towards the direction of the bath. "That's not necessarily the case." There was a chuckle. The expressions of the three sisters, Boa Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold, changed drastically. They looked warily towards the corner where the sound came from. "Who?" Boa Hancock's eyes were cold, revealing murderous intent. "Don't be nervous, I'm not the enemy." In the corner, a dark shadow appeared there. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it turned into a human form. Luke looked at the three Boa sisters in front of him and said with a smile, "Long time no see." "Oh, Bask Luke?" Looking at the tall young figure, the three sisters' pupils shrank sharply. "Isn't his their great benefactor, oh Bask Luke, whom they often pay attention to these days, who once acted righteously in Sabati Archipelago and rescued the three of them at the end of their rope? It's really you." Hancock was surprised and delighted. "If you are excited, you have to step forward directly." But then she thought of something, stopped her steps, and tried her best to stay calm. Somewhat reserved, her face returned to coldness. She looked at Luke in front of her, and asked in surprise, "Luke, why are you here?" "It's a long story." The Shadowkin army under my command accidentally discovered the location of Amazon Lily. So I came directly to meet you, the legendary most beautiful woman in the world. Luke's eyes were full of smiles. He looked at Boa Hancock and said with a smile, but maybe I should show up later. Hearing those words, Hancock blushed. A little later, she would take a bath. However, it was obvious that Hobasku couldn't be late, but that he was unwilling to take advantage of other people. After all, the three of them had not discovered his existence at all just now. For a time, she developed a lot of affection for Luke, her former great benefactor. Hancock is very aware of her own charm. The other party is obviously a gentleman. Mr. Luke, it is thanks to your life-saving grace that we are where we are today. Sandersonia said with gratitude while looking at Luke's face in front of her, which was familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar to her. Indeed, you are our great benefactor. Marigold, on the side, also put down her hostility and said happily, in the past few months, I have been paying attention to your news. My sister is still thinking about when she can see you again. Don't think too much, I just want to express my gratitude to you in person. Hancock's face turned red. She explained something like she was trying to hide the truth. Then she looked at Luke in front of her and asked curiously, but, what is the Shadowkin army you just mentioned? After I left the world government, I accidentally broke into Gecko Moria's territory and had a conflict with him. Luke gave a brief introduction. After killing him, I accidentally gained his devil fruit ability, the Shadow fruit. Is that so? Shadow fruit? The three sisters were surprised. They didn't expect that Luke would have such an experience. Not only did he quietly kill Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, but he also got his devil fruit ability. As for the Shadowkin army, these monsters are special life forms created by me by plundering other people's shadows. They can lurk and shuttle freely in the ubiquitous shadows and are responsible for collecting intelligence. There were Shadowkins just now who discovered the location of Amazon Lily, so I came here specially to find out the way. Speaking of which, Luke stamped his foot. Under the three sisters' eyes, hideous-looking, demon-like black Shadowkin emerged from the shadow one after another. Then, it sank into the shadows again and disappeared like it never happened. His face stared blankly at the completely inconspicuous and empty shadowed corner in front of them. The sisters Sandersonia and Marigold couldn't help but gasp. It can lurk and shuttle in the shadows everywhere. What an exaggerated ability is this? Moreover, these lurking shadow monsters cannot be easily discovered at all. Just thinking about it makes their head tingle. Can the ability of the shadow fruit be able to do such a thing? Looking at Luke, Hancock was full of amazement. What a terrifying ability. It is conceivable that if the scale is exaggerated enough, isn't the whole world under Luke's surveillance? On this sea, as long as there are people living there, where is there no shadow? I was a little rude today, Luke said with a smile to the three sisters, who were a little shocked in front of him. But please don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards Amazon Lily, and I will let the Shadowkins under me avoid this location and never set foot in the future. Thank you then. Chapter 179, Heel Fruit. Inside the antique palace, Luke chatted with the three sisters for a while. Because of their interactions in the past, except for Hancock, who was a little reserved, her two younger sisters were very enthusiastic. The atmosphere was not too awkward, and the few people quickly became familiar with each other. Okay, I just came here today to find the way. The goal of meeting Boa Hancock has been achieved. Luke did not stay any longer and prepared to leave. Next, I'm going to the Rusukana Island next door, so I won't disturb you. After all, although he is the benefactor of the three sisters, he is not that familiar with them. They just got to know each other officially, so keeping a certain distance is necessary.